If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 226, Universal Energy. Level 50, what an achievement. Reaching this point, he was already one of the stronger beings in Teyvat. As long as he avoided the few truly dangerous entities, there was little that could pose a threat to him. But his goals were more ambitious than just that. He had finally found such a beautiful and adorable girl like Fiskal to be his partner, and Lumen's affection was also nearing its peak. So, he needed to have the strength to stand in front of them and face any challenges that came their way. For example, Lumen's journey was destined to be filled with formidable foes, and Nolan couldn't let her face them alone. With this in mind, he looked at the 3 available racial specialties that had appeared on his character panel. 1. Born different, your body undergoes significant changes, with physical abilities, vitality, and all resistances increasing proportionally to your physique. Your body size can continue to grow as your power increases. 2. Harmony, a universal energy forms within you, which can be transferred to the opposite sex through fluid exchange. Each breakthrough provides an additional effect, currently including fatigue relief, wound healing, and absorption for strengthening. 3. Unstable cells, your body gains slime-like elasticity and can freely change appearance. The first racial specialty looked incredibly powerful. If he chose it, his physique would change. For instance, if his size doubled, his strength, mental power, vitality, and defenses would also double. If his size tripled, so would all other attributes. However, Nolan was quite satisfied with his current appearance and didn't want to become some strange figure, so he ruled out this option. The third racial specialty was even weirder. Choosing it would definitely make people suspect he was some kind of monster. It leaned heavily towards a Thulhuesque aesthetic. So, that was also off the table. As for the second racial specialty, Nolan knew it was a must the moment he saw it. After carefully reading the description, he was even more convinced. The ability to absorb energy to grow stronger and heal wounds wasn't particularly necessary for him. He could use Adventure EXP to become stronger and had Elemental Burst to heal. But the ability to distribute this universal energy to others through fluid exchange was crucial. With this, Nolan could help the girls he was close to improve their strength faster. As they grew stronger, the special abilities he gained from their maxed-out affection levels would naturally become more powerful. For example, the Eye of Judgment he gained from Fiskal. The strength of this ability was based on the combined levels of both him and Fiskal. Currently, he was at level 50, and when he last saw her, she seemed to be at level 38. Combined, that made 88. With the Eye of Judgment, he could ignore illusions and false realities created by enemies of level 88 and below. He could also see through the strengths and weaknesses of enemies up to level 88. If Nolan chose this specialty, he could infuse Fiskal with universal energy during their intimate moments, helping her grow stronger. This would, in turn, enhance his Eye of Judgment. Similarly, the abilities he would gain from other girls' maxed-out affection levels would likely follow the same pattern. So, this racial specialty was one he couldn't miss. It might not appear again next time. Moreover, it had excellent growth potential, much like the first option. With each breakthrough, the racial specialty Harmony would gain new effects. At the 20th level breakthrough, it could only relieve fatigue, which was rather mundane. At the 40th level breakthrough, it could heal various types of wounds, showcasing the universal nature of this energy. Now, at the 50th level breakthrough, it also had a characteristic similar to the spiritual energy commonly found in cultivation novels, allowing for absorption to grow stronger. He was a bit curious about the exact effects of this universal energy. He was even tempted to go find Fiskal right away for a test. But then again, he could also find an opportunity to share a passionate kiss with Lumen. After all, during this process, they would inevitably come into contact with each other's saliva in their mouths, fulfilling the conditions for transferring the universal energy. With this in mind, Nolan decisively chose the Harmony racial specialty. A warm surge, both from leveling up and the new racial specialty, flowed through his body. It felt like being in a cozy bed with Fiskal, making every cell in his body tingle. The process of body enhancement was completed quickly. Nolan clenched his fist, feeling a newfound strength. He sensed that he could probably overpower enemies of the same level with sheer physical combat. As Nolan was lost in these strange thoughts, Xingqiu and Kongyun had already set up the cooking pot. Lumen and Paimon had also prepared the ingredients. Nolan placed firewood under the pot and ignited it using the fire element from his delusion. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil. Hehe, today Paimon will show you what Paimon can do. Paimon announced, pouring pre-cut slices of beef, kept fresh and safe in vision, into the pot. She also added various mushrooms and other ingredients, then began stirring them with a long spoon. Is this what you call showing off? You're just stirring with a spoon, Nolan teased her bluntly. Hey, that's how you guys usually cook too. Paimon puffed up her cheeks in protest. Haha, Nolan laughed, not wanting to provoke her further. Soon, the food in the pot was cooked, thanks to Paimon's efforts. They took out bowls and chopsticks from their vision/delusion/inventory and began eating. Their main course was rice balls they had bought in advance from Wanman restaurant. After a simple lunch, they took a brief rest and then continued their journey uphill, intending to use the advantage of wind gliders to travel through the high altitudes. As they reached a slope and were about to climb, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Friends, help! Please, help us! They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of young adventurers dressed in green, being chased by two pyro whopper flowers. Oh no! Someone's being chased by monsters. Let's go help them! Paimon exclaimed, worried. This is bad, they're about to be caught. Xingqiu noticed one of the whopper flowers disappear into the ground and reappear in front of the adventurers. What should we do? The three young adventurers came to a sudden stop, trying to retreat, but the other whopper flower blocked their way from behind. As they stood there, unsure of what to do, Xingqiu had already drawn his sword. Rain Cutter. Without hesitation, Xingqiu unleashed his elemental burst, sending the rain swords formed from hydro elements flying towards the two monsters. As a practitioner of exorcism and demon-slaying arts, Kong Gaiyun quickly reacted as well. He conjured a large sword imbued with cryo-energy and sent it flying, working with Xingqiu to temporarily freeze the two whopper flowers. However, there was a small problem. Neither Xingqiu nor Kong Gaiyun had reached level 40, while the two whopper flowers were at level 45, and they were pyro whopper flowers capable of using fire elements. So it wasn't long before they broke free from the freeze reaction caused by the combination of hydro and cryo elements. Fortunately, the young adventurers weren't complete novices. Surprised to find that there were two vision wielders among their unexpected rescuers, they quickly took advantage of the frozen state of the monsters and ran towards the group. Seeing the injured whopper flowers still attempting to pursue, Nolan quickly readied his bow and waited for an opportunity. As one of the pyro whopper flowers emerged from the ground, Nolan released his arrow. Using the power of Arrow of World's Descent, the wind element-infused arrow disappeared into the space in front of him. In the next moment, it reappeared right in front of the pyro whopper flower. The arrow's tip created a gust of wind, sending the creature flying several meters and knocking it down. The whopper flower struggled briefly before falling completely still. At the same time, a notification appeared on Nolan's character panel, indicating he had gained experience points. Defeated a powerful enemy. Obtained 1902 Adventure EXP. Wow, that was amazing. The three young adventurers were stunned by the swift and decisive attacks from Nolan, Xingqiu, and Kong Gaiyun. Although they seemed about the same age, their strength was on a completely different level. If they managed to return safely, they vowed to continue training hard to become even stronger than vision wielders. Unaware of their thoughts, Nolan saw the other pyro whopper flower emerge and swiftly shot an arrow at its head, hitting its weak spot and defeating it. Defeated a powerful enemy, obtained 1910 Adventure EXP. With the two pyro whopper flowers successfully defeated, Xingqiu and Kong Gaiyun both sighed in relief. These monsters seemed to be much stronger than they were. If not for Nolan's presence, they might have been able to defeat them, but it would have taken much longer and possibly put the adventurers at risk. Lumen glanced at Nolan, noticing that with him around, she didn't seem to have any chance to act. Not that she minded, as she wasn't particularly fond of fighting. Are you all okay? How did you end up provoking such powerful monsters? Kong Gaiyun asked the three young adventurers with concern and curiosity. Nolan and Lumen also looked on curiously. We're okay, one of the young adventurers, clearly exhausted, sat down on the ground. The one who seemed to be the leader took a deep breath and began to explain their situation. We're from the Aurora Adventuring Team, and I'm the team leader. Yesterday, we took a commission from the Adventurers Guild to gather some flaming flowers. It took us a whole day, but we finally found a cave with a high concentration of fire elements this morning. The entrance was covered with flaming flowers, and we got a bit carried away. We checked the area briefly and didn't see any monsters, so we started collecting. But what we didn't expect was that 2 of those flaming flowers were actually disguised pyro whopper flowers. They suddenly emerged, scaring us. Luckily, I reacted quickly and pulled my 2 teammates away, otherwise, we would have been burnt to a crisp. The young man and his 2 companions looked shaken, clearly relieved to have escaped. I see. These monsters can be quite cunning, Kong Gaiun nodded and commented. Hehe, looks like you'll need to be more careful on your next adventure, Xing Kaiyu said with a smile. Yes, we'll definitely sign up for the Adventurers Guild's survival training when we get back. We need to learn more about monster behavior before taking on more commissions, the young man in green and his companions nodded firmly. By the way, to thank you for saving us, we'll tell you the location of that cave we found. Even just standing at the entrance, we could feel waves of heat coming out. There might be some valuable fire element treasures inside. However, since there were 2 powerful whopper flowers at the entrance, the inside must be even more dangerous, so please be careful if you decide to explore it, the leader of the Aurora adventuring team added after thinking for a moment. Treasures. Before Nolan and the others could react, Paymon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that so? Then please tell us the location of that cave. We're definitely interested in any potential fire element treasures, Nolan said, a bit surprised but intrigued. Treasures were always worth pursuing, and the danger was just a bonus, providing the opportunity to earn some Adventure EXP assuming they could handle it. Sure, the cave is in a fissure in the mountain ahead. You should be able to see it after about a half-hour walk, the team leader responded. Thanks, Nolan smiled and nodded. After sharing their discovery, the members of the Aurora adventuring team bid farewell and left, relieved to walk away without being chased by monsters for once. What do you think? It's on our way, so should we check it out? Nolan asked Xing Kaiyu and Kong Gaiun. As for Lumen and Paimon, he didn't need to ask, they were adventurers and would definitely be interested in treasure hunting, especially since it wouldn't take much time. Of course, there's no reason to leave treasures behind, Xing Kaiyu replied with a smile. Kong Gaiun nodded slightly, indifferent about the treasure but eager to exorcise any evil spirits. All right, let's go. Paimon said eagerly. The group continued upward, and once they reached a higher point, they deployed their wind gliders and flew toward the location described by the Aurora adventuring team. Using flight, they quickly spotted the mountain fissure mentioned, with a cave entrance on one side. Outside, 2 flaming flowers grew, matching the team's description. Chapter 227, A Bountiful Harvest. They controlled their wind gliders, descending slowly from the sky. Lumen's white, over-the-knee boots touched down lightly on an uneven stone. The breeze caused her skirt to flutter momentarily before it settled, covering the snow-white skin of her thighs. Nolan, Xing Kaiyu and Kong Gaiun landed to her right. Paimon, using her magic-powered flight with phantom wings, was much more agile and free than the wind gliders. She had already been waiting for them. Hehe, Paimon have already scouted the area. There aren't any monsters around, maybe they're hiding inside the cave. You guys should go ahead, Paimon is not brave enough. As expected of Paimon, she naturally admitted to being scared. Lumen placed her hands on her hips, pressing her fingers into the soft fabric covering her stomach. She looked at Paimon with a helpless expression. Aren't you supposed to be the guide? Not leading the way isn't very guide-like, Lumen said with a teasing smile. Hey, it should be the other way around. A proper tourist should protect the guide, or else if Paimon get eaten by a monster, who's going to guide you? Paimon retorted, making a valid point. You're right. I still haven't tasted Paimon, the emergency food, so we can't let the monsters have her. You'd better hide behind us, Lumen agreed, nodding seriously before heading toward the cave nestled in the mountain crevice. Hey! Paimon told you, Paimon is not emergency food. Paimon stomped her foot in midair, annoyed, and followed after Lumen. Haha, Paimon really is adorable when she's mad. Let's go, Xing Kaiyu said with a smile, before he and Kong Gaiun also headed for the cave. Nolan glanced around, ensuring there were no other monsters nearby, then followed behind them. As they reached the entrance of the cave, they could feel the intense heat radiating from within, waves of hot air crashing against them like the sea. So hot, so hot! Kong Gaiun exclaimed, as if he had touched something unbearable. He quickly backed away from the cave entrance, running outside to the crevice and conjuring ice to cool himself down. Hey? What's up with him? It's just warm here, not that hot. Isn't he overreacting? Paimon asked, scratching her head in confusion. Lumen extended her hand into the cave. The heat hit her hand, but it only felt warm, not scorching. It was especially odd considering Kong Gyun was a wielder of the cryovision. It's because Kong Gyun has a special pure yang constitution. While it grants him great power against evil spirits, it also makes him like a pot of oil. Touch him with heat, and he starts to boil. In other words, he's very sensitive to heat. Even eating spicy food can cause a drastic change in his temperament, Xing Kaiyu explained, pulling out a paper fan. With a whoosh, he opened it, revealing the words stealing a moment of leisure, and began fanning himself. His vision held many fans, each with different phrases written on them. Really? How exactly does his temperament change? Paimon asked, curious. He becomes the type to drink with his arm around your shoulder, Xing Kaiyu chuckled. That's hard to imagine, Lumen remarked, finding it hard to picture such a change in Kong Gyun's personality. Looks like Kong Gyun won't be able to enter this cave. Let's have him stay out here and keep watch while we go inside, Nolan suggested, remembering that Kong Gyun's pure yang constitution indeed had this issue. To avoid any unexpected changes in Kong Gyun's behavior due to the heat, which could cause problems during the cave exploration, it was best to keep him outside. I agree, Xing Kaiyu nodded, then walked over to explain the situation to Kong Gyun. Kong Gyun, not wanting to embarrass himself, quickly agreed to take on the task of keeping watch, ensuring that no monsters or treasure-hunting thieves would disrupt their exploration. Nolan, Lumen, Paimon, and Xing Kaiyu pressed forward, braving the hot air as they entered the cave. The cave was quite spacious, about 3 meters wide. The ground and walls appeared extremely dry, and as they walked, the earth beneath their feet crumbled like sand, likely due to the lack of moisture. The passage was dimly lit, and the temperature of the heat waves coming from inside was much higher for some unknown reason. After walking several dozen meters, they spotted, from a distance, several crimson flame flowers emitting a glow of pyro energy in the darkness, identical to the ones at the cave entrance. Hold on. Given the earlier experience of the Aurora adventurers, we should probably check if these flame flowers are disguised monsters, Xing Kaiyu suggested, raising his hand slightly. Wisps of hydro energy gathered in his palm, forming a water orb. From our many adventures together, Paimon agreed that we should be cautious. Paimon nodded, wearing her crown. Xing Kaiyu flung his hand forward, sending the blue water orb flying through the air with considerable speed. In less than 2 seconds, the orb hovered above the flame flowers. Then, it burst like a balloon, showering the flowers with water. 2 of the flowers on the left and right sides immediately withered. However, the one in the center remained unaffected, continuing to emit a fiery red glow. Flame flowers usually wither temporarily when hit by hydro elements, so this one must be. Paimon's eyes widened. Exactly, it must be a monster. But the fact that it didn't react even now suggests it's a rather slow one, Nolan said with a smile. I'll leave it to you then, Lumen remarked, folding her long-sleeved arms across her abdomen and glancing at him. Since Nolan specialized in long-range attacks with his bow, it made sense for him to handle the monster. Nolan readily accepted. His eyes gradually took on a golden hue, matching the hair color of both Fiscal and Lumen. In his enhanced vision, the flame flower revealed several bright spots of light on its body, 2 in the bud and 2 on the stem. After a brief consideration, Nolan decided to target the stem of the flame flower. Wind energy gathered around a normal arrow, and then, like a roaring storm, it surged toward the flame flower, causing dust and debris to rise. Perhaps due to the loud commotion, the disguised whopper flower finally reacted, quickly retreating underground. The arrow sliced through the air, striking the cave wall with such force that the swirling wind energy blew a large hole in it. The whopper flower reappeared deeper inside the cave. It glanced at Nolan, seeming to sense that this human was too strong for it to handle. Without hesitation, it burrowed underground again, fleeing further inside. Ah, it got away. Why didn't you use your space warping arrow? Paimon asked, hands on her hips, looking puzzled at Nolan. If he had used the space warping arrow, it would have hit the target in an instant, leaving no chance for it to escape. I made more noise on purpose to see if there were any other hidden monsters around. Besides, it's still in this cave, it won't get away. Let's catch up to it, Nolan said as he put away his adventurer's hunting bow and cautiously led the way, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Lumen, Paimon, and Xing Kaiyu followed closely behind, also staying vigilant. Nolan had another reason for letting the pyro whopper flower escape. He wanted it to scout ahead. This cave seemed a bit unusual, and he figured the monster might reveal any dangers up ahead. Of course, if it had tried to fight back earlier, he would have had no choice but to defeat it. Wait, what's that? Lumen's pale face showed a hint of surprise. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the temperature rose steadily, and they hadn't yet found any trace of the escaped whopper flower. But after turning a corner, they were suddenly met with a sight that startled them: a multitude of crimson eyes staring down at them from above. Yikes, those eyes are so creepy, Paimon gasped, covering her mouth and quickly hiding behind Lumen. They seem to be fire bats. Xingqiu said uncertainly, scratching his chin as he examined the small creatures with red eyes and bodies hanging from the cave ceiling. He vaguely remembered reading about these creatures in a book called the Liu Exorcism Chronicles, but he'd never encountered them in person. If Kong Gaiyun were here, he would definitely know. Squeak! Squeak! The fire bats, likely disturbed by the group's presence, began screeching angrily, sounding much like agitated mice. Ah, they're about to attack. We should run. Paimon, usually fearless even in the face of stars and abysses while traveling with Lumen, was unusually skittish in front of these swarming bats. Nolan found her reaction somewhat amusing. It's too late to run, and even if we tried, we couldn't outrun their flight speed, Xingqiu warned as the fire bats swooped down toward them. He quickly manipulated hydro energy, creating a thin membrane of water that enveloped everyone. This wasn't a powerful elemental shield, it offered minimal protection. However, fire bats, being small creatures that live in colonies, were highly averse to water. By simply wrapping the group in a veil of hydro energy, they were safe from a direct attack. Sure enough, the fire bats, despite being able to pass through the water membrane with little resistance, halted their advance, furious but powerless. Phew, they can't get in, Paimon sighed in relief, patting her chest. But it looks like they're not leaving either. What do we do now? She turned to the girl with golden hair for an answer. Lumen clenched her fist against her waist, her amber eyes focused on the ground as she thought for a moment. Then she lifted her head and looked at the young adventurer beside her. Do you have enough arrows? Can you shoot them all down? My arrows. Nolan checked the supply of arrows stored in the pyro delusion modified by Lisa. First, he noted that he still had over 30 hydro-element arrows forged by Wagner using hydro-infused ores a long time ago. Since he mastered Enmo, these specialized arrows hadn't been used much unless the situation called for them. Therefore, his stockpile was still well preserved. He still had over 120 regular arrows left, which should be sufficient to deal with the roughly equal number of red-eyed bats. It should be enough, Nolan nodded to Lumen. Good, then I'll leave the difficult task of shooting them down to you, Lumen said with a faint smile. Nolan was ready for this. He took out his adventurer's hunting bow again, notched a regular arrow infused with Enmo, and aimed at the bats outside Xingqiu's water barrier. With a swift release, the arrow shot through space and struck one of the fire bats, which fell to the ground with a thud. Defeated a powerful enemy, obtained 276 Adventure Express. Seeing this notification pop up on his character panel, Nolan was slightly surprised. It seemed these fire bats were no weaker than some large slimes. With each bat worth a few hundred Adventure EXP and estimating there were over 100 of them, he figured that defeating them all could earn him a substantial amount, potentially 2,000 or 3,000 Adventure EXP. Suddenly, these bats seemed like a treasure trove to him, and he began firing arrows in rapid succession. As each fire bat fell, notifications of gained Adventure EXP continued to appear. Adventure EXP plus 222. Adventure EXP plus 301. Adventure EXP plus 241. When Nolan had used up most of his regular arrows, the remaining bats finally realized something was wrong. Unable to breach the water barrier, they understood that they were just easy targets for the humans inside. Instinctively, they began retreating deeper into the cave. Nolan hurriedly shot down a few more before they disappeared from view. As expected from our sharpshooter, that was amazing. Paimon clapped her hands, praising how easily Nolan had driven away the terrifying creatures. Humph, piece of cake. Nolan puffed out his chest with pride. Lumen glanced at him, then casually brushed a lock of her golden hair behind her ear as she turned to Xingqiu and asked, Is there any use for these fire bat corpses? Are they worth anything? Xingqiu crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. According to the Liu Exorcism Chronicles, fire bats love heat and fear water. They absorb pyro energy but can't expel it, which builds up as fire poison inside them. They're not edible. However, alchemists or apothecaries can extract the fire poison as an ingredient for certain medicines. Ordinary people should avoid using it. Paimon tilted her head in confusion. Poison as medicine? Isn't that dangerous? Hehe, not in the hands of a skilled apothecary. So, the fire bat corpses do have some value, they're worth collecting, Xing Kaihu said with a smile. Nolan nodded thoughtfully. He figured that Sucrose might be interested in these strange bats, so he decided to bring them back for her in a few days. There were around 50 or 60 fire bat corpses in total. The three of them each gathered a portion, managing to collect them all. After defeating all those bats, Nolan had earned over 19,000 Adventure EXP. Combined with what he had previously, his character panel now showed a healthy surplus of Adventure EXP. Adventure EXP, 23,675. Chapter 228, The Pyro Regis Vine. Let's keep moving forward and see what lies ahead. Nolan had no intention of using his Adventure EXP for now. Since he didn't know what dangers awaited them further on, it was better to save the points for targeted skill upgrades or to recover health when needed. Yet, who knows what's inside? The temperature here feels like standing under the midday sun in the middle of summer, Xing Kaihu said, channeling wisps of moisture around the group to help cool them down. It must be some powerful pyro treasure, just like those adventurers mentioned, Paimon speculated as she followed Lumen. They didn't actually go in to see, though. It could just be some lava seeping up from the ground. Lumen shook her head, noting that it was pointless to make guesses without concrete evidence. Overestimating could lead to greater disappointment. A pyro whopper flower ran in, and there were a bunch of fire bats too. For all we know, this could be a monster lair, Nolan added. In this kind of heat, he thought the environment was reminiscent of the quest domain beneath the ancient tree in Liu. If he remembered correctly, that boss-level monster was also located near the Tiankaihu Valley, so this place might indeed be connected. Nolan makes a good point. We should be cautious, Xing Kaihu agreed. The group continued to advance carefully. After about a few dozen meters, they reached a slope, beyond which the passage ahead was bathed in a bright red glow, as if some light source was illuminating the area ahead. My elemental power consumption is increasing, which means it's extremely hot here. Based on this, I'd say we're close to the source of the heat in this cave, Xing Kaihu suddenly remarked. I see. Then let the great detective Paimon unveil the true identity of this treasure. Paimon, wearing her metal crown, excitedly waved her fists in the air. It wasn't long before they descended the slope, arriving in a vast underground chamber that resembled the dome of a castle. However, it was far from smooth, with even cracks in the dome through which the sky was visible. In the center of this underground space stood a massive, crimson-colored tree with strange roots anchored into the earth. It was this tree that had gathered the nearby pyro elements, making the cave unbearably hot. A pyro regis vine. So that's what it is. No wonder it's so hot in here, Xing Kaihu exclaimed in surprise when he saw the tree. Nolan looked at it and thought to himself, so it really is a pyro regis vine. It seems like today might be a wasted trip. After all, the pyro regis vine isn't just some run-of-the-mill hilly churl or small slime that you find all over Teyvat. It's a boss-level monster, far rarer than elite enemies like hilly churl chieftains or abyss mages. The pyro regis vine is on the same level as the powerful Mitachurl or the elemental hypostases, all of which are considered top-tier monsters. If you were to compare common monsters, elite monsters, and boss monsters, it would be like comparing an ordinary person to someone who possesses a vision. An ordinary person might train their body and martial skills to match someone with a vision, but without the ability to use elemental power, they'd be easily defeated before they could even get close. Even if their levels appear similar, the difference in innate abilities and skills creates a significant gap in combat strength. Wait, is this tree a monster? Paimon asked in disappointment, having expected some sort of treasure to appear. Instead, it turned out to be just a plant-like monster. How strong is it? Can we defeat it? Lumen blinked her ember eyes and slightly tilted her fair face towards Nolan, knowing that his golden eyes could assess an opponent's strength. Let me take a look, Nolan said, focusing his gaze on the pyro regis vine. Apart from the bright spot at its roots, which indicated its weak spot, several characters also appeared above its head. Level 65. If it were a level 65 abyss mage or similar monster, Nolan might be able to manage a few hits, though winning would be uncertain. But facing a boss-level pyro regis vine, he wouldn't dare provoke it alone. However, with Lumen and Xingqiu by his side, they might stand a chance. Especially with Xingqiu, a Hydro Vision bearer. Based on Nolan's knowledge of the Pyro Regis vine, its fire core at the roots, the weak spot, could be easily broken by hydro attacks. Once it's broken, the Pyro Regis vine would enter a weakened state, making it vulnerable to defeat. With this in mind, Nolan explained simply, this Pyro Regis vine is stronger than any of us individually, but if we work together, we should have a chance. What do you think? Want to give it a try? I've known you for a few days now and can tell that you're a cautious person. If you think we have a chance, then why not give it a shot? Xingqiu replied confidently. With his fully upgraded artifacts and a 4-star weapon, his combat strength was far beyond his apparent level of 39. While he couldn't close the gap entirely between himself and the Pyro Regis vine, he was confident that he could hold his own and retreat if necessary. Hehe, this girl is really strong. With her around, a mere Pyro Regis vine won't be a problem, Paimon said, pointing at Lumen with a smile. Lumen looked at Paimon, who was singing her praises, then casually shifted her gaze upward toward the crack in the dome through which the sky was visible. A soft smile played on her lips. Kong Gaiun couldn't come in here because it's too hot, but what if we had him up there attacking this monster with us? Wouldn't that make things easier? Nolan, Xingqiu, and Paimon quickly imagined Kong Gaiun using his cryo abilities to attack from above, and their eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Kong Gaiun's cryo attacks would be highly effective against a monster that absorbed pyro energy, as its high resistance to pyro would likely make it vulnerable to cryo. However, generally speaking, no creature is perfect, especially not a Pyro Regis vine, which relies on a single elemental power. Because it absorbs pyro energy for growth, its physical properties have become quite similar to the pyro element. Of course, it hasn't reached the level of an elemental being. Elemental reactions between pyro, cryo, and hydro involve significant energy consumption, or you could say they counter each other. With Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun, both of whom can counter the Pyro Regis vine, and with Nolan and Lumen using Anmo to spread the effects, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to handle it. Yep, as expected of the traveler to come up with such a devious plan. I'll go notify Kong Gaiun right away, Paimon said, laughing excitedly. She was about to fly out of the cave to find Kong Gaiun but suddenly turned around. What's wrong? Lumen asked, crossing her arms, a slight smile curving her lips as she looked at Paimon. Hehe, can you come with me? I'm a little scared of running into monsters in that passage, Paimon said, scratching her head awkwardly. I knew it, Lumen sighed, running her fingers through the golden strands of hair on her forehead, brushing against her fair skin. She nodded slightly and followed Paimon out. The strange Pyro Regis vine stood quietly ahead, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the intruders. With Lumen gone to find Kong Gaiun, Nolan and Xingqiu had no choice but to wait for her return before taking action. Let's not provoke the Pyro Regis vine for now. How about we search for that whopper flower and the group of pyro bats that ran in here? Nolan suggested to Xingqiu. He was still interested in those escaped monsters. While the whopper flower was of little concern, the pyro bats were worth thousands of Adventure EXP. Of course, Xingqiu agreed with a nod. Although he didn't need the monster materials to sell for Mora, he certainly wouldn't mind having them. And so, the two of them began exploring the underground space, careful not to disturb the Pyro Regis vine. Without Xingqiu's hydro element to help cool the air, Nolan immediately felt like he was inside an oven, with sweat quickly forming on his skin. After some thought, he decided to create a gentle breeze to cool himself down. But the result was disappointing. Due to the high ambient temperature, the wind was hot, offering little relief. With no other option, Nolan had to endure it. He stepped on the fire-dried earth and lightly jumped onto a large, flat rock in front of him. Glancing to his left, he noticed a hole in the wall about the size of a basin. Peering into the hole, he saw nothing but darkness, the interior completely obscured. However, his instincts told him that this sudden hole must be significant. He suspected it might be the nest of the pyro bats. There was no point in just guessing. Nolan removed the moonlight greatsword from his back and held it in his hand as he slowly approached the hole. He stopped when he was about 4 meters away. A transparent, smooth tentacle with a faint outline appeared beside Nolan, as if extending from the void. The transparent tentacle reached toward the hole in the wall, where the pyro bats might be hiding. It was much safer to investigate this way than by approaching it himself. As he focused on the information relayed by the transparent tentacle, Nolan knew it could provide him with very detailed sensory data, being a creation of his mental power. The transparent psychic tentacle, like an extra hand, could transmit touch sensations back to him. Additionally, spiritual power also possessed the sight of eyes, the hearing of ears, the smell of the nose, and the taste of the tongue. In other words, spiritual power is an extended means for living beings to perceive and interact with the world. Moreover, it allows one to selectively block the transmission of certain senses. Otherwise, if pain were to be felt during battle with monsters, it would be too much to bear. It's better to rely on one's exceptional swordsmanship and archery skills to solve the problem. At this moment, Nolan's transparent psychic tentacle only activated vision and hearing. The scene inside the small hole in the wall immediately appeared in his mind. The tunnel was irregular, resembling a mouse hole, and faint squeaking sounds could be heard from within. Just as he suspected. The sound was familiar. It was the same noise the pyro bats made during their earlier fight. Nolan didn't attack impulsively, instead, he continued to extend the transparent psychic tentacle further. Before long, the space in front of him suddenly widened, much like when they had walked down from the cave tunnel and saw the underground space where the pyro regis vine was located. Inside, he found a cluster of pyro bats huddling together, hiding in this space. Perhaps this small hole was a safe haven the pyro bats used to escape when they encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat. After all, with such a powerful pyro regis vine nearby, ordinary monsters wouldn't dare pursue them after sensing the dangerous aura. Unfortunately for them, this time they provoked a group of humans who weren't easy to deal with. Without any change in expression, Nolan dissipated the psychic tentacle in place, then slung the great sword back onto his back and began channeling Anmo energy in his hands. He was preparing to unleash a massive attack on the pyro bats. Anmo energy slowly formed a sharp whirlwind in his hands, eventually coalescing into an orb made entirely of swirling wind. Nolan's plan was to gather a large amount of Anmo energy in his hands and compress it together. Then, he would throw it into the hole. In such a confined space, the wind energy would fully erupt, dealing damage to every pyro bat inside. Even if it didn't kill them, it would likely leave them severely injured. A minute passed. The Anmo ball in Nolan's hand had reached the limit of what his level 3 Anmo manipulation could handle. If he continued to condense it, it would become unstable and might explode, injuring him in the process. Huff! Nolan took a deep breath and suddenly activated his elemental skill, Dandelion Shield. The wind element shield enveloped him as he charged forward. He approached the hole in the wall and threw the compressed Anmo ball inside. Then, he used the Dandelion Shield to tightly seal the entrance, leaving no gaps. Soon, Nolan felt the wall begin to tremble continuously, and his interface started flashing with notifications like a screen full of messages. Adventure EXP plus 198. Adventure EXP plus 243. Adventure EXP plus 291. A few seconds later, a series of rapid squeaks came from the hole, as the few surviving pyro bats desperately tried to escape. Smack! They collided with Nolan's Dandelion Shield and were instantly blown back by the violent whirlwind. Each and every one of them met the same fate. The raging wind inside the hole hadn't subsided yet, and the bats that were flung back were immediately swept up again. About 10 seconds later, everything inside finally fell silent. Defeated powerful enemies *43, obtained 9542 Adventure Express. Nolan took 2 steps back. After waiting a moment and seeing no more pyro bats emerge, he dispelled the Dandelion Shield. At that moment, he saw Lumen and Paimon returning. He glanced at the hole briefly but didn't hesitate and turned to walk back toward Lumen and the others. Since the carrying capacity of the delusion's inventory space was almost at its limit, he had to abandon the pyro bats' corpses. Anyway, he had already collected enough earlier. Chapter 229, Sword Intent Unleashed. Liu, Scorching Cave. When Lumen and Paimon returned, Nolan and Xingqiu also regrouped with them. Hey? We already told Kong Gaiun to climb up. What were you two up to just now? Paimon tilted her head, looking puzzled. We went to deal with the monsters that came in, Xingqiu answered first, then turned to Nolan. I found that the pyro flower had disguised itself as a pyro whopper flower again, but I've already taken care of it. Did you find anything? Nolan nodded. The pyro bats have also been dealt with. You two sure are carefree. Lumen crossed her arms, casting a helpless glance at the two of them. Were they not worried about drawing the pyro regisvine's attention too early? She shifted her stance, hands on her hips, ready to say something else when she suddenly noticed Kong Gaiun waving at them from the crack in the ceiling above. She changed her tone and asked. Kong Gaiun is ready. Do you have a plan? A plan. The primary objective should be to find a way to attack the Pyro Regisvine's root weak points. If we can break through, the rest will be straightforward, Xing Kaiu, clearly familiar with this type of boss-level creature, responded. Exactly, Nolan agreed with a nod, adding, my elemental skill is an elemental shield with decent defensive capabilities. Let me draw the Pyro Regisvine's attention up front, and you two can launch a surprise attack. This seemed like a solid plan. After a brief consideration, both Lumen and Xing Kaiu agreed. All right, I'll go ahead. You two wait for the right moment to strike, Nolan said, gripping his great sword and starting to walk toward the still dormant Pyro Regisvine in the center of the area. Be careful. Paimon will be cheering for you, Paimon called out with a smile as she hovered in mid-air. Don't worry. Nolan responded simply, but despite his words, he felt slightly anxious about whether his elemental shield would be strong enough. As he walked, he kept an eye on the Adventure EXP on his character panel. Adventure EXP, 33,217. Even with over 30,000 Adventure EXP, it wasn't enough to raise his level to match the Pyro Regisvines, and without the corresponding skill levels, he wouldn't be able to exert much combat strength. His main task now was to use the Dandelion Shield to hold the front line, giving Lumen and Xing Kaiu the opportunity to exploit the Pyro Regisvine's weak points. So it made sense to further enhance the already level 5 Dandelion Shield. Adventure EXP 26,000. Elemental Skill, Dandelion Shield LV.5, 0/5000, Elemental Skill, Dandelion Shield LV.9, 0/9000. Upgrading the Dandelion Shield to level 9 increased its duration from 15 minutes to about 30 minutes and greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Now, he should be secure. Unfortunately, he was about 2,000 Adventure EXP short of maxing out the Elemental Skill, which would have given him even more confidence. As time passed, Nolan steadily approached the Pyro Regisvine. Not taking any chances, he activated the newly upgraded Dandelion Shield, instantly enveloping himself in a deeper, more intense green shield. Soon, Nolan, with his elemental shield up, entered the Pyro Regisvine's alert range. It suddenly sprang to life from its dormant state, where it had been absorbing pyro elements for growth. The thick trunk, which had an incredibly flexible, flower-like stem, jerked upwards, lifting the head of the Pyro Regisvine. Even though it had no eyes, Nolan could clearly feel its gaze fixed on him, as if the temperature around him had risen by several degrees. Without the usual roar that accompanies most monsters, the Pyro Regisvine suddenly used its head as a weapon and slammed it down toward Nolan. Bang! The head collided with the elemental shield, and unsurprisingly, the impact caused a brief standoff. Despite the fact that the Dandelion Shield had been upgraded, it wasn't easy to deflect such a formidable creature. However, once the Pyro Regisvine was roused and attacked Nolan, its weak spot, a core resembling a pyro element crystal located at its roots, was exposed. This was the perfect moment to strike. Xing Kaiu seized the opportunity. He used hydro elements to conjure a barrage of rain swords, which he then launched at the Pyro Regisvine's core. As the first hydro sword hit the Pyro Regisvine, Nolan could feel the boss-level monster's aura weaken noticeably. Lumen swiftly gathered an Enmo vortex in her pale hand, and with her graceful legs in motion, she sprinted forward and pressed the wind vortex against the Pyro Regisvine's core. Continuously spreading the hydro elements would inflict significant damage on the Pyro Regisvine. Sensing the rapid depletion of pyro elements in its core, the Pyro Regisvine instinctively lifted its head and, glancing upward at the ceiling, quickly transferred its core to its head. At the same time, searing flames began to erupt from the ground, agitated by the pyro elements. These flames, in perfect synchronization, began to spread toward Nolan and Lumen. It was clear that these ground flames were being controlled by the Pyro Regisvine itself. Seeing this, Nolan quickly expanded his elemental shield to encompass Lumen as well. The ground flames continuously scorched the Dandelion Shield, causing the Enmo elements to deplete rapidly. Just then, a massive ice sword descended from above, smashing directly into the Pyro Regisvine, which had transferred its core to its head. Kong Gaiun. Nolan glanced upward casually. The short-haired youth with ice-blue hair was in the crack above, continuing to gather a large sword composed of cryo elements, aiming to smash it down onto the Pyro Regisvine's pyro core. Regardless of whether it worked or not, Nolan took the opportunity to infuse his great sword with Anmo energy and slashed at the base of the Pyro Regis vine. Swoosh! As the wind blades cut through, the fibrous tissues at the base of the Pyro Regis vine were torn apart, scattering in all directions. The Pyro Regis vine seemed to have a sense of pain, and in response, it quickly curled its massive leaves around its head. While protecting its pyro core, it also swung its head down like a hammer. Crash! Because Nolan had expanded the wind shield to include Lumen as well, its overall strength had slightly decreased. The dandelion shield emitted faint cracking sounds, indicating the immense force behind the Pyro Regis vine's attack. Fortunately, Nolan had prudently upgraded the shield's level just in time, otherwise, it wouldn't have held up. Even though the shield managed to withstand the attack, Nolan didn't want to take any further risks. He quickly pulled Lumen out of the Pyro Regis vine's attack range and then slashed forward, sending more wind blades towards the enemy. For a moment, wind, ice, and water elements exploded upon the Pyro Regis vine. However, it instinctively protected its pyro core, so the damage it sustained wasn't too severe. Ugh, what a hassle, Xingqiu remarked with a slight sigh as he held his longsword. Despite his and Kong Gaiyun's efforts, they hadn't been able to freeze the powerful creature even temporarily. Just then, the ground fire attacks from the Pyro Regis vine ceased. Noticing this, Nolan immediately became alert. Usually, when a monster retracts an ineffective attack, it's preparing to unleash something even more powerful. Let's move back a bit more, Nolan said, tugging Lumen's arm to urge her to retreat. Lumen nodded in agreement, but before they could act, the Pyro Regis vine suddenly unfurled the leaves covering its head, exposing its pyro core aimed directly at them. The next moment, a blazing column of fire shot out like a beam from a flashlight, moving too fast to dodge and striking the wind shield directly. The already weakened shield quickly became unstable, rippling like a disturbed lake. In less than a second, the shield was pierced by the fiery column. Realizing the danger, Nolan immediately tackled Lumen to the ground, helping them both avoid the attack. Oof! Lumen winced as her back hit the ground, causing some discomfort. She propped herself up slightly, her fair face flushed as she prepared to say something to Nolan, whose face was pressed against her body. But then she noticed that the fiery column from the Pyro Regis vine hadn't dissipated after breaking through the wind shield. Instead, it was sweeping horizontally towards them. Lumen quickly dismissed her thoughts and grabbed Nolan, urging him to run. As they ran, Nolan stumbled slightly, feeling fatigued both mentally and physically from the strain of maintaining the wind shield. Earlier, when his face had brushed against Lumen's dress, which hadn't fully covered her chest, the warmth of her soft skin had momentarily confused his mind, making him feel like he was in bed and almost causing him to drift off to sleep. Fortunately, he had the abundant life skill. His stamina and mental clarity quickly returned, allowing him to refocus and stay alert. With the wind shield just recently broken, he couldn't deploy it again immediately. For now, he could only rely on evasive maneuvers to keep the Pyro Regis vine's attention, hoping that Xingqiu and Kong Gaiyun could seize the opportunity to shatter its pyro core. About 2 minutes later, the Pyro Regis vine couldn't maintain the fiery pillar indefinitely and had to retract it to use another skill. This seemed to create a brief window of opportunity. Nolan and Lumen observed that the Pyro Regis vine had stopped its attack, and they immediately halted their retreat to counterattack with Anmo energy from a distance. The damage dealt wasn't the primary concern, the main goal was to help Xingqiu and Kong Gaiyun spread their cryo and hydro elements to destroy the pyro core quickly. Under the continuous assault from everyone, the pyro core's fire elements were rapidly depleted. Soon, a sound like breaking glass came from the Pyro Regis vine. It stuttered for a moment and then collapsed like a felled tree. Phew, it's finally down. Paimon, who had been watching from the side, wiped the sweat from her forehead and approached Nolan and the others. No, it's just temporarily weakened, Nolan replied. Look at its root, the pyro core is slowly regenerating. At this rate, the Pyro Regis vine will soon awaken. We need to defeat it completely while we have the chance. Xingqiu pointed at the broken core, which was absorbing nearby fire elements to recover. Yes, that's right. Paimon exclaimed. Then let's keep attacking to finish it off, Lumen said, raising her wind-enchanted sword, but Nolan stopped her. Since it's absorbing fire elements to recover, is there a way we can reduce the ambient fire elements to stop its recovery? That would give us more time to attack. Nolan had the idea of defeating the Pyro Regis vine on his own. Given that the Regis vine was in a down state, it would be difficult for him to deliver the final blow if everyone was attacking simultaneously. If Lumen or Xingqiu landed the final blow, Nolan would only receive 30% of the Adventure EXP. It would be a significant loss, and if Xingqiu or Kong Gaiyun finished it, he wouldn't receive any Adventure EXP at all. That's possible, Xingqiu considered. I can use Hydro to create a water barrier around it, and then you can use Anmo to blow away the pyro energy inside. The pyro and Hydro will react and cancel each other out, which should slow down its recovery. However, we'd only buy about 5 minutes, since it's still absorbing pyro from its roots underground. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Let me use my most powerful skill to send this formidable enemy out of this world to prevent it from posing a danger to other adventurers. Nolan was excited and gave a "please take care of it" look to the two of them. Haha, alright. I'm curious to see your most powerful skill, Xingqiu said with a nonchalant smile. What are you planning now? Lumen said, clenching her fist on her hip and giving Nolan a resigned look, but she didn't refuse. The group wasted no time. Xingqiu enveloped the fallen pyro Regisvine in a water barrier, while Lumen used a whirlwind to disperse the pyro energy inside, forcing it to react with the water and slow down the Regisvine's recovery. Nolan, holding his sword in one hand, stared intently at the pyro Regisvine. Golden light began to gather around him, and a sense of calm washed over everyone watching. Xingqiu's eyebrows twitched as he realized what was happening. Is this sword intent? Sword intent was something only achieved by those who had deeply comprehended swordsmanship. Even a prodigy like him would take time to master it. Sword intent was unique to each swordsman, representing their personal insights and unique path in the art of the sword. He's gotten stronger again. Lumen thought with mixed feelings, remembering that just a month or two ago, Nolan needed her help to master Anmo elements. Wait. Her ember eyes widened in surprise as she watched the sword intent manifest as golden, translucent dots that slowly formed a humanoid outline. Over the knee boots, a slanted skirt, long-sleeved gloves, familiar facial features, short neck-length hair, and flowing ribbons on the back. It was like a larger version of herself. Chapter 230, Blossom of Wealth. This kind of sword intent is truly rare. Could it be the legendary sword of deep affection? Xingqiu was momentarily stunned when he saw that Nolan's sword intent manifested as none other than Miss Lumen. As the second young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, Xingqiu had encountered several sword masters who had comprehended sword intent. These masters had unique sword intents, like the heavenly balanced sword intent, which had a weighty and mountainous aura. If one didn't have immense strength when facing someone who had gained insight from observing lofty mountains, both their spirit and body could be utterly crushed. Then there was the Northland Baidu, the captain of the Crux fleet. It was said that she had mastered a sea-cleaving sword intent, where her great sword could split the sea with a swing. But to see a sword intent inspired by a specific person, this was something that even the well-traveled young swordsman found eye-opening. Deep affection? He's just a hopeless flirt. Hearing Xingqiu's words, Paimon crossed her arms while hovering in the air, a look of disdain on her small face. He already has fiscal, and now he's after Lumen too. This guy. Lumen's fair cheeks flushed slightly, she never expected Nolan to comprehend a sword intent related to her. At this moment, if Nolan were to tell her that his feelings were just fleeting infatuations, she would have rolled her eyes at him. There was no way he could have comprehended this kind of strange sword intent without deeply intense emotions. But could you please not use it so publicly? Even the usually calm Lumen felt a bit embarrassed. How is this any different from confessing in front of everyone? Lumen has developed good feelings towards you. Obtain 380 affection points. Current affection level, LV9, 5/900. Nolan noticed the affection notification on his character panel and was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that using the Lumen sword intent would have this effect. Could it be that Lumen was overthinking things? He smiled softly as the oversized phantom of Lumen formed by his sword intent mirrored his movements. As he raised his right hand holding the great sword, the phantom lifted its golden sword as well. Nolan slashed toward the weakened pyro Regisvine. The large phantom of Lumen instantly unleashed a golden sword wave, which rapidly cut through the air and struck the pyro Regisvine. The sword energy, sharp enough to cut through steel, neatly sliced the ground and the head of the pyro Regisvine. A deep gash appeared on the pyro Regisvine's head. However, as a powerful plant-type monster of a high level, its body was as tough as steel. One strike wasn't enough to defeat it. Nolan continued to unleash one golden sword wave after another, slashing the pyro regis vine repeatedly. Over time, more and more cuts appeared on its body. Finally, the roots were severed from the ground, and the character panel displayed a new notification. Defeated a powerful enemy, obtained 37,531 Adventure EXP. Seeing the Adventure EXP finally roll in, Nolan silently exhaled and retracted his sword intent. Over 37,000 Adventure EXP. It was the first time he had earned so much from defeating a monster. It was indeed a boss-level creature. Amazing sword intent, that was incredible. Xingqiu clapped his hands in admiration. He had thought that his own swordsmanship was already quite advanced, and while Nolan might be better, he didn't expect him to be this much stronger. To think he had even comprehended sword intent. But this was good. Xingqiu wasn't about to let himself be outdone by a young adventurer who wasn't much older than him. It seemed he would have to carve out some time from his reading to focus more on sword training in the future. Not at all, that was my full strength, Nolan humbly replied. Humph, look how proud you are. Lumen glanced at him with her arms crossed, then turned her face away, showing only her side profile. Clearly, she was a bit displeased with Nolan for making her feel embarrassed. Seeing Lumen like this, Nolan took advantage of her momentary distraction to sneak closer and planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Ah! Paimon immediately covered her eyes, but still peeked through her fingers to keep watching. She had seen Nolan and Fiscal sneaking kisses before, and each time it gave her a "kids shouldn't watch this, but I'm curious" kind of feeling. Haha, I'll go collect the Pyro Regisvine's loot now, Xingqiu chuckled and tactfully walked away. Lumen was kissed out of the blue. It wasn't like last time when he was unconscious. It happened in front of others. She suddenly felt her blood rush, and her fair, delicate face flushed red once again. She exhaled to calm herself, rolled her eyes at Nolan, and then, as if nothing had happened, said, "It's a bit hot in here, ahem, I'm going outside." With that, she tried to remain composed as she slowly walked out. Hee, all right, wait for me, Paimon said, thinking things might escalate further, but was surprised when that was all that happened. She made a playful face at Nolan, sticking out her tongue, before flying off to catch up with Lumen. Although Lumen's affection for him was already high, transitioning into an official relationship still required some time and adjustment. It was just like with Fiscal. Despite her affection level being maxed out, it still took some time before their relationship was officially confirmed. Now seemed like a good opportunity to continue deepening their bond. Lumen was walking slowly, likely because her emotions were a bit jumbled. It was the perfect chance for him to walk over, hold her hand, and give her a sense of reliability. Nolan pondered this quietly. He felt confident in this plan, so he jogged to catch up to Lumen, coming up on her left side, gently nudging Paimon to the right, and then casually brushing his hand against hers. Seeing that Lumen didn't seem to object, Nolan boldly took her hand in his. This wasn't the first time they had held hands, so Lumen wasn't going to resist. It seemed like he had just been overthinking things. Humph, you awful guy. Paimon was still annoyed at being pushed aside by Nolan. If you don't treat me to something delicious, Paimon won't forgive you. Don't worry, I'll take you out for a big meal when we get back to Liu Harbor. As he spoke, Nolan interlaced his fingers with Lumen's, holding her hand tightly. Lumen hesitated slightly, but then let out a soft humph and tightened her grip on his hand as well, though she didn't look at him. It seemed that, for now, this was as far as their relationship could go. She clearly needed more time to open up, especially since she had no prior experience in love. She wasn't sure if she should so easily accept this flirtatious guy. As Lumen thought about it, she glanced at Nolan. After spending so much time together, she was quite satisfied with him. The idea of being in a relationship with him didn't seem so bad. However, she didn't want to let him succeed too easily. What if he didn't treat her well in the future? Even though Fiscal had come before her, making Lumen believe that Nolan's character could be trusted, she still felt that she shouldn't give in too easily. Otherwise, once she agreed to be his girlfriend, he might just get distracted by another girl. Lumen thought about this with a bit of exasperation. Outside the scorching valley beyond the cave, Nolan, Lumen, Paimon, Xingqiu, and Kong Gaiun gathered together again, now looking at the few red, fist-sized seeds in Xingqiu's hand with some curiosity. These are the most valuable items from the Pyro Regis vine, Xingqiu explained. They're called Everflame seeds. They're filled with abundant pyro energy and can be used as ascension materials or in alchemy. But be careful not to leave them in environments rich in pyro energy, or another dangerous pyro-regis vine might grow. Recalling what he had read in the Liu exorcism records, Xing Kaiyu shared this information with the group. So these are the pyro-regis vine seeds. But there are only 3 of them. How should we divide them? Paimon asked, scratching her pure white hair and spreading her hands in a questioning gesture. Why don't we sell them to our Feiyun Commerce Guild, convert them into mora, and then split the profits evenly? Xing Kaiyu suggested, having already thought of this plan. That works for me, Lumen nodded, indicating she had no issues with the idea, especially since she didn't need pyro ascension materials. As for me, I'll skip the mora and just take 1 seed. I have a keen interest in collecting rare items, Nolan said, already planning to give the seed to Sucrose. With the Everflame seed and the remains of the pyro-regis vine, he figured gifting them to Sucrose for research would significantly increase her affection for him. After all, building good relationships with the girls was far more important than getting more mora. By the way, he also had a dragon scale from Venti that recorded the divine generation archery technique. He could lend it to Sucrose for study when the time was right. Nolan was certain that Sucrose would be thrilled. Haha, of course, that's fine, Xing Kaiyu agreed, handing one of the Everflame seeds to Nolan. He kept the remaining 2 seeds for now, intending to take them back to Liu Harbor to be appraised before splitting the profits with Lumen and Kong Gaiun. With the pyro-regis vine taken care of, the group set off again. Although they hadn't stumbled upon any grand treasure this time, the gains they made were still quite valuable. Especially for Nolan, his Adventure EXP had risen to over 44,000. With so many Adventure EXP, his strength could be greatly increased once again. The first thing he wanted to enhance was his Dandelion Shield, which was already at level 9. Nolan was curious to see what effect it would have at max level. Adventure EXP, 9000. Elemental Skill, Dandelion Shield LV.9, 0/9000, Elemental Skill, Dandelion Shield LV.10, max level. The information about the newly upgraded Dandelion Shield flowed into his mind. First, its duration could now last for an hour, and its defensive capability had been significantly enhanced. If he were to face the pyro-regis vine's blazing pillars again, it wouldn't easily break through Nolan's and Mo's shield, meaning that even a level 65 boss monster wouldn't be able to pierce his defense for a while. Additionally, the original effect of the Dandelion Shield, which involved a swirling wind that could deflect some attacks, had also become stronger. He could even control the direction of the deflection, essentially making it a form of counterattack. It seems that this upgrade turned out to be quite powerful. However, now that the Dandelion Shield is at its max level, the only way to further enhance it would be to find other shield or barrier type skills, max out their levels as well, and then fuse them to continue upgrading. For now, the Dandelion Shield's defensive capability is sufficient. Although it's at its limit, as Nolan's character level increases, its defensive effect will also continue to improve. After all, character level is the foundation of strength. Other factors, like weapons, artifacts, and talent skills, are additional multipliers to that strength. So, as the base strength increases, even a max level skill will produce more powerful effects. Nolan looked at the 35,000 Adventure EXP he had left. It wasn't enough to reach level 60. Earlier, he considered using these EXP to level up the Concealment Form skill to see if it could be upgraded to allow both Lumen and Paimon to become invisible as well. This way, whether they were activating a teleport waypoint or using it, they wouldn't have to worry about attracting too much attention. But it would take about 45,000 Adventure EXP to max out that skill from level 1. For now, he didn't have enough, so he decided to save the EXP for later. After all, there was no shortage of monsters to encounter in the wild. As the sky turned golden, dusk settled in. After passing through the waterlogged ruins in the middle of Tiankaya Valley, they reached the Nantianmen area. Here, towering peaks reached into the clouds on either side, and a river valley lay at the bottom. They stood in the middle of the valley, looking at a shallow stream in front of them. It's getting late. Paimon think this place seems safe enough. Let's set up camp and rest here, suggested Paimon, who was tired from flying. It is getting late, Xing Kaiyu agreed, nodding. But we should still check the surroundings to make sure it's safe. We can't just assume it's fine because it looks that way. Though he wasn't an adventurer, Xing Kaiyu had often traveled with his family's caravans and was wary of potential dangers. Xing Kaiyu and Kong Gaiun went to survey the surrounding area, while Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon stayed behind to set up a temporary camp and prepare dinner. They were well practiced in this, so it wasn't difficult. Just as they finished preparing dinner, Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun returned, looking slightly excited, as if they had found something valuable. Did you find anything? Nolan asked curiously. We discovered a ley line outcrop nearby. The energy from the ley line has formed a blossom of wealth, Xingqiu explained. But there are quite a few monsters around it. We'll need to see if we can secure it. A blossom of wealth? The legendary flower that blooms with Mora. Paimon's eyes practically turned into little stars. Exactly. Xingqiu confirmed with a nod. Well, this is quite the unexpected find, Nolan remarked. The last time he encountered something like this was the Blossom of Revelation in Mondstadt, and he hadn't come across another one since. Now, they had found a blossom of wealth, another ley line flower. It was an opportunity they couldn't miss. So, after quickly finishing their dinner, the group, led by Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun, made their way toward the location of the Blossom of Wealth, resting as they walked. Chapter 231, Climbing Mta Zhang. Liu, Nantianmen. On the right side of the valley's cliff, Nolan and Lumen used wind elements to create a large wind field, effortlessly lifting everyone up. The sky had darkened slightly, and as they looked ahead, a golden mist appeared before them. So this is the Blossom of Wealth? It's my first time seeing it, Nolan remarked with a hint of awe. Under the night sky, the slopes of the mountain, covered in grass, were shrouded in a haze of golden mist. The scene had a certain beauty to it. Yet, Lumen nodded in agreement as the cool evening breeze brushed against her fair cheeks, causing the hem of her skirt and her ribbons to sway gently. You said there were monsters, right? Why don't Paimon see any? Paimon's serious gaze scanned the golden mist, but she didn't detect any movement. Confused, she turned to look at Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun. Look more carefully. They're hidden in the mist. Without sharp insight, they're not easy to spot, Xingqiu said with a light chuckle, folding his arms. Hearing this, not only Paimon, but also Nolan and Lumen began to carefully search for the monsters concealed in the distant golden fog. Nolan searched for a few seconds without success, so he directly activated his golden eye of judgment. Instantly, two bright points representing weak spots and glowing level indicators emerged from the darkness. Guided by these markers, Nolan clearly saw the appearance of the two monsters. They resembled pangolins clad in rock-like armor, both crouched with their claws forward, and their tails lying motionless as if waiting for prey to approach. No wonder no one had noticed them at first. They had skillfully used the terrain to stay hidden. If Nolan recalled correctly, these two monsters should be Geovishap hatchling. In the game, while exploring the open world, he had often been pestered by them. They were troublesome foes, burrowing underground and rolling around, making them extremely mobile and difficult to hit. These two Geovishap hatchlings were only at levels 35 and 38, not too powerful. Well? Did you spot them? Xingqiu asked, unfolding a white paper fan with a whoosh and turning to Paimon. Ah, Paimon, see them. They seem to be crouching, Paimon said, her face lighting up with excitement as she flew higher about 10 meters, finally spotting the two Geovishap hatchlings. They're called. Xingqiu was about to introduce the creatures to the group when perhaps Paimon had flown too high, alerting the Geovishaps. Suddenly, both Geovishap hatchling leaped into the air, somersaulted, and then plunged into the ground as if diving. Oh, they're coming! Kong Gaiun warned. Quick, freeze the ground! Xingqiu frowned and swiftly snapped his fan shut with a whip sound. Water blue ripples spread out from his feet, and a large amount of hydro energy rapidly flowed outward like an avalanche. Kong Gaiun, always in sync with his good friend, immediately summoned a large cryo claymore and held it in his hands. Without moving his feet, he stabbed the claymore into the ground. Cold air surged from the sword, combining with Xingqiu's hydro energy to form a layer of ice over 10 centimeters thick across the ground. At the same time, they heard the sound of ice cracking beneath their feet, and fractures began to spread across the surface. Xingqiu realized that the two Geovishap hatchlings had burrowed underneath and were about to burst through. He immediately accelerated his hydro-elemental flow, assisting Kong Gaiun in repairing the already cracked ice surface. As a result, the ground where they stood was continuously raised by the ice blocks, creating a small hill entirely made of ice. The thick layer of ice was too much for the two Geovishaps to break through. With no other option, they had to emerge from the ground in areas that weren't covered by ice. They tilted their heads curiously, staring at the ice blocks beneath a human's feet, seemingly puzzled as to why they couldn't burrow through the ground. Hat, getting hit by a Geovishap hatchling isn't pleasant. Let's avoid close combat with them if possible. Nolan, show us that remarkable archery of yours, Xingqiu said with a light chuckle, glancing at Nolan. Haha, I wouldn't dare call it remarkable, just a small bit of insight, Nolan replied modestly, smiling. To prevent the monsters from escaping, he quickly pulled out his adventurer's hunting bow. Even though his weapon wasn't anything special, against Geovishap hatchlings that were significantly lower in level, Nolan was confident that one arrow would be enough. Lumen shot him a disdainful glance, huffing at how he was once again showing off. He fired 2 arrows infused with abundant and Mo energy simultaneously at the Geovishap hatchlings. This time, Nolan used the Divine Generation archery. Although it couldn't teleport through space, at such a close range, the speed of the arrows was more than sufficient. With 2 arrows attacking simultaneously, it ensured that neither of the Geovishap hatchlings could burrow underground and escape. Whoosh! The Divine Generation archery, being an arcane-level skill, had much greater power than a secret art technique. The moment the 2 Geovishap hatchlings failed to escape immediately, their fate was sealed. They would never again have the chance to attack humans. Defeated powerful enemies X2 obtained 1623 Adventure EXP. The Inmo-infused arrows pierced the weak spots Nolan had identified with his golden eyes of judgment, and the Geovishap hatchlings were easily defeated without even a chance to struggle. Their low levels contributed to their quick defeat. Impressive. If I had archery skills like that, I wouldn't need to scare off demons from a distance anymore, Kong Gaiun said enviously. Haha, if you're interested, I can teach you, Nolan offered politely. I'll pass. I haven't even mastered swordsmanship yet. Learning something else would only distract me further, Kong Gaiun replied, rubbing his ice blue hair in embarrassment. With the monsters dealt with, let's go open the Blossom of Wealth, Paimon said eagerly, now that the danger had passed, flying excitedly toward the golden mist. The others quickly followed. As Nolan passed by the corpses of the Geovishap hatchlings, he used the Moonlight Greatsword on his back to cut off one of their arms and stored it in the delusion. He intended to give it to Sucrose later. These creatures were quite rare in Mondstadt. Knowing Sucrose's great interest in hilly churl bones, Nolan figured she'd be thrilled to study the bones of a Geovishap hatchling. After collecting the arm, Nolan hurried to catch up with Lumen and the others at the Blossom of Wealth. Aside from its color, it was no different from the Blossom of Revelation. Does anyone have original resin? Kong Gaiun asked, checking his vision, only to find that he hadn't brought any. Nope, Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon all shook their heads in response. Original resin regenerates over time in the game, but in the real world of Teyvat, it's actually a type of special energy crystal. It's rumored to be related to the World Tree, with some speculating that original resin is, in fact, the resin of the World Tree, Irminsul, itself. However, since ordinary people rarely get a chance to see the World Tree, there's no evidence to confirm this theory. Typically, original resin can be obtained from treasure chests or by interacting with ley lines, secret realms, or ruins. Its rarity falls somewhere between 2-star and 3-star artifacts. With a bit of luck, it's still possible to come across some. Even though Nolan had been in Teyvat for quite some time, the number of treasure chests he had found was limited, and none of them had yielded any original resin. It seemed his luck was just average. I have some. Let me open this Blossom of Wealth, Xingqiu said. As the second young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, he wasn't lacking in such items. From his vision, Xingqiu retrieved a pale moon-colored, oval-shaped gem-like item, condensed resin. This is synthesized original resin, created at an alchemy bench, and using it on a Blossom of Wealth stimulates it to release more treasure. Typical of Xingqiu, when he acts, he uses only the best. With a light touch, the golden mist surrounding the Blossom of Wealth began to recede into the ground, as if time was rewinding. Then, a green bud identical to the one they had seen in Mondstadt emerged from the earth. Without hesitation, Xingqiu placed the condensed resin onto the green bud. The resin transformed into energy, which was quickly absorbed by the Blossom of Wealth. The next moment, the bud bloomed, and countless sparkling Mora coins burst forth from the Blossom of Wealth, cascading to the ground like a waterfall of gold, forming a small mound of Mora. Once the Mora had finished flowing, the Blossom of Wealth completed its task and slowly dissipated. So much Mora. Paimon was stunned by the sight and felt an overwhelming urge to dive right in. It seems they're all single-denomination Mora. Though the quantity is large, it's not as much as it looks. The real issue now is how to carry it all, Nolan remarked with some concern, picking up a Mora coin to inspect it. My inventory space has about 20 kilograms left, Lumen said as she brushed a strand of golden hair from her face. With her current strength, Lumen's inventory could hold up to 42 kilograms of items. However, the various necessities of living in the wild, such as food and other supplies, had already taken up more than half of that capacity. The remaining space certainly wouldn't be enough to carry all of this Mora. According to Teyvat's measurements, each Mora coin weighs exactly 2 grams. It seems that, due to some special force, they aren't very heavy. But here, the pile of Mora was like a small mountain, weighing at least several hundred kilograms. Even if they combined everyone's inventory space, it still wouldn't be enough to carry all of it. It's a shame that the technique to fuse smaller denomination Mora into larger ones, the Mora refining technique, is only known by those at the Golden House. If we had that, we could condense the Mora into larger denominations without increasing the weight, Xing Kaihu said with a touch of regret, feeling like a treasure was in front of them but out of reach. Although the weight remains the same, Mora also possesses a special energy used for alchemy, enhancement, and other purposes, and this energy increases with the denomination size. In truth, this pile of Mora isn't that much. Why don't we dig a pit here and bury it for now? We can come back for it later, Lumen suggested. She estimated that this pile of single-denomination Mora added up to only a few 100,000, which wasn't enough to worry about too much. That makes sense, Nolan agreed after a moment of thought. For Xing Kaihu and Kong Gaiun, who weren't lacking in Mora, it wasn't a big deal either. Nolan then activated the sword intent of Lumen, summoning a magnified version of Lumen's form behind him, standing about 3 or 4 meters tall, like a small building. Using the golden sword energy that could cut through steel, he effortlessly dug a hole in the ground large enough to store all the Mora. Kong Gaiun created a massive ice slab, and together, they pushed all the Mora into the pit. After spending some time covering it with dirt and grass to camouflage it, they finally left the area. Since this place was in the wild and sparsely populated, it was unlikely that anyone would discover it. All right, let's head back and rest, Nolan said with a smile. At that moment, he felt an even stronger desire for the inner vision technique. The experience of having so much Mora in front of him but being unable to take it all made him itch with longing. Aside from Paimon, the group took turns keeping watch, and the night passed quickly. The next day, they continued along the small river running through the Nantianmen Valley, following it as it wound its way forward. According to the Liao map, if they kept following the river, they would eventually reach Mta Zhang. Over the next few days, Nolan and his companions spent their time traveling, sometimes flying, sometimes running. Along the way, they encountered some monsters, mostly weak slimes and hilly churls. Defeating them earned Nolan only around 5,000 Adventure EXP in total. Finally, today, the group arrived at the foot of Mta Zhang. Looking up, they saw an impossibly tall peak that disappeared into the clouds, its summit completely out of sight. Wow, it's so high! How long is it going to take to climb this? Paimon exclaimed, clutching her head in frustration. It really is too high and steep. Using wind gliders won't work here. We'll have to climb it step by step, Nolan noted. Neither he nor Lumen could create a wind current strong enough to lift them several hundred meters into the air. Well then, no time to waste. Let's start looking for a path that's easier to climb, Xing Kaihu said with a sigh as he stared up at the towering Mta Zhang. He wasn't thrilled about climbing such a tall mountain, it already felt exhausting just looking at it. Nolan nodded, and the group began searching the area for a more manageable route. Both the method to train one's spiritual power and the inner vision technique of the Adepti were within their grasp, they couldn't afford to give up so easily. Soon, Nolan and his companions found a path leading up the mountain. Though overgrown with weeds, it seemed to have been used by others before them. After all, they weren't the only ones seeking the Adepti. Many people in Liao were enthusiastic about searching for the Adepti, and the high mountains were where their traces were most often found. Over time, as more people came here on similar quests, a path had naturally formed. Nolan and his group spent half the day climbing, and by noon, they reached a relatively open area on Mta Zhang. Ahead of them, they saw a small archway, and behind it was a winding stone staircase that seemed to lead all the way to the summit. Chapter 232, Shenhe. Liao, Mta Zhang. Nolan vaguely remembered that Mta Zhang did indeed have a stone staircase leading straight to the summit. This was probably it. The mountain was much larger than in the game. They were lucky to have stumbled upon this staircase, otherwise, it would have taken much longer to find. Great! With this staircase, we won't have to exhaust ourselves climbing up the cliffs anymore, Paimon said excitedly. Flight or not, climbing a mountain is still hard work, Lumen remarked as she dusted off her hands, which were now covered in dirt. Her clothes had also gotten a bit dirty during the climb, especially her knees, which were outlined by her white boots and now covered in dirt. However, she could easily clean it off using wind elemental power. She just had to be careful not to damage her boots with too much force. Come on, Paimon was just trying to cheer everyone up. Even the flirty radish head, Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun are all covered in dirt, Paimon said, spreading her hands in an innocent gesture. Flirty radish head. Hearing the nickname Paimon had given him, Nolan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed that this little creature had subconsciously started calling him that. This wouldn't do. If she called him that in front of girls who didn't have a high opinion of him yet, it might make it harder to win their affection. He needed to talk to Paimon about changing the nickname. Thoughts swirled in Nolan's mind. I think Paimon is right. Having this stone staircase is fortunate. Let's keep going, we should be getting close, Nolan said, clearing his throat before leading the way toward the stairs. It's still a bit before noon, so let's walk for a while longer before we rest, Xingqiu nodded and resumed walking with Kong Gaiun. As Lumen walked, she used her wind element to blow off the dirt clinging to her. Something seems off with this flirty radish head, Paimon muttered, fiddling with her white hair. She frowned for a moment, trying to figure it out but eventually gave up and slowly followed along. Half an hour passed as they chatted about various interesting stories. Nolan slowed down a bit, falling back to walk beside Paimon, who was on Lumen's left. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, Hey, Paimon, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. You flirty radish head, what bad idea are you cooking up now? Don't tell me you want me to switch places with Lumen at night so you can sleep next to her. Paimon said indignantly, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him. Nolan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Paimon to hit so close to the mark, so close that even he hadn't considered it himself. You silly Paimon, what are you even talking about? Lumen blushed slightly as some thought crossed her mind, causing her fair skin to turn a bit red. Lumen has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 120 affection points. Current affection level, LV9, 125/900. Just as Nolan was about to explain, the affection notification popped up on his character panel. He silently praised Paimon for asking such a sharp question. Why would I compete with you for a spot next to Lumen while sleeping? Little Paimon, could you maybe stop calling me flirty radish head? If others hear it, it might hurt my image, Nolan said, getting straight to the point without any hesitation. Hearing this, both Lumen and Paimon looked at him with exasperation. This guy was truly flirtatious. If he was asking this, it meant he had thoughts about other girls besides Fiskal and Lumen. Lumen let out a humph and turned her head away to look out at the mountain, giving him the cold shoulder. Paimon, too, put her hands on her hips and glared at him. No way. You are a flirty radish head, so of course I have to call you that. She said this with righteous conviction, as if it made perfect sense. All right, I was thinking of treating you to a meal at the finest restaurant in Liu Harbor. All you can eat, no limits. But, oh well, I guess that's off the table now, Nolan said with a mock sigh of regret. All you can eat? Delicious food. Upon hearing this, Paimon's eyes lit up. She quickly abandoned her principles and said, if you keep your word, I might consider dropping the flirty part. Haha, it's a deal then. As soon as we get back to Liu Harbor, I'll treat you, Nolan replied, a slight smile on his face. Lumen couldn't believe how easily Paimon had switched sides. She crossed her arms and looked at her with a gaze full of disdain and disappointment. Nolan gave Paimon a knowing look. Paimon silently nodded, then floated to Lumen's right. Meanwhile, Nolan subtly moved closer, linking his arm with Lumen's and letting their shoulders touch. Lumen found walking like this a bit uncomfortable. She tried to pull away, but Nolan held her even tighter, intertwining their fingers. Sigh. She let out a soft sigh, eventually resigning herself to it. Up ahead, Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun noticed the thick romantic tension between the two behind them. To avoid the emotional damage to their single hearts, they quickly picked up their pace, putting some distance between themselves and the couple. Around noon, Nolan and the others discovered a massive, orange-red piece of amber protruding from the mountainside near the long staircase. Hey, that's strange. What is this thing? Paimon, hovering in mid-air, touched her hair and looked at the amber with some confusion. Instinctively, she thought it might be some kind of treasure. But how could a treasure be in such a conspicuous spot? If it were valuable, the adventurers who frequently explored Mtazang would have taken it by now. I've heard about this, Xingqiu said, recalling something from his extensive reading. Apparently, those who come to the mountain seeking immortals and accidentally offend them end up sealed in this amber. Ugh, maybe we should turn back. Paimon definitely don't want to get trapped in amber. Paimon said, waving her hands in panic. She had never heard of this before coming here. Relax. We have the all-purpose Adepti Seeker and Kong Gaiun's aunt with us. I'm sure the immortals will forgive us. Besides, we haven't offended any immortals. What are you so worried about, little Paimon? Nolan said, holding Lumen's soft hand while giving Paimon a teasing look. He did recall that amber was more common around Mt Hulao, but it seemed that even here in Mtazang, Cloud Retainer also used amber to seal things. It appeared that the immortals had a preference for using amber to imprison those who displeased them. Humph, maybe the immortals are single too. Who knows, they might feel offended seeing you two holding hands all the time, Paimon retorted, crossing her arms with a look of dissatisfaction. Nolan instinctively wanted to refute her, but the words got stuck in his throat. Suddenly, he realized that little Paimon might actually have a point. Most immortals were beyond worldly concerns, but it wasn't impossible that they could get annoyed by watching them flaunt their affection and decide to send them tumbling down the mountain. Lumen found it amusing to see this flirtatious guy actually get scared by Paimon's words. Taking the opportunity, she quickly pulled her hand away from Nolan's grasp, crossing her arms in front of her chest and giving him a glare, making sure he wouldn't get another chance to hold her hand again. Her palm was nearly sweating from being held for so long. All right, Nolan said with a hint of regret, shrugging his shoulders. Ahem, it's said that breaking these amber pieces can release whatever is sealed inside. How about giving it a try? Xingqiu suggested, trying to change the topic. Wouldn't that upset the immortal? Kong Gaiun, standing next to him, scratched his head in confusion. The books say it won't. After all, when an immortal seals someone in amber, it's just a light punishment. If someone can break the amber and free them, it's considered good fortune for the imprisoned, and the immortals won't mind, Xingqiu explained, recalling the details from his readings. I see. Well, then, it wouldn't hurt to try, Nolan nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that some of these sealed amber pieces might even contain treasure chests, so it could be worth the effort. All right, you and Kong Gaiun give it a shot. You both use great swords, so it should be much easier for you than for me with my one-handed sword, Xingqiu said with a light laugh. Nolan and Kong Gaiun didn't hesitate. Nolan unsheathed the moonlight greatsword from his back, while Kong Gaiun summoned his weapon through his vision. The two stepped forward and swung their great swords at the orange-red amber. Surprisingly, the amber was quite fragile. With just one strike, they managed to create numerous cracks. One more hit would likely shatter it completely. But just as they were about to swing again, the amber, now riddled with cracks, suddenly broke apart on its own. A black figure, about half the height of a person, burst out with a forceful impact. The figure lunged directly towards Nolan, and before he could react, he only caught a glimpse of a pair of red, ferocious eyes before feeling himself being flung through the air. Bang! Nolan's entire body slammed into the rocky mountainside behind him, causing spider-web-like cracks to spread across the stone. The intense pain in his back and abdomen almost made him cry out, but he managed to hold it in, preserving his dignity as a man. The whole event happened so quickly that by the time the half-sized black figure had finished ramming into Nolan and was turning to flee, the others had only just begun to react and were able to get a clearer look at the creature. Its black, thick skin was covered in coarse hair, with short front legs, longer back legs, and a stubby tail. No matter how one looked at it, it was clearly a wild boar. The only difference was its black coloration, unlike the typical brownish-red wild boars. But how could a wild boar move so quickly, and with such force that it could instantly knock Nolan, the strongest among them, off his feet? Using the strength in his elbow, Nolan pushed himself out of the indent he had made in the mountainside. As he landed on the ground, Nolan could only clutch his abdomen, kneeling on one knee while watching that strange black wild boar. He quickly called out. Hey, hey, hey! Stop just staring at it. It's about to get away. Hurry up and stop it. If he let this wild boar escape, Nolan felt he wouldn't be able to shake off the frustration building up inside him. It's too fast. Only your impressive archery could possibly stop it, Xingqiu said, just as he was about to give chase. But he quickly realized that the black wild boar was already more than 100 meters away, running downhill at a speed that left him in the dust. Catching up was simply impossible. Damn it! Nolan gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand the thought of letting it go. Summoning his adventurer's hunting bow, he tried to stand up to take it down. Seeing him stumble, Lumen hurried over to support him, concerned. Are you okay? Maybe you should rest first. If it had been any other monster that knocked me down, I could bear it. But a wild boar? Now I'm furious. Nothing can calm me down. Nolan's anger flared. In the game, one of the few things that annoyed him most was getting rammed by wild boars while exploring the open world. What was worse was not being able to get revenge before they ran off. And now, in reality, he'd been hit by one again and it hurt even more. If he didn't take it down, he felt like he wouldn't be able to move on from this. Lumen rolled her eyes at him. She hadn't expected this idiot to be so stubborn at times. After spending so much time with him, she could sense that Nolan had a peaceful temperament similar to hers, which was why she felt they got along well. With Lumen's help, Nolan stood up. Despite the pain in his stomach, he managed to knock an arrow to his bowstring, though his aim wavered as he tried to focus. By this time, the black wild boar was nearing a bend further down the mountain path. If he didn't release the arrow now, it would disappear from sight. Damn it! Nolan cursed. He couldn't believe he'd been knocked down by a wild boar, and now he couldn't even get his revenge. Just when he thought he was about to miss his chance and let the boar escape, a swift, icy aura shot past the group, chasing after the black wild boar. For a brief moment, they could make out the outline of a humanoid figure within that icy energy. It was similar to Nolan's Lumen sword intent. The ice figure was fast, agile, and graceful. Within less than a second, it easily caught up to the black wild boar, circled around it, and exhaled a freezing breath that instantly encased the boar in a block of ice. Whoa, that was incredible! What was that? Paimon's starry eyes widened in amazement. Xingqiu and Kongyun shared the same sense of bewilderment. That was a talisman spirit, something I created using Adeptus techniques combined with the cryo element under my control. Who's there? A soft voice suddenly spoke from behind them, startling everyone as they instinctively turned around. Standing before them was a beautiful woman with a serene, almost ethereal presence. She had long, flowing silver-white hair, with a lock of it gently covering her right eye. Her peaceful, pale face was accentuated by snow-white eyebrows that seemed to soothe anyone who gazed upon her. Even Nolan's frustration toward the wild boar faded away, and the pain in his back and abdomen seemed to lessen. The woman was dressed in a black, form-fitting leather bodysuit, with a short top in black and white covering her chest. From the bottom up, or when a breeze blew past, one could faintly glimpse her lower chest, wrapped in the tight black bodysuit. The fabric around her waist and lower abdomen was made of semi-transparent black silk, with open spaces on her hips revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. Her long, shapely legs were beautifully accentuated by the snug black bodysuit, tracing elegant and full curves that could rival even the brightest moon on a clear night. In addition, her body was adorned with numerous red ribbons tied into intricate floral knots. Overall, she possessed a tranquil and graceful aura, the kind of presence that could only belong to an immortal. Nolan looked at this elegant and ethereal woman, and a flash of recognition crossed his mind. The figure before him was identical to the one from the game. She was one of their targets at Ayazang Mountain. Shenhe. Insert image of sexy Shenhe here. Chapter 233, Cloud Retainer. Oh wow, what a beautiful lady. Are you an Adeptus? Paimon seemed mesmerized by Shenhe's untainted, ethereal aura, and without realizing it, she started addressing her with respect. Adeptus? I'm not an Adeptus, just a disciple of one, the woman gently shook her head, causing her long white hair to sway. She denied the title. Disciple of an Adeptus. Xingqiu murmured to himself while resting his chin on his hand, then turned his gaze toward Kongyun. Kongyun also reacted, and looking at the white-haired woman, he hesitantly asked, could it be that you are Shenhe? Who are you, and how do you know my name? Shenhe's face showed no emotion as her gaze settled on Kong Gyun, her voice tinged with a bit of confusion. My name is Kong Gyun. I've heard from my elders that a distant relative of our family was training with an adeptus. According to our family hierarchy, I should be calling you Aunt, Kong Gyun explained, scratching the back of his head, briefly clarifying their reason for being here. T/N, in the CN version of Shenhe's character demo, Kong Gyun refers to Shenhe as his, which means the youngest sister of one's mother. Distant relative. Shenhe formed a hand seal, summoning the distant talisman spirit back to her. As an adeptus disciple, she lived in harmony with nature, which had honed her keen senses. Although she didn't interact with people often and wasn't accustomed to crowded places, she could easily discern if someone was good or evil, sincere or deceptive, even without using any adeptal arts. She could tell that this young man wasn't lying, which meant she truly had a familial connection in this world. All right, I understand, Shenhe nodded calmly and then asked, so, why have you come to Mta Azang? Wow, that's a pretty cold reaction. Aren't you surprised or happy at all? After all, a distant relative came all the way to visit you, Paimon, now realizing Shenhe wasn't an adeptus, dropped the formal tone and spread her hands in confusion. Surprised? Happy? I'm sorry, I don't know how to express those emotions, Shenhe replied, her long hair tied into a braid from the middle with a red ribbon holding her vision. The tips of her hair had a slight inky hue as she shook her head and lightly smoothed her clothes. Oh? Could it be that your cultivation has reached the legendary level of detachment from emotions and harmony between heaven and humanity? Xing Kaiyu suddenly recalled a story he had read in a Xiangxia novel, where the protagonist, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, became emotionally indifferent much like Kong Gyun's aunt here. It seemed that her talent in cultivating the adeptus arts was far greater than he had imagined. Xing Kaiyu's mind wandered as he entertained his fanciful thoughts. Shenhe frowned slightly, her snow-white brows furrowing as she tried to understand what this young man was talking about. After a moment, she explained, the adeptus told me that I have a lonely star and calamity star fate, which brings harm to those around me. So, they used the red rope binding technique to restrain the killing aura and calamity energy within me, but it also suppressed many of my human emotions. I see, Xing Kaiyu nodded awkwardly, realizing he had overthought things. Real cultivation wasn't as fantastical as the stories portrayed. Nolan, amused by Xing Kaiyu's reaction, then turned to Shenhe and answered her earlier question, Hello, Miss Shenhe, my name is Nolan. I originally wanted to seek out an adeptus to learn their techniques, but tracking down an adeptus proved difficult. When I heard that Kong Gyun had a distant relative training at Mta Azang, I asked him to bring us here. Even if we couldn't meet an adeptus, I hope to find you, Miss Shenhe, and seek your guidance in the adeptus arts. Shenhe seemed a bit surprised and said, You came here specifically, to find me. If we could meet an adeptus, that would be even better. We also brought a letter from the Liho Kixing for the adeptus, Paimon added. All right, since you are friends of my distant relative and wish to seek guidance in cultivation, that won't be a problem, Shenhe said. However, according to my master, cultivating adeptus arts requires a certain level of innate talent. Since you also wish to meet my master, come with me. She can determine whether or not you possess the necessary talent for cultivation. She raised her hand slightly, then turned to gesture for Nolan and the others to follow her. Great. Paimon didn't expect Shenhe to agree so easily. It's a good thing Kong Gyun is with us, Paimon said excitedly as she flew ahead to follow Shenhe. The others followed behind. Nolan glanced back with his golden eyes of judgment at the black wild boar that had been frozen. He was curious how powerful could a boar be to have knocked him into a mountain wall with such force? Level 45. A number appeared above the black boar's head. Seeing the level 45, Nolan realized this boar wasn't just any ordinary wild boar. It was likely some kind of boar-like magical creature. Once they descended the mountain and his injuries healed a bit, he planned to finish it off. He had to admit, the boar was indeed strong. Despite being at a lower level than himself, it had enough power to launch him into the air. It seemed he could no longer underestimate enemies of a lower level than him. One wrong move, and it could spell trouble. At the peak of Mta Azang, in front of the adeptus abode. As they climbed up the stone steps, they saw a large pool of water. In the middle of the pool was a small island with a stone table and chairs, and a few stepping stones led across the water to the entrance of a stone cave dwelling. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and fish could be seen swimming beneath the surface. Delicate green lotus leaves floated gracefully on the water, adding to the serene beauty of the scene. Why aren't there any houses around here? Do Adepti not need places to sleep? Or do they live in that stone cave? Paimon looked around curiously, confused by the lack of structures. Of course not. Both my master and I reside within a separate realm, domain. Please wait here while I go invite my master to come out, Shenhe replied calmly. As she prepared to walk across the stone pathway leading to the Adeptus cave dwelling and enter the domain to summon her master, a cool, clear female voice echoed from within the cave. No need for that. I noticed their arrival as soon as they set foot on Mta Zhang. I thought they were just another group of ignorant mortals seeking the Adepti, but it seems they have some connection to my disciple. As the voice finished speaking, a large white figure shot out from the Adeptus cave dwelling, soaring high into the sky before slowly descending in front of the group. It was a majestic white crane, its feathers gleaming with a radiant sheen. Its eyes were full of intelligence, and its entire being exuded an aura of Adeptus energy. What is that? Is that a? Before Paimon could finish her sentence, Lumen, knowing exactly what she was about to say, quickly pulled her down and covered her mouth to prevent her from offending the Adeptus and getting turned into ember. Humph, that's right. I am the Adeptus you were seeking. The cold, clear female voice once again emerged from the white crane, confirming that she was indeed the Adeptus who had spoken earlier. This is my master, Cloud Retainer, Shenhe introduced Nolan and the others, then turned to Cloud Retainer and said, Master, they wish to learn the Adeptus arts. Could you see if they have the talent? Sigh. It is not out of stinginess that we Adepti ignore the many who wish to learn our arts, but rather because those among humans who possess the talent for cultivation are truly few and far between, Cloud Retainer replied. Those without the necessary talent would only end up harming themselves by attempting to cultivate Adepti arts. In all these years, the most gifted human I have encountered in this regard is Shenhe. She has been able to learn nearly every spell that the Adepti can teach. Yet, even with her talent, transcending human limitations to become an Adeptus herself remains a distant hope. When you broke the Amber Seal and released the corrupted wild boar, I used my insight to observe you all. Cloud Retainer, still in the form of a white crane, sighed again, and then continued with a long explanation. You've already observed us? Does that mean you've already determined our talents? Paimon asked curiously. The others focused their attention on Cloud Retainer. After coming this far to meet an Adeptus, it would be disappointing if they couldn't learn the Adeptus arts due to a lack of talent. If you want to know, I will tell you, Cloud Retainer nodded. But prepare yourselves. Don't set your hopes too high. Nolan felt his heart sink slightly at Cloud Retainer's words. As an ordinary person from Earth, what cultivation potential could he possibly have? It didn't seem likely. After all, there had never been any extraordinary things on Earth. While Nolan was feeling anxious, Cloud Retainer turned her gaze to little Paimon. First, you, little one. Though you appear in the form of a human child, you are not human in essence. You were likely born from some rule or law of this world. My insight cannot fully perceive you, but one thing is clear: you do not possess the spiritual light required for cultivation, so you cannot learn the Adeptus arts. Cloud Retainer began with Paimon, confirming what they had expected. Paimon had no talent for cultivation. Oh no, that's disappointing, Paimon said, her limbs drooping weakly in midair after hearing that she had no talent for cultivation. After addressing Paimon, Cloud Retainer turned her gaze to Lumen. Greetings, traveler. Greetings, Cloud Retainer. My name is Lumen, Lumen responded. She wasn't surprised that the Adeptus could see through her identity, given their powers rivaling those of the Archons. Though your body holds great strength, cultivation talent is determined from birth. You either have it or you don't. So there is no need for regret. After finishing with Lumen, Cloud Retainer shifted her gaze to Nolan, clearly indicating that Lumen also lacked the talent for cultivation. As for you, your body is strong, and your vitality is abundant, but these traits have no connection to cultivation talent, was Cloud Retainer's assessment of Nolan, the second outsider in their group. Ah! Nolan felt a genuine wave of disappointment. Lacking cultivation talent meant that both the mental discipline techniques and the inner vision arts would be out of his reach. Sigh. One of his main goals in coming to Liu had just ended in failure. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, it was still hard not to feel a deep sense of regret. If only he had even a sliver of talent. If he could just start learning Adeptus arts, with his Adventure EXP, wouldn't he be able to improve rapidly? Unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to begin. You, however, are quite impressive, a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century. Although you lack the talent for Adeptus arts, this Adeptus has many formidable martial arts techniques. Your journey here has not been in vain, Cloud Retainer said to Xingqiu. Thank you, Adeptus, Xingqiu replied. Although he felt a bit regretful about not being able to practice Adeptus arts, learning powerful martial arts from an Adeptus was still an excellent opportunity. You possess a pure Yang body. Cultivating Yang element Adeptus arts would yield twice the result with half the effort. If you wish to control your internal Yang energy so it doesn't go out of control every time you get some sun or eat something spicy, you could stay and learn, Cloud Retainer said, expressing her approval of Kong Gaiun. As Shenhe's distant relative, Cloud Retainer was willing to teach him Adeptus arts to help him control his pure Yang body. Wait, I can cultivate Adeptus arts and even control my constitution. Kong Gaiun became slightly excited at the news but quickly calmed himself down to avoid another personality shift that might embarrass him in front of everyone. Humph, don't doubt an Adeptus's words, Cloud Retainer snorted coldly. At this point, Cloud Retainer had assessed everyone's potential for Adeptus cultivation. Aside from Kong Gaiun, no one else had the aptitude, which was undeniably disappointing. Adeptus, is there any method to strengthen one's mental power that doesn't require talent for Adeptus cultivation? Nolan asked, unwilling to give up completely. The inner vision technique, which was part of Adeptus arts, was now out of reach, but methods for mental training didn't necessarily have to be as advanced as Adeptus arts. Lowering the standards, even learning the most basic techniques would be fine, especially since he had Adventure EXP to help him improve. A method for ordinary people to train their minds. Cloud Retainer pondered for a few seconds before responding, there is indeed such a method. Shenhe knows it. If you wish to learn, you can ask her later. Her implication was clear, something so simple wasn't worth her time to teach personally. Phew, alright, Nolan exhaled with some relief. At least his trip to Mta wouldn't be completely fruitless. By the way, I heard you mention earlier that the Liao Kixing sent you with a letter for me. Bring it here so I can take a look, Cloud Retainer said as if remembering something. Yes, Nolan replied. He then turned to Lumen, who nodded and took out the letter that Ningguang had given them from her inventory space. The letter in Lumen's hand floated up without wind and flew over to Cloud Retainer, opening on its own. The Geo Archon has passed. This is impossible. Cloud Retainer suddenly exclaimed in shock as she read the letter, unable to believe the contents. The idea that the mighty Geo Archon, with his unparalleled power, could suddenly pass away was inconceivable to her. Even though we didn't want to believe it either, we did see the half-Kylan, half-dragon corpse of the Geo Archon fall from the sky. That's a fact, Paimon said helplessly, spreading her hands. Humph, do you understand the Geo Archon better than I do? Even if several gods joined forces, it wouldn't be easy to assassinate him. Something else must be going on. Cloud Retainer responded in a dissatisfied tone. Chapter 234, Meeting Ningguang again. So, Adeptus, what do you plan to do now? Nolan asked, noticing a certain tone in Cloud Retainer's voice. Perhaps it was because the letter came from Ningguang. Unlike in the game, Cloud Retainer didn't suspect that the Liao Kixing had assassinated the Geo Archon. But what exactly had Ningguang written in that letter? Nolan and Lumen hadn't peeked at its contents after receiving it, so they had no idea. To determine the situation with the Geo Archon, we must see his Adeptus body in person, Cloud Retainer pondered for a few seconds before responding. Shenhe, you and the two Outlanders go to Liao Harbor and deliver a message to the Kixing. Tell them that several of us Adepti will be visiting to inspect the Geo Archon's body. Once you learn its location, wait for us in Liao Harbor. We will come to find you, she instructed her disciple. Understood, Master. Shenhe nodded slightly, acknowledging the command. Ah, and you too, Cloud Retainer turned her gaze back to Nolan and Lumen. Shenhe tends to be direct in her actions and isn't yet skilled in social interactions. Be careful not to let others provoke her. She was concerned that Shenhe might unintentionally hurt someone if things escalated. Of course, no problem at all, Nolan nodded in agreement. Since he planned to learn some mental training techniques from Shenhe, accepting this responsibility was only natural. As for you two, stay here and cultivate for a few days. When I have time, I'll teach you some martial arts or adeptus techniques, Cloud Retainer said to Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun. Naturally, they had no objections, as neither was involved in investigating the Geo Archon's death. Afterward, Cloud Retainer cast an adeptus spell on Nolan and the others, enabling them to fly continuously through the air. Considering the urgency of the situation, she wanted them to return to Liu Harbor as soon as possible. Once Nolan and the others had left, Cloud Retainer also departed to notify the other adepti, leaving Xingqiu and Kong Gaiun to cultivate quietly at the summit of Mta Zhang. Nolan couldn't help but feel envious. If he could, he would have loved to stay and study adeptus arts as well. Wow, what incredible speed! Paimon exclaimed as she clung to two ribbons, lying on Lumen's back as they flew through the sky using wind glider wings. With the adeptus spell boosting their flight, the wind seemed to push them forward on its own, making them fly incredibly fast. And the winds around them even shielded them, so they didn't feel any turbulence from the high-speed flight. Even Shenhe's long white hair barely fluttered in the breeze. At this speed, we should be able to return to Liu Harbor before nightfall, Nolan said cheerfully. He wondered when he would be able to control the wind element to this level. Would maxing out his Enmo manipulation give him even a tenth of this adeptus spell's effect? Speed wasn't necessarily the most important factor, just being able to fly continuously without needing to land would be good enough. Miss Shenhe, it seems you've been studying adeptus arts with Cloud Retainer on the mountain since childhood. Have you ever been to Liu Harbor? Lumen asked, turning her head to look at Shenhe beside her. Just call me Shenhe. The true adeptus took me to Liu Harbor a few times, but it was too noisy for me. I didn't like it, Shenhe replied, brushing her hair away from her forehead, her silver-grey eyes showing a thoughtful expression. I see. It seems you're used to the peace of the wilderness and find it hard to adapt to city life, Lumen nodded in understanding. Then Lumen recalled what Cloud Retainer had said about Shenhe not being good at interacting with people. After thinking for a moment, she continued asking, would you like us to help you find a quiet place to stay in Liu Harbor? That would be fine, Shenhe nodded, accepting Lumen's offer. She knew that without assistance, navigating Liu Harbor on her own might be difficult. But there's no need to waste Mora. We can head straight to the Jade Chamber and find Ning Guang. I'm sure she'll take care of everything, Nolan suggested, remembering the shocking rental prices they had encountered when they first arrived in Liu Harbor. Hehe, who knew you were so clever, you big radish, Paimon teased, finally dropping the playboy/flirty nickname she had been using as per their agreement. Either way works. Thank you, Shenhe replied. She did have some Mora on hand, though she found the idea of using money to manage basic needs like food, lodging, and transportation rather perplexing. If possible, she preferred a simpler approach. Shenhe has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 130 affection points. Current affection level, LV.2, 30/200. Nolan glanced at his character panel, noting the affection prompt. Shenhe had finally started to warm up to him. Once he had broken the initial barrier, gaining more affection would become easier and faster. As a disciple of the Adepti, Shenhe might grant him abilities related to adeptus arts once her affection reached its maximum level. In other words, even though he didn't have the talent for immortal cultivation right now, that didn't mean he wouldn't have it in the future. Perhaps this opportunity lay in Shenhe's max-level affection skill. Of course, he couldn't rush this. Affection couldn't be forced, it had to develop naturally through their interactions, requiring patience. With all his experience dealing with girls, Nolan knew this process well. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. By the time they flew near Mt Tianheng and spotted the Jade Chamber, it was later than they had expected. It's so late. Paimon wondered if Lady Tianquan is already asleep. Paimon yawned as she lay on Lumen's back. Even though she hadn't been flying herself, she was exhausted from holding onto Lumen's ribbons for so long, concentrating to avoid falling. It's only 8 p.m. No way she's asleep this early, Nolan said, checking his pocket watch. You never know. Miss Lisa said staying up late affects your skin, so maybe Miss Ningguang also has a habit of going to bed early, Paimon reasoned. Still, I doubt it's this early, Nolan replied, half amused and half resigned, as they began descending toward the Jade Chamber below. After finishing my Adeptus training during the day, I usually retire early in the evening since there's nothing else to do. Then I wake up before dawn to start my morning exercises, Shenhe remarked, joining the conversation, a rare occurrence for her. Perhaps it was because she had started to view Nolan as a familiar companion due to her growing affection. Wow, Such a disciplined routine. No wonder you're so beautiful, like an immortal, Paimon complimented Shenhe in an admiring tone as they landed on the platform outside the Jade Chamber. Unlike us, who have to take turns resting during outdoor adventures to avoid monster attacks, staying up all night isn't uncommon. Paimon excitedly brought up something Nolan had mentioned on their way to Mta. This guy has always wanted to learn a technique called inner vision. According to him, this Adeptus art can create a pocket dimension. If we mastered it, we'd always have a place to stay. But as she recalled that none of them had the talent for immortal cultivation, her excitement faded slightly. It seemed that dream was now out of reach. Inner vision? When a pocket dimension is created within a cave or residence, it can indeed be called an inner vision, but my master and others usually refer to it as an outer realm, Shenhe explained as she retracted the wind glider her master had made for her. Lightly touching down on the stone floor, her toes momentarily peeked out from the tightly wrapped black bodysuit. She thought for a moment before continuing, the realm where my master and I live was created using this very immortal art. But my master said that without reaching the level of an adeptus, it's impossible to use the power of an outer realm. Otherwise, I would have been able to create one for you. Ah, so it's called an outer realm. Nolan was a bit surprised. Based on his memory of the game, he had assumed that since the Serenidia pot created a space inside, it would be called an inner vision or realm. But it turned out to be the opposite, an outer realm. After living in this world for so long, it was understandable that some details had become muddled in his memory. As they landed, Lumen pulled Paimon, who was still trying to lazily cling to her back, down to the ground. She then pondered aloud, since we can't learn outer realm right now, is there a chance we could ask an Adeptus to create a pocket dimension for us? While heading toward the entrance of the Jade Chamber, Nolan considered Lumen's suggestion. He vaguely remembered that in the game, after completing a certain quest, Madame Ping, a retired Adeptus living in Liyue Harbor, would give players a Serenidia pot. Inside the pot was a vast realm where one could stay, farm, and more. Unfortunately, the details of that quest had long since faded from his memory. Now, whether or not they had the chance to get one would depend on luck. After all, he couldn't just walk up to Madame Ping and say, "I know you're an Adeptus, and I'd like to ask for your help." That would be far too forward. Adepti had their own temperaments, and he didn't want to risk getting swatted into the ocean by one of them. As for the Serenidia pot, it seemed like something that could only happen naturally, just like in the game's storyline, where Madame Ping offered it voluntarily. Even if they became familiar with the Adepti, asking them to create a pocket dimension would likely require some form of compensation. And what could they possibly offer that would satisfy beings who lacked for nothing? In the end, relying on others wasn't a mature approach. They had to depend on themselves. Ask an Adeptus for help? Do we even have that much mora? Paimon voiced the same thought Nolan had, though they both knew that mora wasn't necessarily what an Adeptus would want. True, Lumen sighed, massaging her temples as she temporarily gave up on the idea. The doors closed, Shenhe said, stopping in front of the beautifully ornate entrance. Her hands hung at her sides, her wrists resting against the curves of her hips, tightly wrapped in her black bodysuit. As Shenhe moved, her delicate skin occasionally peeked through the diamond-shaped openings on the sides of her hips. Bathed in the moonlight, her ethereal elegance was enhanced by the soft, dreamlike glow of the night. "You're right." The guard, Genhai, who was on duty during the day, must have finished his shift. "Should we try knocking on the door?" Paimon suggested, thoughtfully stroking her chin. "We might as well. Let me handle it." Nolan nodded and stepped forward, gently knocking on the door with his hand. Knock, knock. The sound echoed through the quiet night sky, like a pebble dropping into a calm lake, slightly abrupt against the stillness. Not long after, hurried footsteps approached from inside. After a brief pause, the sound of the door unlocking followed. Clang! The grand doors of the Jade Chamber swung open, revealing a young woman dressed in a Liyue-style gown. It was one of Ningguang's secretaries, Bai Xiao, who looked at them with a hint of displeasure. Who would disturb Lady Ningguang so late at night? Bai Xiao glared at them suspiciously. The Jade Chamber was so high up, and with Lady Ningguang's protective barrier in place, how had these people managed to get here? A look of doubt crossed her face. Really? She's already gone to bed this early. Nolan was surprised. Of course, Lady Ningguang has been tirelessly working these past few days, investigating the matter of Lord Rex Lapis. She's currently bathing, so if you have business, please come back tomorrow, Bai Xiao explained, nodding her head. Oh, she's just taking a bath? Can't we wait inside for a bit? Paimon asked, spreading her hands in confusion. That's out of the question, Bai Xiao replied, shaking her head firmly. But we really have something important to tell Lady Ningguang. In fact, it's related to a task she assigned us just a few days ago, and she instructed us to report to her as soon as it was completed. Nolan tried to apply a bit of pressure by invoking Ningguang's name. After all, informing her about the adepti wanting to see Rex Lapis' body was urgent, and she needed as much time as possible to make arrangements. This. Bai Xiao hesitated. She wasn't aware of Ningguang's instructions about delivering a message to the adepti, so she wasn't sure if she should believe them. At that moment, another secretary, Bai Shi, who had a similar appearance, walked out of the Jade Chamber. Nolan recognized her as the one they had met during their first visit. Bai Xiao, Lady Ningguang is already waiting for them in her office. Let them in, Bai Shi said, nodding politely to Nolan and his group before addressing Bai Xiao. Oh, all right then. Please, come in, Bai Xiao finally relented after hearing Bai Shi's words, confirming that these seemingly suspicious individuals were indeed carrying out an assignment from Lady Ningguang. Bai Shi led the way, with Nolan and the others following behind. As they passed Bai Xiao, Paimon stuck out her tongue at the secretary who had been giving them a hard time, causing Bai Xiao's mouth to twitch slightly. Who would have thought such a small creature could hold such a grudge? This was the thought running through Bai Xiao's mind as she closed the door behind them. Descending the spiral staircase, Nolan and the others found themselves once again in Ningguang's office. But this time, she was dressed quite differently from the last time they had met her. Perhaps she had just finished bathing. Ningguang's platinum blonde hair wasn't pinned up with hairpins but flowed like a waterfall down her back, cascading in waves that reached her fair calves. She was wearing a sleeveless, light purple kipao with a golden phoenix embroidered from her waist up to her chest. A soft smile graced her pale face, and her crimson eyes swept over Nolan and the others as she took a seat behind the large desk in her office. With a light laugh, she said, "Hee hee, as expected of the honorary knights. You've truly proven reliable, completing the task I entrusted to you in just a few days. Ningguang has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 130 affection points. Current affection level, LV.3, 280/300. Nolan hadn't even begun to explain the details of their mission, yet Ningguang already seemed pleased with them. This suggested that she believed they had indeed met with the adepti and delivered the message. There was no way she could have received word beforehand, as there was no such thing as a telephone here. It was likely that Ningguang's confidence came from her keen judgment as the Tian Chuan, trusting that Nolan and his group were reliable. After all, completing a round trip from Lihu to Mtazang in just a week without extraordinary abilities wasn't possible. Lihu certainly didn't have transportation that fast. Chapter 235, Zinyo Kiosk. Miss Ningguang, we're not as impressive as you might think. We only managed with the help of the Adeptus, Cloud Retainer. Nolan humbly responded and then glanced at Shen He, who stood beside him. Your letter has already been delivered to the Adeptus, and this is Shen He, a disciple of Cloud Retainer. The Adeptus has asked her to convey a message. He felt that it would be better for Shen He, as Cloud Retainer's disciple, to relay the message herself. Oh, so you're the talented disciple of the Adeptus. I believe Ganyu mentioned you once during one of our chats. Ningguang crossed her right leg over her left, and the elegant curve of her pale knee peeked over the desk for all to see. Ganyu. The senior disciple my master mentioned? I heard she began working in Liu Harbor a long time ago, but I haven't had the chance to meet her. Shen He spoke with little emotion in her voice. Is that so? Well, now that you're here in Liu, you should make time to meet her. She's been grieving deeply over Geo Archon passing. Ningguang nodded, slightly surprised, and then continued, so, has Cloud Retainer made any plans after learning of Geo Archon passing? Ningguang, as expected, was a shrewd figure, well versed in political and business matters. She started with some casual conversation to ease into the topic when faced with a stranger like Shen He, creating a friendly and relaxed atmosphere before inquiring about the Adepti's plans. This approach likely made her seem more approachable. Nolan felt he had learned something valuable from observing her. My master said she doesn't believe that the Lord Rex Lapis was truly assassinated, so she and the other Adepti will personally come to Liu to verify his divine body. Shen He spoke calmly. it's only natural that Cloud Retainer would make such a request. However, to prevent any malicious intent, I have secretly stored Geo Archon body in a secure location. When the Adepti arrive, I will personally guide them to where it is kept. Ningguang nodded in understanding but did not reveal the exact location of the body. Although the Jade Chamber was highly secure, she was cautious, knowing that some might use powerful secret techniques to eavesdrop. As a businesswoman, she understood the importance of being vigilant. That sounds reasonable. Shenhe had no objections. Yes, and by the way, it's quite late now. Will you be able to return easily? If not, you're welcome to stay the night at the Jade Chamber. There are plenty of rooms available. Ningguang, ever meticulous, had noticed that Nolan and the others hadn't yet mentioned accommodations for Shenhe. Hehe, thank you, Lady Ningguang. We're fine going back, but Shenhe just arrived in Liu, so we'll trouble you for her stay. Paimon smiled brightly as she spoke. Haha, it's a small matter. Ningguang nodded slightly and turned her gaze toward her secretary, Baixiao, who was standing outside the office. She instructed, Baixiao, please escort Miss Shenhe to the guest room. Yes, Lady Ningguang. Baixiao nodded and then gestured politely to the rare sight of the white-haired woman inside the office. Miss Shenhe, please follow me. Shenhe responded with a barely noticeable sound and turned, her long legs wrapped in a tight black leather bodysuit swaying as she prepared to leave. Just as she was about to exit, Lumen, who had been quietly thinking, suddenly tugged on Shenhe's sleeve and said, By the way, when we arrived at Mta Azang around noon, we met you, and then you introduced us to Cloud Retainer. Now, we've come all the way to Liu and have skipped 2 meals. How about grabbing a bite with us before heading back? No need, Shenhe was about to decline, not wanting to trouble Lumen and the others, when a faint grumble unexpectedly came from her stomach, covered by her black silk outfit, with a hint of her navel visible. Everyone present had exceptional abilities, and naturally, their hearing was sharp. The subtle sound clearly reached everyone's ears. Shenhe frowned slightly, feeling an unfamiliar emotion stirring in her heart, but she couldn't quite describe or express it. Hehe, it seems I didn't consider everything properly. I didn't realize that none of you had eaten yet. Baixiao, take them to Xinyu Kiosk for dinner, and bring Miss Shenhe back afterward. Put it on my tab, Ningguang said, gently covering her lips as she chuckled softly. Apparently, the contrast between Shenhe's hungry stomach and her ethereal demeanor hit Ningguang's sense of humor. Understood, Lady Ningguang. Baixiao, who was just an ordinary person and standing at a distance, hadn't clearly heard the sound. All right then, Miss Ningguang, we'll be heading out now. Nolan was a bit pleased when he heard Ningguang suggest Xinyu Kiosk for dinner. After all, he had promised Paimon a feast when they returned to Liu Harbor, and now he wouldn't have to spend anything on it. Liu Harbor, Xinyu Kiosk. By the time Nolan and the others finished their dinner at Liu's most famous restaurant, led by Baixiao, Lady Tianquan's secretary, it was almost 10 o'clock. Shenhe returned to the Jade Chamber with Baixiao, while Nolan and the others headed toward the teleport waypoint near the Alchemy Plaza. At this point, their stomachs were so full that none of them wanted to move, all they wanted to do was lie down. Since Lady Tianquan had officially treated them, Baixiao had ordered all of Xinyu Kiosk's most famous dishes so as not to embarrass Ningguang. When the food was served, they realized the entire table was covered with dishes. Shenhe, however, seemed not accustomed to the food, only taking small bites of vegetables and fruits, while merely tasting everything else. Baixiao, having already eaten, didn't touch her chopsticks at all. With no other choice, Nolan, Lumen, and Glutton Paimon ended up taking on the task of finishing the entire meal. Even Paimon was stuffed this time and felt like she wouldn't be craving a feast again for several days. I'm so sleepy. Why aren't we there yet? Paimon floated weakly in the air, her limbs drooping as her stomach worked hard to digest the food, sapping her usual energy. Lumen also yawned. We should be almost there. Nolan stretched his back, cracking his neck and shoulders, and smiled. At this hour, the streets were gradually becoming less crowded. To avoid the need to sneak around to use the teleport waypoint, Nolan decided to level up his concealment form skill to the maximum level, hoping it might allow him to make others invisible as well. He glanced at his character panel's Adventure EXP. Adventure EXP, 43,071. Sigh, I still need about 2,000 more Adventure EXP to max out a secret art level skill. How inconvenient. Thinking this, Nolan naturally shifted his gaze to Lumen, who was walking beside him on his left, and then casually took her hand. Lumen's amber eyes slid over to him, glancing briefly. Chapter 236, Maxed Out Stealth. She had already grown accustomed to Nolan's occasional displays of affection, but this time, she sensed that he had something to say. Ahem, well, during your last adventure, did you happen to come across any primo gems? You know, I can absorb their energy to get stronger. So, could you give me one? Of course, I'll pay you in mora for it, Nolan said, coughing lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Generally speaking, he rarely asked his female companions for free resources, even those he was close with. If he needed something, he would usually offer something of equal value in exchange. Even with Fiscal, with whom he was officially in a relationship and had maxed out his affection level, he still operated this way. After all, he didn't subscribe to the idea that just because they were in a close relationship, he could freely use the resources she had worked hard to obtain. Even if they offered voluntarily, Nolan couldn't get past that mental barrier. Though he was a bit of a flirt, he was still upright in other ways. He believed that everyone was an equal individual and refused to be arrogant enough to think that just because they were a couple, their resources were interchangeable. If Nolan had that kind of mentality and exhibited that sort of machismo, Fiscal, Lumen, and the other girls would probably avoid him. Let alone continuously building affection with him. It was precisely because of his admirable and noble character that he made a good first impression on them, which led to them being willing to continue interacting with him. Nolan smugly thought to himself. Lumen looked at this guy in front of her, who was inexplicably smiling, and wondered what nonsense this fool was imagining again. With a resigned sigh, she used her free left hand to rub her forehead, then took out 2 beautiful primogems from her storage space and handed them to the fool, saying, "I only have 2. Make do with them." She vaguely remembered that this flirtatious guy did mention he could use the energy from primogems. Hee, thanks. Taking advantage of the fact that Lumen's left hand was holding the primogems and her right hand was still being held by him, Nolan reached over with his right hand, wrapped it around her back, and pulled her closer. Lumen instinctively wanted to protest, but before she could react, he managed to slip in past her pearly white teeth. This jerk! Lumen cursed inwardly, but feeling helpless, she could only go along with it. Lumen has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 200 affection points. Current affection level, LV.9, 325/900. The two stopped in their tracks. Fortunately, Liu Harbor was a big city, and people were used to seeing this kind of thing. Besides, there weren't many people around at this time, so they didn't attract much attention. Only little Paimon was standing off to the side, covering her eyes in embarrassment, feeling like she had seen something she shouldn't have. A few seconds later, as their lips continued to touch, the Harmony specialty skill activated. Lumen suddenly felt something strange in her body. What is this? Lumen was a bit puzzled. It felt as if she were standing under the sun, basking in its perfectly warm rays. Her body and mind both felt as though they were absorbing energy and growing stronger. Had this guy discovered some strange new ability again? Lumen was captivated by the sensation of becoming stronger. A few minutes passed, and as the energy gradually faded, she finally snapped back to reality. Reflecting on how she had been so immersed in the moment, her fair face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Nolan, sensing the time was right, gently took Lumen's hand and continued walking forward. Paimon, seeing that the two were finally moving again, breathed a small sigh of relief. If they didn't start walking soon, she would have fallen asleep right there. What was that just now? Lumen asked after calming down for a moment. She realized that her body had become significantly stronger about 10 minutes after absorbing that energy and was curious. A special skill I just recently mastered. I can use it to make you stronger. Pretty impressive, hey? Nolan explained with a smile. Will it affect you in any way? Lumen asked, a bit concerned. Seeing her worried expression, Nolan felt a surge of warmth. He planted a quick kiss on her cheek before she pushed him away in mild annoyance. Then, he replied, "Don't worry. This energy is an external source. It regenerates on its own over time, and the recovery rate is quite fast, so there's no need to worry about any harm to me." "Humph, that's good to hear," Lumen said with a sigh of relief, handing him the 2 primogems. "Take these. Consider it an exchange." "All right, that works." I'll use this method to help you power up in return, Nolan said, taking the primogems with a nod. You? I don't need that. Lumen, recalling what had just happened, still felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Lumen has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 150 affection points. Current affection level, LV.9, 475/900, dot. Humph, stubborn woman. Your rising affection has already given you away. Nolan chuckled inwardly while absorbing the primogems. Plus 6,000 Adventure EXP. Seeing that his Adventure EXP had now reached nearly 49,000, Nolan realized he had enough to max out one of his secret art level skills. Minus 45,000 Adventure EXP. Concealment Form, Secret Arts LV.1, 0/1000, Concealment Form, Secret Arts LV.10, maxed. Your secret art skill has reached its maximum level. Please select a specialization. After reaching the skill's max level, the relevant knowledge didn't immediately appear in Nolan's mind. Instead, a prompt popped up on his character screen, asking him to choose a specialization for the maxed out skill. Nolan remembered that when he maxed out the Dandelion Shield, this didn't happen. Was it because that was an elemental skill and not a secret art skill? With some curiosity, Nolan looked at the options presented on his character screen. Stability, while in stealth, attacks that do not exceed your level's strength will not break stealth due to elemental interference. Duration, you can enter stealth at will, with no time limit. The effect will persist until you actively cancel it. Domain, the stealth effect's area of influence expands. You can grant stealth to anything within a 3-meter radius centered on you. Just like choosing a character specialty upon leveling up, there were 3 options. Why couldn't he choose all of them? Each specialization had its own significant benefits. The first option solved the problem of being unable to attack while in stealth. The second allowed him to enter stealth at any time without a duration limit. The third was the effect he wanted, being able to bring others into stealth with him. If he were on the path of an assassin, the first option would be the most suitable. But considering his current weapons and abilities, which didn't focus much on ambush tactics, and the fact that ranged attacks like archery already provided the element of surprise, he didn't seem to need that effect as much. Chapter 237, Rumors of the Storm Terror's Lair. Even his normal attacks, once enhanced by his weapons and expertise, typically exceeded the power level of his own rank. So, the first option seemed rather useless, and he quickly dismissed it. As for the second option, Nolan pondered for a moment. If he were a member of the treasure hoarders, this enhancement would certainly be tempting. It would be a must-have for sneaky activities. Whenever he was short on Mora, he could quietly sneak into some wealthy person's mansion and take a little something, redistributing the wealth for a good cause. That way, he'd never be broke again. Of course, he wasn't the type of person who had no moral boundaries. Besides, Concealment Form at level 1 already provided an hour of invisibility, which was more than enough time for any task. So, in the end, he chose the third option, based on his current needs. Concealment Form, Secret Arts LV.10, Domain. As the skill upgrade was completed, the knowledge of how to use the max level skill flowed into Nolan's mind. It was exactly as described in the selection screen. When activating Concealment Form, he could now create a domain where anything within a 3-meter radius could be hidden. Additionally, now that the skill was maxed out, its duration had been significantly extended. At level 1, it provided an hour of stealth, but now, at level 10, it lasted 5 hours, enough time to do almost anything he wanted. After walking through the streets for a while, they finally saw the familiar wooden arch bridge. "All right, we're almost there, but it looks like someone's using the alchemy table," Paimon said with a hint of surprise as she floated higher to get a better view. "Yeah, it's probably an adventurers' party preparing for a field expedition tomorrow after taking on a commission. How about we wait until they're done?" Lumen suggested with a gentle nod. "No need," Nolan said with a smile. "After absorbing the energy from the primogems, I've grown a bit stronger. Now I can extend my invisibility skill to include all of us. Wow! That means we can use the teleport waypoints without worrying about being seen." Paimon's starry eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course," Nolan confirmed with a grin. "Stop talking and try it already," Lumen urged, her soft lips parting impatiently. "All right. It's my first time using it this way, but I'm sure it'll work." Nolan nodded, leading them to a secluded corner where no one could see them. He then activated the Concealment Form skill. Immediately, Nolan sensed everything within a 3-meter radius himself, Lumen, Paimon, the walls of the nearby buildings, and the ground beneath their feet. If he wanted, he could make any of them invisible. It seemed that this stealth domain was even more powerful than he had imagined. The possibilities for its use were endless. For example, he could sneakily make the bathroom door disappear while Lumen was bathing, just to see her embarrassed and furious reaction. Ah, why is that the first thing I thought of? My mind is so dirty. Nolan sneaked a glance at Lumen, relieved to see that she hadn't noticed his impure thoughts. If she found out what he was thinking, who knew if she'd give him a good thrashing? Suppressing his wayward thoughts, Nolan selected himself, Lumen, and Paimon, granting them all invisibility. In the next instant, they melted into the environment as if they were drops of water merging seamlessly into a lake. Does this mean they can't see us now? Paimon didn't feel any particular change in herself and could still see Lumen beside her. Could it be that Nolan's ability hadn't worked? This stealth domain has a 3-meter radius. We can still see each other within it. If you want to know if it worked, let's just walk over and check, Nolan said with a smile as he headed toward the wooden arch bridge. Hearing his words, Lumen and Paimon quickly followed, making sure not to step outside the invisibility range. Before long, they crossed the wooden arch bridge and purposefully circled around the alchemy table in front of the unfamiliar adventurers. Sure enough, no one noticed them. After confirming that everything was working correctly, they headed straight for the teleport waypoint. Lumen grabbed Nolan's hand and signaled for Paimon to hold onto her. Then, she gently placed her other hand on the waypoint and, without hesitation, selected their destination. When they reappeared, it was at the teleport waypoint in Mondstadt's Fountain Plaza. At this time, just like in Liu Harbor, the streets were still lit, and a few pedestrians were walking around. However, none of them noticed the sudden appearance of Nolan and his group. The concealment form effect hadn't been dispelled by the teleportation, which pleased Nolan greatly. Using the wind to glide on their wind gliders, they returned to their home on Valberry Street in about 10 minutes. From the outside, the lights in the house were on, indicating that Fiscal was likely inside. Over the past few days, they had been unable to return home due to their trip to Mta Azang in search of the Adepti, and Nolan wondered if Fiscal had missed him. He chuckled to himself. If Teyvat had something like a telephone, Fiscal could have kept in touch with him anytime, and he could have informed her when he couldn't return from an expedition, so she wouldn't worry. Perhaps there was some sort of Adepti magic for long-distance communication? He thought about asking Shenhe about it tomorrow when he went to train in mental techniques. Having already dispelled the stealth domain, Nolan and the others opened the door and walked into the living room. There, they saw Ounce standing on the table, eating some beans. "Oh, Sir Nolan, you've returned," Ounce remarked with mild surprise. "Good evening, Ounce," Nolan greeted with a smile, then asked, "Where's Fiscal?" "The princess is bathing. Would you like to join her?" Ounce replied, swallowing a bean and speaking with a hint of amusement in his voice. Not a bad idea," Nolan said, rubbing his chin, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Lumen and asked, "Want to join her for a bath?" "Just the 3 of us." Hearing such a straightforward suggestion from him, Lumen crossed her arms under her chest and glared at Nolan with her amber eyes, full of disdain as if looking at trash. Idiot. With that, she headed upstairs, not wanting to stay and give Nolan any more chances to take advantage of her. Clearly, Lumen knew Nolan's little schemes, and she wasn't mentally prepared to take their relationship to the next level, especially not with other girls involved. Although Lumen's affection for him was high enough that she could tolerate his relationships with other girls, that didn't mean she was comfortable being close with those girls herself. Achieving the dream of sharing a bed with all of them would still require a lot more effort on his part. Nolan mused thoughtfully. "Let the princess's radiance illuminate the heavens and the earth," came Fiscal's soft humming from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of water splashing as she lay in the tub, wiping her body with a towel. Nolan stood outside the bathroom door, cleared his throat to mask his excitement, and knocked on the door, asking, "Princess, may I come in?" You shameless attendant. I won't allow you to enter." Fiscal's voice echoed from inside. The bathroom wasn't far from the living room, so Fiscal, with her keen hearing, had already noticed that Nolan and the others had returned and overheard their conversation. Nolan tried to turn the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. But that wasn't an issue for him. His mental tendrils could extend within a 5-meter radius, allowing him to unlock the door from the other side. As he thought, so he did. With a click, the bathroom door opened, and the layout inside came into view. The bathroom was about 5 square meters. The front part contained a squat toilet, separated by a glass door. Beyond that was the larger space with the bathtub. "Ah! You cheating attendant!" Fiscal exclaimed, her hands crossed over her chest as she pressed herself against the edge of the tub, embarrassed and frustrated. The steam clinging to the glass walls made the view inside hazy. Nolan chuckled softly. He felt that the universal energy he had consumed earlier for his harmony ability had mostly recovered by now. It was time to try out the ability's effects on Fiscal in another way, besides just kissing. Nolan pushed open the glass door and, with no escape for Fiscal, scooped her up, spreading and supporting her soft, snow-white legs as he pressed her against the wall. "Ah, so cold," Fiscal shivered as her back suddenly touched the cool, smooth tiles, causing her to tremble. The next moment, she felt her lips being sealed. Time seemed to pass as quickly as the hot water flowing from the faucet. Who knew how long had passed when Fiscal, now weary, exhaled warm breaths from her soft lips and wrapped her arms around Nolan's neck, resting her head on his shoulder. The water in the tub submerged both their bodies, with only their heads remaining above the surface. Nolan glanced at Fiscal using his golden eye of judgment. Level 39. Fiscal must have been close to leveling up earlier, and after absorbing the universal energy from the harmony ability, she had just crossed the threshold. It seemed that if Nolan used harmony on Fiscal a few more times, she could reach level 40. Then, after absorbing that 4-star Thunder Jade, she would likely achieve her second breakthrough. The harmony ability was indeed impressive. After testing it on both Lumen and Fiscal, Nolan had gathered some experience. Firstly, due to his physique and the bonus from his abundant life specialty, it only took him about 2 hours to recover after using harmony once. This recovery time would get even shorter as he grew stronger. Secondly, using harmony could save them about 2 to 3 days of training, providing comprehensive growth in both physical and mental attributes. While 2 or 3 days of growth might not sound significant, it was certainly satisfying. To avoid catching a cold from staying in the water too long, Nolan and Fiscal didn't linger. They changed into their pajamas, dried their hair with the wind element, and then cuddled up in bed to sleep. During the night, Nolan's hands wandered restlessly. Eventually, the long night passed. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting light on the bed. Fiscal sat up on Nolan's stomach, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Looking at his still sleeping face, she recalled how this guy had pestered her even while they slept last night. Irritated, she leaned over slightly and pinched both of his cheeks. Nolan was jolted awake by the pain. When he went downstairs for breakfast, his cheeks were still a bit swollen, causing Lumen and Paimon to stifle their laughter. "My dear princess, do you have some free time today? How about joining us for an adventure in Liu?" Nolan asked with a smile. Fiscal thought for a moment, touching her chin, then shook her head. Recently, some adventurers reported that the wind barrier around the Storm Terror's lair suddenly opened. As an investigator, it's only natural that I must go and investigate. Storm Terror's lair. Nolan knew the place well. It was where Dvalin, the Storm Terror, resided in the game's storyline. If they hadn't dealt with Dvalin at Star Snatch Cliff, they likely would have had to face him in the lair. The lair was usually surrounded by a wind barrier, making entry difficult. In the game's story, it was only removed with Venti's help. Now that it had opened unexpectedly, could something have gone wrong, or was it just Venti, the idol and Mo Archon, messing around? "Well, I won't have any time off until I finish my investigation," Fiscal said with a nod, taking a small bite of the soft bread in her hand. "All right, then take this. The electro-energy inside should be enough for your second breakthrough," Nolan said understandingly, handing Fiscal the 4-star Thunder Jade he had obtained earlier at the Stone Gate. "Oh? Well done, attendant." Fiscal, wearing black silk gloves, took the Thunder Jade with her left hand, carefully feeling the abundant electro-energy within. It was indeed sufficient to aid her breakthrough. In return, take these primogems this princess have found during my recent adventures," Fiscal said, pleased, as she handed Nolan 3 primogems she had planned to give him. She had found them in 2 ordinary chests. "Thank you, princess." Nolan smiled as he accepted the primogems, lifting Fiscal's hand and planting a kiss on her fair skin. "And please, princess, keep an eye out for more primogems when you explore Storm Terror's lair. I'll join you in the investigation after I've learned the mental training method in a few days," Nolan explained his plan. Humph, do as you wish. Fiscal, though secretly wanting him to accompany her, responded with a slightly haughty tone. Hehe, how could the great adventurer Lumen and her best guide miss out on an adventure? We'll be there too. Paimon, wearing her crown, said cheerfully, taking a sip of milk. Yet, there doesn't seem to be any progress in finding my brother in Liu, so it might be good to go on an adventure to clear my mind, Lumen added, taking a small bite out of her bread, accidentally letting a few crumbs fall into the soft, snowy valley between her breasts, causing a slight tickling sensation. Chapter 238, Invitation. Liu Harbor. Under the cover of the concealment form stealth domain, Nolan and his companions emerged from the teleport waypoint, only revealing themselves once they reached a secluded corner. Their main objective today was to find Shenhe and learn methods to strengthen their mental abilities. But just as they were heading towards the Jade Chamber, a somewhat familiar voice called out from the side. Yo, long time no see, everyone. Child greeted Nolan and the others with a smile. A Fatui member. Paimon cautiously retreated behind Lumen. Lumen subtly clenched her fists at her waist, slightly surprised as she looked at this guy named Child. Hey, there's no need to be so wary, is there? Aren't we all friends now? Tartaglia waved his hand in a slightly helpless manner. We're not quite friends yet. If you're here to ask for that talisman back, we can return it to you. Sunlight brushed over Lumen's skirt, casting a glow on her over-the-knee boots as she shifted her posture, crossing her hands over her abdomen. Thanks to their encounter with Shenhe, they hadn't needed to use the all-purpose Adepti-seeking talisman and had successfully met the Adepti. No rush on that. So, you managed to meet the Adepti, right? How did it go? Did you find out anything? Tartaglia asked, not seeming surprised. After all, holding the all-purpose Adepti-seeking talisman meant they were bound to meet the Adepti. The Adeptus sent us back immediately after learning of the passing of the Geo Archon. We didn't get the chance to ask anything. Lumen shook her head, a bit disappointed. She had indeed wanted to follow this Fatui Harbinger's earlier suggestion to ask the Adepti if they knew anything about the god who had taken her brother, but now she'd have to wait for another chance. Speaking of which, since Cloud Retainer had directly enhanced them with Adepti arts and sent them back, they hadn't had the chance to deal with that black wild boar king. Who knows if Kong Gaiun and Xing Kai remembered to take care of it. Ah, that's really unfortunate, Tartaglia said, leaning against the wall, showing a bit of sympathy. By the way, what was the reaction of the Adepti when they heard about the Geo Archon's assassination? Tartaglia pressed on. What, are you so eager to know the Adepti's stance? Could it be that you really intend to spark a conflict between the Adepti and the Kixing? Nolan asked with feigned suspicion. He knew that the idea of instigating a conflict between the Adepti and the Kixing was actually being orchestrated by the Geo Archon himself. This child in front of him was merely a crucial pawn being manipulated. After all, in the original story, whether it was guiding the traveler to find the Geo Archon's body or ultimately breaking the seal on the ancient god, using that powerful external threat to unite Liu's Adepti and Kixing all required him. And the traveler, in this case, Lumen, should now also include himself. They would likely become Child's guides. Once Child found the Geo Archon's body and discovered the absence of the Gnosis, he would be infuriated and break the seal on the ancient god. As for why the Geo Archon chose them as guides for this pawn? It was probably because Lumen just so happened to want to find the Geo Archon to ask about her brother. With their current strength, neither Nolan nor Lumen could prevent these events from unfolding. Even telling Ningguang and the others wouldn't make much of a difference. Moreover, this event is a landmark moment that will push Liu into a new era of comprehensive human governance. It's a positive development, so there's no need to stop it. With the Geo Archon overseeing everything, nothing unexpected will happen. So, in hindsight, it seems that following the Archon's plan is the best course of action. This way, the ultimate outcome will be a beautiful conclusion where no one gets hurt. Only a bad ending requires effort to change. Since this one is good, it's best to just let things unfold naturally. If Nolan, thinking he knows the story, tries to interfere, he might end up being disliked by the Geo Archon, or worse, cause some unforeseen incident that leads to a less than ideal outcome. If anyone were to get hurt because of his meddling, he would feel guilty about it. At this moment, Nolan had come to terms with the situation. However, even if he planned to cooperate with the Geo Archon's act, he couldn't make it too obvious. Otherwise, it would be easy to see through. That's why he deliberately questioned Child like this. After all, Child is a Fatui harbinger, yet he's showing such concern for Liu's internal conflicts. It would be unusual if Nolan didn't express some doubt. Haha, I said don't think of me as such a bad guy. Tartaglia scratched his head, not bothered by Nolan's suspicions, and continued, didn't I say before? I just happen to have a way for you to find out what you want to know. A way? Besides giving us the all-purpose Adepti seeking talisman to find the Adepti, do you have another method? Lumen pressed down on her skirt to keep it from being blown up by the wind, her ember eyes staring directly at Child. If there really was another way to learn about her brother, she wouldn't mind trying it. If it turned out to be dangerous, she could always stop. She knew this journey wouldn't be easy the moment she decided to find her brother who was taken by a god. Taking on some risks was inevitable. She had thought it would be a lonely journey. But first Paimon appeared, then Nolan, and along the way, she met friends who had now become her support. So, there was no reason to back down. Of course, there is. If the Adepti can't help, then why not seek out the Geo Archon? Tartaglia crossed his arms and smiled. The Geo Archon? But hasn't he already passed away? What's the point of seeking him out? Are you saying he could be resurrected? Paimon floated in the air, spreading her hands with a puzzled expression. Not to mention resurrection. Whether the Geo Archon is even dead is still uncertain. The most pressing task is to find the Archon's body that the Kixing have hidden. Only after seeing it with your own eyes will you know the truth, right? If he's still alive, you could directly ask him the questions you seek answers to. Tartaglia flicked a strand of hair from his forehead with his gloved hand, smiling as he spoke. He had actually done his research. He knew the girl in front of him was seeking the 7 Archons to find her family, but he didn't say it outright to avoid suspicion that he had ulterior motives. That would just make his plan more complicated. After all, there aren't many people with both the strength and the right circumstances to seek out the Geo Archon, except for them. That does make sense. Lumen crossed her arms, her exposed, snow-white back revealing the slightly protruding, elegant lines of her shoulder blades. The Adepti could easily see the Archon's body, and while they had gained some favor with Ningguang by providing information, they were still outsiders to Liu. If they were to ask Ningguang to let them see the Archon's body, she would likely refuse. After all, as a god, even in death, the Geo Archon deserved respect, and not just anyone could come and see him. There would need to be a legitimate reason. I happen to know someone who can arrange for you to see the Geo Archon's body through official channels. He's also in need of a few helpers for what he's currently working on. How about giving it a try? Tartaglia, aiming to gain their trust, didn't press further about the Adepti's attitude toward the Kixing. In truth, regardless of the mighty and illuminated Adepti's stance, the Geo Archon's passing would inevitably draw them to Liu Harbor. This would temporarily occupy the Kixing, whether or not a conflict arose. As long as he could follow these 2 honorary knights to the Geo Archon's body during this time, he'd be able to obtain the Gnosis. Lumen found the timing of all this a bit too convenient. Why does this guy always show up when we're in trouble, and just so happens to have a solution? It's too suspicious. This Fatui harbinger must have some ulterior motive. But she didn't want to pass up this opportunity either. Lumen, feeling a bit conflicted, glanced at Nolan beside her, hoping to hear his opinion. Maybe we should go check it out, since it involves your brother. Nolan definitely wanted to help Lumen. If they didn't go, they wouldn't meet the person Tartaglia mentioned, and if nothing unexpected happened, that person would be Zhongli, the human form of the Geo Archon. If they missed this chance to meet the Archon, they might not get another suitable reason to do so later. All right. Lumen ran her pale fingers through the golden strands of hair at her forehead, rubbing her temples and letting out a silent sigh. With Nolan's support, her thoughts solidified. After all, with someone as cautious as Nolan around, they were unlikely to run into any serious danger, and even if they did, they'd have a good chance of retreating. Having known him for so long, Lumen had realized that Nolan wasn't the type to force something if he wasn't confident. This was something she liked about him because it gave her a sense of security. As a girl, she naturally preferred being with someone who could provide safety, and who would consider her needs, over someone reckless who caused her constant worry. In these aspects, Nolan excelled. Lumen has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 170 affection points. Current affection level, LV.9, 645/900. Nolan glanced at the notification from his character interface, surprised. As expected, the higher the affection level, the easier it is to gain more affection points. Looks like Lumen has noticed one of his shining qualities again. No wonder I'm so great. While Nolan was feeling pleased with himself, Tartaglia smiled and asked, "So, does that mean you agree? We need to make sure this really is through official channels. We don't want to end up unnecessarily making enemies of the Kixing," Lumen said calmly as she adjusted her scarf. "Haha, of course. You can rest assured. Be at the Liuli Pavilion before 3 p.m, and I'll arrange for that friend of mine to meet you there." Tartaglia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally agreed. Then, as if remembering something, he sighed and continued. "Recently, I don't know why, but that Yuhang of the Liu Kixing has been suspecting us Fatui of assassinating the Geo Archon, constantly investigating us and looking for evidence. Even the patrols of the Millilith near the Northland Bank are several times more frequent than on other streets. If she sees me chatting with you for this long, she might drag you off to the Ministry of Civil Affairs for tea. So, I'd better get going. Remember to come this afternoon." Tartaglia waved and merged into the crowd, gradually disappearing. He mentioned that Keking is investigating the Fatui. "It probably has something to do with the information we leaked," Paimon said with a grin. "Yeah, and with that, the Fatui will have even less chance to cause trouble," Lumen said, a smile playing on her lips. "Let's go. Forget about that guy for now, we should head to Shenhe." Nolan took Lumen's soft, pale hand and began walking toward the direction of the Jade Chamber, with Paimon flying alongside them. Lumen sighed helplessly. "I really don't get why this guy always habitually grabs my hand, and he's even clingier with Fiscal. Does he just like physical contact with girls that much?" Jade Chamber. With the combined use of level 3 Inmo manipulation and Lumen's coordination, they were able to use their wind gliders to fly up to the floating structure. "Oh, it's surprising that you could fly straight up here without being blocked by the barrier set up by Lady Ningguang. Looks like she gave you visitor privileges." "That's quite unexpected," Zhenhai, who was already on duty, remarked in a slightly envious tone. He and his fellow Millilith guards needed to use the array set up on the ground to reach this place. Naturally, without it, he had no way to fly up here on his own. Is that so?" Nolan rubbed his chin, a bit surprised. The game never mentioned anything about a barrier around the Jade Chamber, but thinking about it, it made sense. After all, this was Ningguang's private palace. There's no way it wouldn't have the necessary defensive measures. Otherwise, with the Jade Chamber being so conspicuous in the sky, any flying bird monsters wouldn't hesitate to stop by for a rest. So, does that mean the director of the Wangsheng funeral parlor is also a visitor? Nolan remembered that the first time he came here, Hu Tao had brought him up. Naturally. Director of the Wangsheng funeral parlor is a leader in her field. If there's any relevant policy to be made, Lady Ningguang would consult her for her opinion. Also, a few days ago, Director Hu Tao came to see Lady Ningguang about helping to organize the rite of parting for the Geo Archon. I'm not sure if they finalized anything yet, though. The Ministry of Civil Affairs hasn't posted any announcements. Zhenhai, who often found his guard duty a bit dull, took the opportunity to chat a little more. "I see, but what exactly is the rite of parting?" Paimon touched her forehead and then spread her hands, expressing her confusion. Although the exact reason for the sudden passing of the Geo Archon hasn't been uncovered, the departure of any Adeptus is a deeply sorrowful event. The rite of parting is a ceremony to send him off. As a member of the Millilith, Zhenhai was somewhat knowledgeable about these matters. "Oh, so it's that kind of ceremony." Paimon didn't press further with her questions. "By the way, we're here to see Miss Shenhe. She was arranged by Lady Ningguang to stay here last night," Nolan explained their purpose. Zhenhai seemed a bit puzzled by his words, perhaps because he wasn't aware of this since it might have happened after his shift. He thought for a moment and then said. "Please wait a moment, I'll go inside and ask my cousin Bai Xiao about it." Chapter 239, Focus Technique. "Cousin? That Bai Xiao is your cousin? You didn't just use connections to get this Jade Chamber guard job, did you?" Paimon crossed her arms and stared at Zhenhai with suspicion. "What cousin? Don't talk nonsense. You must have heard wrong." Zhenhai quickly denied it. Without giving Paimon a chance to respond, he hurriedly opened the door and rushed in to find Bai Xiao. "Humph, acting all flustered. It's just like the saying, there are no Mora under this rock, none at all. Paimon complained sarcastically. That's quite an odd comparison, Nolan remarked. He hadn't expected Liu to have a saying so similar to there's no silver here, not at all. Perhaps it reflected a parallel development in human societies across different worlds. Hehe, everyone uses that to describe people trying to hide something but giving themselves away, Paimon explained, her hands clasped behind her back, grinning. Not long after, Zhenhai returned with Bai Xiao, one of Ningguang's secretaries. She greeted them with a wave and said, if you are looking for Miss Zhenhe, she left early this morning for training. She mentioned you could find her at the summit of MT Tianheng. Bai Xiao passed on the information she had. MT Tianheng, hey. Got it. Nolan nodded. He didn't expect Zhenhe to head out so early. She truly lived up to the discipline of a disciple of the Adepti. Let's head to MT Tianheng then. Paimon said cheerfully. Lumen brushed aside her golden hair and nodded slightly. MT Tianheng wasn't far from the Jade Chamber. In fact, they could create a wind field from the Jade Chamber and ascend higher, flying directly to MT Tianheng. That would save them a lot of time climbing. And that's exactly what they did. Wow! Look at Liu Harbor. So many buildings, all packed so tightly together. Paimon held onto the white ribbon of Lumen's dress, trying not to get blown away by the high-altitude winds. At that moment, she excitedly gazed at Liu Harbor through the towering peaks of MT Tianheng. All right, we've seen it plenty of times already. Let's focus on getting to MT Tianheng quickly, Nolan said, using his wind elemental power to push the three of them forward. One couldn't deny the usefulness of the wind element. While it wasn't known for raw power, it was especially handy for exploration and travel when paired with the wind glider. With his current level of control over the wind element, Nolan could create a wind field that could lift him about 30 meters into the air. Together with Lumen's power, they could rise around 100 meters, which gave him the confidence to fly directly to MT Tianheng. With the wind element supporting them, there was no risk of gradually descending. The only downside was the strain on stamina. However, thanks to his abundant life specialty, Nolan could last longer than most. To reduce the strain and fly higher and faster, he would need to level up his Zenmo manipulation skill further. Unfortunately, he had just maxed out his form concealment skill yesterday, which consumed a large amount of Adventure EXP, so he couldn't allocate any to Zenmo manipulation for the time being. Speaking of which, Lumen could control all 7 elements, but despite their time in Liu, they still hadn't encountered a statue of the 7. Because of this, she hadn't resonated with it to awaken her geo-elemental power. It seems that the next time I go to the Adventurers Guild to take on a commission, I should ask Catherine if there are any statues of the 7 in the wild. The sooner Lumen awakens her geo-element, the faster she can master it. As Nolan was deep in thought, they quickly approached MT Tianheng. Dense vegetation covered most of the mountain, with some areas revealing bare, rocky surfaces. Here and there, white iron ore and iron deposits were exposed. These ores are difficult to mine and aren't worth much, so even adventurers rarely climb up the mountain to extract them. Of course, if it were crystal ore, that would be a different story. Nolan and the others landed on one of the rocky surfaces. MT Tianheng was taller than expected, so they couldn't fly directly to the summit. They had to retract their wind gliders and continue walking up the path. Fortunately, they were already halfway up the mountain, and after walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the summit. There were no tall plants here, only a carpet of short grass. A girl with long white hair, braided in the middle, was sitting cross-legged on a smooth stone, meditating. Upon closer inspection, the stone was surprisingly smooth and flat, likely cut by a weapon. It's Zhenhe. Let's go say hello, Paimon said eagerly, ready to fly over and greet her. But Nolan quickly pulled her back and said, wait a moment. Zhenhe is clearly meditating, so let's not disturb her. All right, it does seem that way, Paimon agreed, pressing a finger to her lip as she observed. Seeing Zhenhe how still and serene she was, almost blending into the natural environment. It was clear she was deep in her cultivation. Lumen stood on a patch of bare soil, where no grass grew. The gentle breeze lifted the ends of her golden hair and skirt. The over-the-knee boots accentuated her legs, with the exposed part of her snow-white thighs drawing attention. She closed her eyes, as if sensing something. After a few seconds, Nolan noticed that the wind, which had been blowing gently, suddenly stopped, and he could feel a faint ripple of wind elemental power emanating from Lumen. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of amber pupils filled with excitement. What's going on? Did you have some sudden insight? Nolan asked curiously. Yeah, I just tuned into the rhythm of the wind at the summit. I think I've become more adept at controlling wind elemental power now, Lumen nodded slightly. You've arrived, Shenhe, dressed in a black one-piece bodysuit with a chest-covering short jacket, sensed a slight disturbance in the environment. She finished her meditation, stood up from the smooth stone, and looked towards Nolan and the others. Hehe, good morning, Shenhe. We didn't disturb your training, did we? Paimon waved and flew forward. Nolan and Lumen followed slowly, stopping a bit in front of Shenhe. My meditation time was sufficient, so it's no trouble, Shenhe shook her head gently, indicating it wasn't a problem. She then continued, you're here to learn how to train your mental/spiritual power, correct? Yes, Nolan responded with a smile, nodding. Although it was primarily Nolan who wanted to learn this, since Lumen and Paimon were already here, they might as well learn it too. After all, teaching a few people isn't any different from teaching one. Let's begin now. Find a spot to sit cross-legged, Shenhe instructed, crossing her arms under her chest. Her flat, smooth abdomen was faintly visible through the black silk fabric of her form-fitting outfit. Sit cross-legged? Do we have to meditate like you? Paimon asked, touching her hair in confusion. Yes, the method I'm going to teach you to train your mental strength is called focus technique. Even a fish in the river with no talent can practice it, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you, Shenhe said as she sat down again on the smooth stone. Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon all sat down on the ground. Lumen even folded her skirt a couple of times and placed it under her hips, which were covered by white lantern shorts, before sitting cross-legged. Otherwise, the tips of the grass would tickle her thighs and hips, making it uncomfortable. Once they were ready, they all looked at Shenhe with anticipation, waiting for her to explain further. The main principle of focus technique is to gather and solidify your mental strength. Through this process, your mental strength will increase and become more resilient, Shenhe explained. Although she wasn't particularly skilled at teaching, she had learned this technique from her master through similar instructions, so she simply repeated what her master had taught her. Nolan and Lumen both nodded. The name focus technique was quite self-explanatory. Let's start with the first step, Shenhe continued after seeing that everyone understood. The first step, as my master taught me, is to clear your mind of distractions and reach a state of inner peace without emotional fluctuations. Only in this state can you easily sense your mental strength. This step shouldn't be too difficult. When her master taught her, it took her just 2 minutes to achieve it. Alright, let's give it a try, Nolan said, nodding lightly. He, Lumen, and Paimon all closed their eyes simultaneously, attempting to clear their minds of distractions. Before starting, Nolan thought it would be easy. But in reality, the more he tried to clear his mind of distractions like thoughts of how soft Fiscal's body was or the urge to touch Lumen's thighs, the more such thoughts flooded his mind. For instance, the sensation of caressing Fiscal's calf and ankle through her semi-transparent black stockings was all too vivid. The harder he tried to suppress these thoughts, the more they surged like a rising tide, impossible to hold back. Half an hour later, Nolan slowly opened his eyes and sighed silently. He realized that clearing his mind of distractions was a daunting challenge for him. It wasn't a matter of willpower because distractions are just part of human thought, and changing that would take a lot of time and effort, not something that could be achieved in a day or two. He glanced to his side and saw that Lumen was still sitting with her eyes closed, her expression calm, seemingly making some progress. Meanwhile, Paimon had already collapsed onto the ground, her eyes blank as if they were spinning in circles, clearly having failed as well. From experience, Nolan knew without even asking that Paimon's mind must have been filled with thoughts of various delicious foods as soon as she closed her eyes. Faced with so many tasty options, she probably couldn't decide which one to choose, and ended up getting herself all mixed up. Another half hour passed, and Lumen finally opened her eyes slowly. So, how did it go? Did you succeed? Nolan asked curiously. After all this time with her eyes closed, he expected her to have made some progress. Yes, I think I've sensed my mental strength. It's formless and intangible, like some sort of field, Lumen said, sticking out her pink tongue slightly to moisten her dry lips. And what about you? She asked Nolan. I was too distracted and didn't succeed, Nolan replied with a helpless shrug. Humph, Idiot! Lumen shot him a disdainful look. Having traveled, eaten, and lived together, she knew all too well what kind of person he was. He was simply thinking about the soft, pale body hidden beneath a girl's clothes. I failed too. All I could see were delicious foods. How could I possibly bring myself to block them out? Paimon sighed as she floated in the air. Lumen face-palmed in exasperation. These two were exactly the same when it came to their obsessions. They were completely defenseless against them. It would be a miracle if they could successfully begin learning the focus technique. My master once said that ordinary people are preoccupied with worldly matters, so it's normal for them to be distracted and fail. If you really can't succeed, you can use a calming talisman as an aid, Shenhe said, observing their situation. Though she hadn't expected all three to succeed easily, she understood that living in a bustling city made it hard for them to quiet their minds. So, she decided to provide additional assistance to those who hadn't succeeded. A calming talisman? Just the name sounds really helpful. Let us try it. Paimon, hearing there was still hope, excitedly clenched her tiny fists in the air and quickly urged Shenhe. All right, Shenhe replied, standing up. She retrieved two previously crafted calming talismans from her vision. They were rectangular and ice blue, almost as if made entirely of cryo-energy, thin and delicate. Miss Shenhe, how do we use these? Nolan and Paimon each took a talisman and asked. Simply place it on your forehead, and it will take effect, Shenhe explained. The sunlight, not too harsh, reflected off the delicate, pale skin exposed by the diamond-shaped cutouts on the sides of Shenhe's black bodysuit, around her waist and hips. Following Shenhe's instructions, Nolan placed the calming talisman on his forehead, and felt like he was playing the role of a zombie. In the next moment, as Shenhe had said, the talisman took effect. A cool, refreshing energy flowed into his mind, making him feel as though his consciousness had been placed in a silent refrigerator, quieting all distractions. This calming talisman seemed to have a healing effect on mental injuries as well, which made using it just to block out distractions feel like overkill. No wonder Shenhe hadn't offered it right away. After all, if they could succeed on their own, there was no need to waste such a valuable tool. Thinking this way left him feeling a bit defeated, as though he had let Shenhe down. Now that you've completed the first step, try gathering and focusing your spiritual power, Shenhe continued in her usual emotionless tone. Once they could sense their mental strength, this step wasn't difficult. After a few attempts, they all managed to achieve it. Skill acquired, Focus Technique LV.1, 1/1000. Seeing the notification on his character panel, Nolan knew he had successfully started learning. From here on, he could invest Adventure EXP to level up the skill. Finally, he had learned a skill to enhance his spiritual power. Thank you, Miss Shenhe. Is there anything we can do to help you as a way of showing our gratitude? Paimon, overjoyed at having learned a new skill besides her natural ability to use phantom wings for magical flight, eagerly offered their help. This was quite rare for her. Chapter 240, Zhongli. Yes, that's correct, Nolan nodded. Even though the method Shenhe taught them to enhance their mental strength was at the behest of Cloud Retainer, it was important to acknowledge the one who actually provided the help. However, as a disciple of an adeptus, Shenhe was powerful and, due to the red ropes sealing her emotions, had little desire. Thus, she likely wouldn't have anything she needed their help with. Shenhe's short top was slightly lifted by the mountain breeze, briefly revealing the lower half of her ample chest, wrapped in her black bodysuit. She lowered her head and pondered for a few seconds. I do have some doubts that I wish to consult you about. Nolan was surprised. He had assumed she wouldn't need anything from them. Doubts? Even with an adeptus as your master, you still have doubts? Paimon asked, puzzled. In her mind, an adeptus, if not all-knowing, should possess great wisdom. How could there be a question that an adeptus couldn't answer? My master once said that, although I have outstanding talent in adeptal arts and have severed my worldly ties, I am still human. Morning dew and evening immortal herbs. This kind of life may be fine for now, but it's not a long-term solution. I need to find a balance between being an adeptus and a human. At the time, I asked my master about this, but she said that since she is an adeptus, she doesn't understand humans. She told me to find the answer on my own. Shenhe shared her dilemma. A balance between being an adeptus and a human? That's such a profound question. Paimon, who had been brimming with confidence to showcase her knowledge as Teyvat's greatest guide, was suddenly stumped. She clutched her head in frustration. Is it because the immortal herbs and dew aren't providing enough nutrition? Lumen asked, puzzled. Perhaps for an adeptus, there is a way to avoid the need for food, surviving on just a little immortal herb and dew. Although Shenhe is a disciple of the Adepti, maybe she hasn't reached that level yet. That makes sense. Maybe you just need a few more big meals. Paimon immediately came up with this idea, her mind overflowing with superior wisdom when it came to food. Not quite. Adepti don't only consume immortal herbs and dew, they simply don't favor worldly food. Shenhe shook her head, dismissing the idea. Perhaps due to her preference for bland foods, she didn't find heavily seasoned meats particularly appetizing. After all, most Adepti are not human by nature. So, if you continue to adopt their lifestyle and way of thinking, your humanity might indeed fade away. At that point, you might see us as nothing more than ants. Cloud Retainer probably doesn't want that to happen, which is why she asked you to find a balance between being an adeptus and a human, Nolan speculated, drawing from his knowledge of the game. Is that so? Shenhe straightened her hair, reflecting on the idea. She wasn't entirely sure, but living in the mountains with only a few Adepti and forest animals for company had indeed made her more aloof and detached. In reality, this matter may not be as difficult as it seems. Right now, you're living like an adeptus in the wilderness. So, maybe if you spend some time living in Liu Harbor, interacting with people, you might find a way of life that suits you, Lumen suggested. Yes, my master and the other Adepti should be heading to Liu Harbor soon to confirm whether the Geo Archon has truly passed away. After that, I'll speak with my master about staying there for a while. But I don't know anyone in Liu Harbor. If it's not too much trouble, could you show me around when the time comes? Shenhe asked after some thought. Hehe, of course. We're always picking up commissions, so we can take some on together while we're there. Paimon responded enthusiastically. Thank you, Shenhe said calmly, standing on a smooth stone, her every movement still exuding a faint celestial aura. Shenhe has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 180 affection points. Current affection level, LV.3, 10/300. After learning the skill to enhance their mental strength and agreeing to show Shenhe around Liu Harbor to experience human life once the matter with the Geo Archon was resolved, it was almost noon. Nolan and the others used their wind gliders to fly directly from Mt Tianheng down to Liu Harbor, where they had lunch at Wanmin restaurant. Shenhe expressed that she enjoyed the soup noodles made by Xiangling. I've recently come up with a dish using slime condensate stir-fried with lean meat and onions. Would you like to try it? Xiangling asked with a confident smile as they were ordering. Although Nolan had faith in Xiangling's cooking skills, he didn't dare to be the first to try a new dish, so he politely declined. However, Paimon was intrigued and ordered a plate, enjoying it immensely. After lunch, Shenhe left first, saying she would return to the Jade Chamber to wait for the Adepti to arrive. Nolan and the others stayed at Wanmin restaurant, chatting with Xiangling, who was temporarily free, sharing some of the interesting things they encountered while seeking the Adepti. Around 3 p.m., they headed towards Liulai Pavilion. The Fatui Harbinger and his friend should be waiting for them there. Liu Harbor, Liulai Pavilion. In front of one of the largest and most luxurious tea houses in Liu, even in the afternoon, many well-dressed people were coming and going. Last night at Xinyu Kiosk, it was a similar scene. Welcome to Liulai Pavilion. Are the three of you here to be seated directly, or do you have a reservation? The two receptionists at the entrance smiled at the two young adventurers and the small white floating creature approaching. We should have a reservation under someone with orange hair, Paimon explained. Orange hair? One of the male receptionists shook his head slightly. We have many guests coming and going at Liulai Pavilion, and several with orange hair, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Oh, okay. We'll just go in and look for them ourselves, Lumen said, nodding her fair chin. All right, please go ahead. The receptionist gestured for them to enter. The large doors were already open. As Nolan and the others walked in, they saw that the hall was filled with round tables, many of them occupied, with only a few empty seats left. Oops, we forgot to ask where that Harbinger was sitting. How are we supposed to find him now? Paimon said, shrugging her shoulders. It is indeed a bit troublesome. I don't see him anywhere in the hall, and it would be rude to knock on each door one by one, Nolan said, shaking his head slightly. Just as they were feeling a bit lost, a voice suddenly called out from upstairs, You've finally arrived. Haha, come on up, we're on the second floor. The Fatui Harbinger child was leaning over the second floor railing, raising a hand to greet them. Wow, you finally showed up. We almost left without you. Paimon exclaimed, glaring at child. Haha, sorry. I forgot to tell you which private room I had reserved. Please come up, my friend is already waiting for you, Tartaglia said with a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head. All right then, Nolan replied as they started up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor mostly consisted of private rooms, and since it wasn't mealtime yet, it was much quieter than the bustling hall on the first floor. Soon, they followed child to a room. He gently pushed the door open, revealing a man with short black hair sitting inside. His calm demeanor carried a hint of authority, as if he had seen and experienced everything, leaving little that could catch his interest. Hee, hello, child's friend, Paimon greeted the man, who was dressed in a refined and dignified manner. Zhongli took a sip of tea, then turned his head to the group entering the room and nodded slightly. So, you must be the famous travelers. I've heard about you from our director. Recently, she brought back an interesting device called a bicycle and has been riding it everywhere, completely neglecting her duties at the hall. She's such a troublesome child. Director, bicycle? Could it be? Lumen's fair face showed a thoughtful expression. Hey, don't just start chatting without me. I'm the one who brought you all together, remember? Let me introduce everyone, Tartaglia interjected, feeling a bit left out as he stepped forward to regain some attention. Ahem, Tartaglia cleared his throat, first pointing to Zhongli. Yes, this is Mr. Zhongli, a guest consultant for the Wangsheng funeral parlor and the main person in charge of the upcoming rite of parting. Then, pointing to Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon, he said, Zhongli, these are the honorary knights from Mondstadt, Mr. Nolan and Miss Lumen, along with their good companion, Paimon. So you're with Wangsheng funeral parlor? No wonder you know Hu Tao, Paimon said, realizing the connection. The rite of parting, we just heard about it today. Is this the official way you mentioned for us to see the Geo Archon's body? Lumen asked, looking at child. That's right. The Liao Kixing have been so focused on finding the culprit that they've delayed the rite of parting until now. Even as an outsider, I couldn't just stand by and watch, Tartaglia said with a hint of regret. So, you're going to hold the rite of parting yourselves? Paimon asked, slightly puzzled. Yes, don't worry. This has been approved by the Liao Kixing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take you to see the Archon's body, Zhongli said, his voice calm and measured. So, what do you need us to do? Nolan asked, feeling a bit tired as he let his arms rest at his sides, imitating Lumen by placing his hands on his waist. Well, it's a bit complicated. Let's all sit down, have some tea, and talk it through, Tartaglia suggested with a smile. Nolan and the others sat around the large round table. On the table were some exquisite afternoon tea snacks, looking both refined and luxurious, exactly what you'd expect from Liulai Pavilion, a restaurant on Par with the famous Zinyu kiosk. Paimon, without hesitation, picked whichever snacks she liked, figuring that since it was the Fatui guy's treat, there was no need to hold back. The rite of parting hasn't been held for a long time, Zhongli began, sipping his tea. Even at Wangsheng funeral parlor, we had to consult old records to barely piece together the entire process. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about it, so Hu Tao entrusted me with the responsibility of organizing the ceremony. The hall master, director, has already arranged for staff to prepare the venue, but I still need a few assistants to help collect the essential materials required for the rite of parting. Zhongli took another sip of tea, then set his cup down on the table. So I recommended you guys to Mr. Zhongli, Tartaglia added, lounging in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Indeed, and I must also thank you for your generous financial support for this rite of parting. Zhongli glanced at Tartaglia before calmly continuing, next, you'll be working separately from me to gather the necessary materials. If time permits, we should be able to collect everything by the end of today. No problem. What materials do we need to collect? Nolan nodded in agreement and asked. High-quality Noctilucus jade and silk flowers. Do you know how to identify their quality? Zhongli's expression remained calm, and though he didn't smile, his words and demeanor had a soothing effect, making everyone feel at ease. Oh no! I'm actually thinking a man looks handsome. Nolan quickly tried to clear his mind by picturing the beautiful faces and graceful figures of women like Jean, Lisa, Amber, Sucrose, Eula, and Fiscal to dispel the thought. He slowly poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and admitted calmly, honestly, we've never even seen Noctilucous jade or silk flowers before. Zhongli paused for a moment before responding, that's not a problem. When you go to buy Noctilucous jade, just ask the seller, and they will show it to you. You can ask them to shave off some of the edges and expose it to high heat. The higher the luminosity and the bluer the color, the better its quality. Oh, I see. Got it. What about the silk flowers? Paimon asked excitedly. Explaining the quality of silk flowers is a bit more complex, so to save time, I'll handle that part, Zhongli replied after some thought. With the plan to meet back at Wangsheng funeral parlor once the materials were collected, Nolan and the others finished their tea and snacks and set off to buy the Noctilucous jade. Nolan recalled that in the game, the Noctilucous jade was purchased from a merchant near the alchemy bench in the square, a chubby guy whose name he couldn't quite remember. So, without needing to ask for directions, they headed straight there. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the alchemy bench square, just as the sunset began to glow. The mineral vendor's stall was still open, and the vendor, a man known as Shitu, was fanning himself out of boredom when he noticed the group of young people walking directly toward his stall. Sensing business, Shitu stood up and greeted them, "Welcome, customers. Are you here to buy or gamble on stones? I guarantee that all my goods are top quality, you won't be disappointed." Chapter 241, Scent of Spring. All merchants sweet talk their customers like this, Paimon said, crossing her arms and eyeing the chubby merchant in front of her with suspicion. "Hey, I'm different from those people," Shitu waved his hand dismissively. "If you don't believe me, ask the old lady selling kites across the street. She'll tell you that my shop, Jade Mystery, has never had any trouble with customers." "Humph, if the goods are good, just take them out and let us see." "We're looking for a batch of top-quality Noctilucous jade," Paimon said, clearly misquoting an old saying but making her point clear. "All right, I won't disappoint you." Shitu immediately brought out a batch of recently acquired stones. "These are samples from a newly mined batch of Noctilucous jade from a quarry near Minjiun village. Take a look, they're large and intact," the chubby merchant said, placing the stone on a cloth-covered table and pushing it toward Nolan and the others. For Noctilucous jade, size and integrity aren't necessarily the most important factors. Could you shave off a small piece for us to inspect? Nolan picked up the stone and examined it closely before deciding to try Zhongli's recommended method. "Oh? You folks seem to know your stuff," Shitu remarked, slightly surprised as he glanced at the group. "Of course, I can do that." Based on his experience, these Noctilucous jade stones were of excellent quality, and he doubted these young adventurers would notice anything amiss. So, he carefully shaved off a tiny piece, just enough to avoid any significant loss. After all, Noctilucous jade was a valuable stone used for night illumination, and he didn't want to seem stingy. "Is this a radish slice? It's so thin," Paimon remarked with some disdain as she looked at the nearly transparent sliver of stone. "Hee, forgive me, forgive me. Noctilucous jade is quite valuable, so I can't afford to give away too much," Shitu replied nonchalantly. "All right," Nolan chuckled, understanding that getting any sample at all was already fortunate. They couldn't ask for more. According to the game's plot, a slice of Noctilucous jade this thin shouldn't be exposed directly to a fire element, instead, it needed to be tested by boiling in water to assess its luminosity. And that's exactly what they did. The process was simple, and there was no need to go through the hassle of traveling to the hilly Churl pot in Dodapa Gorge as in the game. As adventurers, Lumen already had a cooking pot and water stored in her inventory. They moved to a nearby corner, and with Nolan's delusion, they used a fire element to boil a pot of hot water. Paimon then placed the Noctilucous jade slice into the water. In just a short time, the stone began to emit a faint blue glow. "It doesn't seem too bright, this might not be of the highest quality," Lumen mused, pressing her pale fingers against her lower lip in thought. "Let's ask the shopkeeper if he has any other batches of Noctilucous jade," Nolan suggested, also finding the glow a bit dim. Seeing that Nolan and the others were serious about purchasing a large quantity of Noctilucous jade, Shitu agreed to their request. This time, he shaved off a small piece from 2 other batches of Noctilucous jade. After thanking him, Nolan returned to the corner to test the brightness of the stones again, or more precisely, their affinity with the fire element. In this test, he placed all 3 Noctilucous jade slices into the pot simultaneously, making it easier to compare their luminosity. Bubbling. The water in the pot began to boil, and the Noctilucous jade slices gradually emitted a faint blue light. Compared to the first piece, the second slice appeared even dimmer. But the third slice of Noctilucous jade was even brighter than the other 2 combined. This must be the one. The light it emits is as bright as a candle, so it has to be a high-quality Noctilucous jade. Paimon said, her tone tinged with excitement. Yeah, let's go ask the shopkeeper for more from the same batch. Nolan nodded in agreement. Things went smoothly from there, and they managed to buy enough Noctilucous jade from the chubby shopkeeper. When he learned that the jade was for the rite of parting for the Geo Archon, he even gave them a 20% discount, though it still cost 160,000 mora. The shopkeeper initially wanted to give it to them for free, but Nolan and the others politely declined. They appreciated his generosity but couldn't accept such a large amount of Noctilucous jade without paying. So they settled on the discounted price. Of course, this wasn't Nolan and the others' own money, it was funded by Child, who, as always, spared no expense when it came to maintaining good relationships. It was said that Child also sponsored other aspects of the rite of parting. After handling the Noctilucous jade, Nolan and his companions made their way to the Wangsheng funeral parlor. It wasn't long after crossing the wooden arch bridge that they arrived, and at that moment, Zhongli had just returned after buying the silk flowers. Oh? It seems you're ready as well, Zhongli remarked, nodding as he saw them carrying a box of Noctilucous jade. That's right, we've got the high-quality Noctilucous jade here. So, is there anything else we need to do? Paimon asked with a smile. Yes, just leave the materials here. Someone from the parlor will take them to the jeweler to be crafted into the ceremonial items needed for the rite. Now, the only remaining task is to turn the silk flowers into perfume, Zhongli calmly explained, pressing a finger to his chin. Perfume? Why do we need that? Paimon asked, puzzled. It's for the offering to the gods, Zhongli briefly explained. Among the people I know, none are skilled in making perfume by hand, so I'll need to trouble you to seek help from the ladies in the city who enjoy such crafts. Not surprising, coming from the consultant of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. You seem to know a lot of wealthy people, Paimon said enviously, then spun halfway around in midair to look at Lumen. Speaking of which, you're a girl too. Do you know how to make perfume? Paimon asked. I'm fine with cooking, but I've never tried making perfume, Lumen replied, shaking her head as her golden hair swayed slightly. What about you, Paimon? She smiled and looked at the small floating companion. Paimon don't know either, Paimon admitted, rubbing the metal crown floating above her head, a little embarrassed. We don't know many girls in Liu Harbor. How about we ask Catherine at the Adventurers Guild? Lumen suggested after thinking for a moment. Nolan had no objections, making perfume wasn't exactly his forte. However, he remembered that in the game's storyline, they had asked Yinger, who would become Timaeus's future girlfriend, to make it. He vaguely recalled that she was located on a street near the Adventurers Guild, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find her. T/N, lucky Timaeus bastard. Alright, go ahead. Here are 3 types of silk flowers, Golden House Bliss, Mountain Shade Splendor, and Ethereal Fairy Tides. You'll need to use them to make 3 different kinds of perfume, Zhongli said, handing a wooden box containing the silk flowers to Nolan. Wow, I didn't know there were so many types of silk flowers. Paimon exclaimed in surprise. Of course. It's getting late now, so by the time you find someone to make the perfume, it'll likely be quite late. Come to Wangsheng funeral parlor with the perfume tomorrow morning, and we'll offer it to the Geo Archon at the statues of the 7 outside the city. I can tell you more about the silk flowers on the way, Zhongli said with a soft chuckle. After leaving Wangsheng funeral parlor, Lumen stored the silk flowers in her inventory, and she, Nolan, and Paimon headed to the Adventurers Guild. However, they found Catherine busy settling commissions for adventurers, leaving her unavailable at the moment. While they were unsure whether to interrupt, Nolan noticed a woman standing next to the guild's notice board, posting something. If he wasn't mistaken, she seemed to be Lan, the branch master of the Liu Adventurers Guild. Paimon, it's time to put your social skills to use, Nolan said with a smile. Alright, you really leave me no choice, Paimon replied, looking both proud and resigned. Hello. Paimon greeted Lan with a smile. What's up, little one? Lan asked, surprised to see such a cute, human-like little fairy in the city. Hehe, we wanted to ask if you know where we can get some perfume made. Paimon explained. Perfume? Sorry, I don't use such things often, so I'm not really sure. But I can ask the other girls in the guild for you, Lan replied, shaking her head at first. However, seeing how polite the little fairy was, she was more than willing to offer further help. Lan asked them to wait a moment and then went inside the Adventurers Guild reception area. Apart from Catherine, there were other staff members organizing commission forms and documents. Soon, Lan returned with an answer, smiling as she said, if you want someone to make perfume, you can visit Yinger at the Scent of Spring. According to the others, her handmade perfume is quite popular with the girls, and many wealthy young ladies ask her for help with it. Scent of Spring? Paimon asked, looking puzzled, as she had never heard of the place before. Yes, it's a porcelain shop on the street behind here. You should be able to find it if you look around, Lan explained. After hearing this, Nolan thought that while the process was slightly different, they still ended up finding Yinger at the Scent of Spring, just like in the game. He nodded and said to Lan, thank you. We'll go look for it now. All right, good luck, Lan replied with a smile. With this lead, Nolan and his companions soon found Scent of Spring on the opposite street. It was a small shop with flower pots outside, giving off various subtle floral scents, making it easy to locate. Inside, a young woman was wiping dust off some porcelain that had been sitting for a while. Hello, are you Miss Yinger? Paimon asked, continuing her role as the super diplomat for Lumen. Oh? Has my name, Yinger, become so well known that even foreigners have heard of me? Yinger replied, surprised. Nolan, with his Liu-like appearance, didn't look like a foreigner, but Lumen's golden hair was quite rare in Liu, and as for the flying fairy, type Pokemon Hehe, Paimon, Yinger couldn't determine her nationality. Yes, we'd like to ask for your help in making some perfume. It's for offering to the Geo Archon, Lumen said with a smile, not denying the assumption. When Yinger heard that the perfume was for the Geo Archon, who had passed away for unknown reasons, her expression turned slightly somber. So, it's for the Geo Archon? In that case, I won't charge you for the labor. Although she wasn't in the business of selling perfume, her handmade perfumes were well known. Those who came to her were either buying porcelain or asking for help in making perfume. No, that wouldn't be right. We're not just buying the perfume for personal use to remember the Geo Archon. It's for the rite of parting, and we have a major sponsor, so there's no need to save money on our behalf. Feel free to charge a higher price. Paimon said, waving her hands with a smile. I see. But even so, as a citizen under the rule of the Geo Archon, it wouldn't be right to take advantage of this situation. I'll charge you half price, Yinger said, nodding in understanding. All right, that's fair. Here are the 3 types of silk flowers that need to be made into perfume, Lumen said as she took out the box of silk flowers Zhongli had bought from her inventory. Golden House Bliss, Mountain Shade Splendor, and Ethereal Fairy Tides. These are all of excellent quality, Yinger said as she carefully examined the flowers, acknowledging their high quality. Then, she joked, but do you really need so many types of perfume for the Geo Archon? Or are the extras meant for some special girl? As she said this, she looked at Nolan. She had seen plenty of couples who came together to ask for help making perfume, and her keen sense told her that this young man and the girl beside him had the atmosphere of a romantic relationship. That's not it. Nolan was about to explain when he suddenly realized that he had never given Lumen or Fiscal anything that represented his feelings, no gifts typically exchanged between couples. Does this make me a bit of a failure as a boyfriend? Back on Earth, he hadn't even held a girl's hand, and all the dating techniques he had learned were just theory. Fortunately, after being transported to Teyvat, he awakened the innate talent in tangling affection. As Fiscal and Lumen's affection for him increased, even if he didn't behave perfectly, they were incredibly understanding, allowing their relationship to flourish. Still, he realized he had fallen short in some areas. He hadn't even given Fiscal or Lumen a single gift to express his feelings. He'd have to find an opportunity to make it up to them, perhaps just like Yinger suggested, with something as simple as a perfume, as long as it conveyed his emotions. But now, with preparations for the rite of parting underway, it didn't seem like the right time. He'd have to address this later. Looks like I was right, Yinger said, nodding knowingly as she saw Nolan hesitate. Haha, Miss Yinger makes a good point. I really should give some meaningful gifts to the girls who are willing to be with me. But these perfumes are indeed meant for the Geo Archon. After the 3 are made, we'll choose the one the Archon prefers to use for the rite of parting, Nolan explained as he tried to nonchalantly reach for Lumen's hand. Sensing his intent, Lumen immediately crossed her arms, leaving him with no chance, and said, "Humph, idiot, who cares about your gifts? Lumen has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 150 affection points. Current affection level, LV.9, 795/900. Chapter 242, Geo-Resonance. Well, it seems Lumen was indeed a bit concerned after all. Nolan naturally withdrew his hand and crossed his arms as well, smiling inwardly as he glanced at the affection notification on his character panel. Hehe, it looks like the bond between you two is quite strong, Yinger remarked, noticing their interaction with a touch of sentiment. She then continued, it's getting late, and making perfume is a rather intricate process. To speed things up, I'll need your help as assistance. Is that okay? Hehe, of course. Helping others is our specialty. Paimon responded enthusiastically, hands clasped behind her back as she nodded eagerly. All right then, please start by boiling some water, Yinger instructed. With Nolan and the others agreeing to help, she began assigning them tasks. These were mostly minor chores, as she handled the more complex parts herself. By the time night had fully fallen, Nolan and the others finally received 3 different types of perfume from Yinger, each neatly stored in a beautiful glass bottle. Phew, we've finally finished making the perfume, Paimon sighed in relief. Although the tasks they helped with weren't physically demanding, the long hours had still left her feeling a bit tired. Yeah, let's head back now, Nolan agreed, nodding. When no one was looking, he used the concealment forms domain to conceal everyone as they made their way to the teleport waypoint and transported back to Mondstadt. Upon returning home, they found that Fiskal and Ounce had only just returned as well. As they all prepared dinner together, Nolan took the opportunity to ask Fiskal about the situation in the Storm Terror's lair. Since that area was previously sealed off by wind barriers, it's now teeming with adventurers, almost like a newly discovered secret realm. It's become quite lively, Fiskal replied while slicing a white radish, dressed in a white apron. Wow, so that means there are likely a lot of unopened treasure chests there, right? Nolan's eyes widened in surprise. Out in the wild, it was rare for him to come across treasure chests because the easy-to-find ones had long been claimed by other adventurers. Only in dangerous and hidden places did he have a chance to discover them. But Storm Terror's lair was different. With its previous wind barriers, most adventurers hadn't been able to explore it, making it essentially an uncharted area now. Even if it wasn't filled with treasure chests, there were bound to be quite a few. Unfortunately, with the preparations for the rite of parting underway, there was no time to go on an adventure in Storm Terror's lair. Of course. Exploring Storm Terror's lair wasn't something that could be done in just a few days, so there was no rush. They could head there a bit later. Yes, the princessin herself ventured there today and found an exquisite treasure chest. Inside were 2 primogems. This princess will gift them to you, Fiskal said as she finished cutting the radish, washed her hands, dried them with a towel, and took out 2 primogems she had collected earlier from her vision. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Nolan gratefully accepted the primogems and immediately used them, obtaining 6,000 Adventure EXP. Then, with hands still covered in glistening rice grains from washing the rice, he cupped Fiskal's fair cheeks and, despite her look of disdain, pressed his lips against her soft, moist ones. At the same time, the Harmony specialty activated. The universal energy began to enhance little Amy's body, but it wasn't long before Fiskal ended the kiss with Nolan and used his shirt as a towel to wipe the rice grains off her face. You foolish attendant, you really let yourself get carried away. Fiskal scolded, displeased, as she lifted her right leg, clad in semi-transparent black stockings under her apron, and stomped her black boot onto Nolan's foot. Humph, that's what you get for messing around and smearing rice all over my face. Last night, Nolan achieved the feat of holding both Lumen and Fiskal in his arms, taking turns kissing them until he used up all of the Harmony energy. It seems he's not far from his goal of sharing a bed with them both. If Lumen and Fiskal knew what he was thinking, they would surely roll their eyes at him. If it weren't for this guy's playful antics, holding on to them and refusing to let go, they wouldn't have let him get away with it. Now it's morning and Nolan, Lumen and Paimon had returned to Liyue Harbor and soon arrived at the Wangsheng funeral parlor. At that moment, Zhongli was just coming out of the parlor. "Good morning, everyone. Are the perfumes ready?" Zhongli asked, arms crossed, his gaze calm. "Of course, we're super reliable," Paimon said, patting her chest with her little hands. "We've got all 3 perfumes, not a single one missing." "Good, then let's not delay. We should head to the statue of the 7 outside the city now," Zhongli replied with a smile. Since the journey was a bit far, Zhongli had arranged for a carriage from the Wangsheng funeral parlor, allowing them to reach the statue of the 7 outside the city by midday. During the trip, Zhongli shared with them various knowledge about the silk flowers, from their growth to their maturity. Once they arrived at the statue of the 7, they noticed that there was a fairly large inn nearby, providing a resting place for passing merchants. This road seemed to be the same one they had traveled on when they followed the Feiyun Commerce Guild to Liu Harbor. The statue of the 7 stood by the roadside, and it should have been easy for Nolan and the others to notice it before, especially since they had considered asking Catherine about the location of the statues. However, it was possible that because they were in a carriage at the time, they might have missed it due to a lack of attention. Nolan jumped off the carriage and observed the surroundings, mulling over these thoughts. "So this is Liu's statue of the 7. It looks a bit different from Mondstadt's," Paimon commented, flying down from the carriage and gazing at the statue with a hint of surprise. Indeed, each nation's statue of the 7 represents its respective deity. Liu's is the Geo Archon, and Mondstadt's is the Inmo Archon, so they are bound to be different, Zhongli explained with a patient smile. "But isn't the Geo Archon supposed to be half dragon, half Kylan? Why does this statue depict the Geo Archon as a man?" Paimon asked, puzzled. Although the stone statue on the pedestal wore a hood that obscured its face, the broad build and abdominal muscles clearly suggested a male figure, which the clever Paimon easily deduced. "The Geo Archon has countless forms. The half-dragon, half-Kylan is him, and so is this man," Zhongli replied, looking up calmly at the statue on the pedestal. "The passing of the Geo Archon was so sudden that we don't even have a chance to pay our respects to him during the rite of descension," Nolan said, also looking up at the statue of the 7 with a sense of regret. "Indeed, such is the impermanence of life," Zhongli remarked thoughtfully, then turned to Lumen, who was approaching. "Traveler, could you please offer the perfume to the Geo Archon?" Lumen nodded and retrieved 3 different perfumes from her inventory. As she took a few steps forward, her legs wrapped in white high-heeled boots that accentuated her graceful curves, she paused and turned back to ask, "How should I offer it? Should I just open the bottle, or should I pour some out?" "Either is fine," Zhongli replied after a few seconds of thought, lightly stroking his chin with 2 fingers. Taking his advice, Lumen nodded again. She first opened the Golden House Bliss perfume and placed it in front of the statue of the 7. A faint, dreamy floral fragrance immediately filled the air. Paimon chimed in at that moment. "Miss Yinger said this Golden House Bliss perfume gives off a sweet and dreamy scent, making it a favorite among young girls." The fragrance lingered for a while, but the statue did not respond. "Is this a sign that the Archon doesn't like it?" Nolan mused, thinking that Zhongli might not have a taste for such things. "Try another one," Zhongli suggested. "All right," Lumen replied, putting away the Golden House Bliss perfume and opening another. She placed it in front of the statue as Paimon, with her hands behind her back, added, "This Mountain Shade Splendor perfume is said to be a favorite among wealthy young ladies." Unfortunately, this perfume also failed to elicit any reaction from the statue. "Wow, this Geo Archon sure is picky. I thought this calming floral scent was pretty nice." Paimon huffed, placing her hands on her hips and furrowing her brows. Nolan smiled at her, thinking, "If you want to know why the Geo Archon is so particular, maybe you should ask Zhongli. The last one, if I remember correctly, is called Ethereal Fairy Tides or Ethereal Fate, and it's more popular with mature women," Lumen said as she opened the final perfume and placed it in front of the statue. Instantly, a soft, misty fragrance wafted through the air. And then, suddenly, the statue began to glow. "Hey? Does the Geo Archon have a thing for perfumes that mature ladies use?" Paimon wondered, noticing the statue's reaction and guessing that the Geo Archon preferred the Ethereal Fate perfume. "This scent is gentle and lingering, quite nice indeed," Zhongli agreed, seemingly favoring this type of perfume as well. "Now that we've identified the perfume the Geo Archon prefers, what's the next task?" Lumen asked as she packed up all the perfumes. Next, Please go to the area near Yujing Terrace and borrow the cleansing bell from an old friend of mine, Granny Ping, Zhongli said calmly, looking at Nolan and the others. The cleansing bell? Sounds like something pretty powerful, Paimon mused, rubbing her chin with her small hand. But are you sure it's okay for us to ask your friend for it? I'm currently unable to show myself in front of my friend, so I must rely on you, Zhongli responded, gently nodding with his arms crossed. All right, but you sure are mysterious and strange, Paimon sighed, spreading her hands and shaking her head. Okay, let's head back now, Lumen said, her floating ribbon swaying in the wind, showing no hesitation in agreeing to the task. As Lumen was about to head towards the carriage, Nolan quickly grabbed her arm. You mentioned before that you awakened your Enmo abilities by touching the statue of the Seven in Mondstadt, right? Why not try the one in Liu and see if you can awaken Geo elements? Is it really possible to wield two elements? Lumen asked, surprised. It seems she doesn't fully understand her own potential yet, Nolan thought, smiling. What's the big deal about two elements? She could probably handle all seven. He then said, why not give it a shot? If it works, great. If not, there's nothing to lose. True, Lumen agreed, touching the golden strands of hair by her ear before walking over to the statue of the Seven. She placed her hand on the pillar at its base. What happened next was exactly what Nolan had anticipated. The statue seemed to be triggered by something and emitted a burst of golden light, which quickly faded. Oh? What's this? Even Zhongli, who was secretly the Geo Archon, was surprised by this turn of events. The fact that this girl could cause the statue to react was remarkable. How do you feel? Did you manage to gain Geo abilities? Nolan asked curiously. Lumen, looking pleased, replied, just as you suggested, I really did awaken Geo abilities. She raised her hand, palm facing upwards, and slowly gathered dense Geo energy, forming a solid square-shaped rock. Wow, this is amazing! You actually gained Geo powers! Paimon exclaimed excitedly. Lumen, does this mean you can create jades like Ningguang now? She asked, her curiosity piqued, imagining the possibility of never running out of Mora. Lumen looked at her, exasperated. I just awakened this power. There's no way I'm at Ningguang's level yet. Ah, that's a shame, Paimon sighed in disappointment. Any other changes? Nolan asked with interest. Yes, I can now use both elements simultaneously, and my inventory space has doubled, Lumen responded after carefully sensing the changes within her. So that means your inventory space is now 84 kilograms. Nolan's eyes widened slightly, surprised that awakening a new element would also increase her inventory capacity. Exactly. It seems that gaining the ability to use two elements also doubled my inventory space, Lumen said with a smile. Two elements equal double the capacity. So when she masters all 7 elements, will her inventory space increase 7-fold? Nolan wondered. This was certainly a beneficial development, especially for future adventures. With that, the group boarded the carriage and began their journey back to Liu Harbor. Zhongli briefly inquired about Lumen's ability to cause the statue to react. Upon learning it was due to her unique constitution, he nodded in understanding. The statue of the Seven doesn't have the ability to grant elemental powers to just anyone. However, if someone with a special constitution uses the statue's divine power as a catalyst to awaken the corresponding element, that makes sense. As a deity, Zhongli could tell that both Lumen and Nolan were not from Teyvat. It wasn't surprising to him that they might have unusual abilities. After returning to Liu Harbor, Zhongli went back to the Wangsheng funeral parlor to continue preparations for the rite of parting. Meanwhile, Nolan and his group got off the carriage midway and headed towards Yujing Terrace. After some time, they arrived at Yujing Terrace. According to Zhongli, his friend Granny Ping was somewhere nearby. After a bit of searching, they finally spotted an elderly woman with white hair at a tea stall under a tree near the moonlit gate. She must be Granny Ping. As they approached, they noticed that the tea stall was also occupied by a pink-haired girl wearing a hat and a little girl with large bells in her hair. Chapter 243, The Realm Within the Teapot. Near Yujing Terrace, Liu Harbor. As Nolan and the others approached, they naturally caught the attention of Granny Ping and her companions. Is there something you need? Asked the little girl with 2 large bells in her hair, addressing Nolan and the group. Hee, hello there. I'm Paimon, and these are Lumen and Nolan. We're here to see Granny Ping, Paimon said, waving cheerfully to them. "Hello, I'm Yanfei," the girl with slightly curved legal cap said, crossing her arms beneath her chest, looking somewhat puzzled. Her top was short, barely covering her chest, leaving her fair abdomen exposed. She wore shorts with a red front flap, which extended down to her rosy legs. "And I'm Yayao," added the little girl with two large bells in her hair, smiling as she asked, "What do you need from Granny?" "We're here on behalf of someone named Zhongli to borrow the cleansing bell. He said that he's a friend of Granny Ping, and that the bell is needed for the rite of parting," Paimon explained. "Zhongli?" Yanfei and Yayao exchanged confused glances before turning to Granny Ping and asking, "Granny, do you know him?" "Ho ho, of course I do," Granny Ping responded in a warm tone, after lowering her gaze in brief contemplation, as if she had just realized something. "Hehe, so could you lend us the cleansing bell?" Paimon asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Granny Ping. "The cleansing bell was actually something I borrowed from an old friend. I promised him that if someone ever came to borrow it, I wouldn't refuse. But after so many years, I've forgotten exactly where I put it." "Ah, getting old, memory's not what it used to be," Granny Ping sighed. "Granny, do you want me to help you find it?" Yayao asked, her hands on her hips like a little adult, showing her concern. "You little rascal, Yayao, you might start looking for it and then get distracted playing. We can't afford any delays in the rite of parting," Granny Ping said, shaking her head as she clasped her hands behind her back. "How about this?" she suggested, looking at Nolan and the others, and pointing at the teapot on the table, "All my belongings are in there. Why don't I let Yanfei take you inside to look for it?" "All right, leave it to me, Granny. I'll definitely help you find that bell," Yanfei said confidently, placing her hand on her waist. "Wait!" Paimon interrupted, utterly confused by their conversation. "You're saying the bell is inside this teapot, and you want us to go in and find it? How is that even possible?" Aside from Nolan, who was aware of the situation, Lumen and Paimon both felt like Granny Ping was joking. "Ho ho, why not give it a try and see for yourself?" Granny Ping replied with a knowing smile. Just as Granny Ping finished speaking, Nolan suddenly noticed the space around them begin to shift. In the next moment, they found themselves in an environment with a slightly dusky sky. They were standing on a piece of floating land suspended in mid-air. Ahead of them, a winding bridge of light stretched upwards towards another floating piece of land. "What is this place?" Lumen's amber eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Ha, this is Granny's realm within the teapot. Isn't it amazing? Bet it's your first time seeing something like this," Yanfei said with a smirk, her arms crossed. "A realm?" Paimon gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't this something only a Adepti have? Could Granny Ping be?" "You guessed right. Granny Ping is also known as the Adeptus Street Ward Rambler. Come on, follow me, and let's search for that bell," Yanfei said as she walked toward the Bridge of Light, casually revealing the truth. "We always thought Adepti only lived in the mountains. Who would have thought there'd be one hiding in the city? This is really unexpected," Paimon exclaimed, spreading her arms wide as she flew to catch up with Yanfei. Nolan and Lumen exchanged glances, both clearly seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. However, while Lumen was amazed by the sight of the teapot's inner world, Nolan was more struck by the scenery within this realm. He already knew about Granny Ping's identity from the game's story, but this was his first time experiencing the realm within the teapot in person. "Miss Yanfei, those two longhorns under the brim of your hat don't seem to be just for decoration. Could it be that you're also an Adeptus?" Nolan asked as he and Lumen followed Yanfei, trying to spark a conversation. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few white scales on the skin near Yanfei's waist, though he couldn't tell which kind of adeptal beast her bloodline came from. "Ah, you noticed," Yanfei replied, glancing at the young adventurer with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I do have adeptal blood, but only half. People would probably call me a hybrid." "I see. So, Miss Yanfei, you're a more exceptional being, combining the best qualities of both Adepti and humans. That's something to be envious of," Nolan remarked, naturally offering a compliment. "Haha, you're not wrong about that," Yanfei chuckled. Her adeptal blood gave her the ability to discern good from evil, allowing her to sense the good intentions of the group. As a result, Yanfei couldn't help but develop a bit of fondness for them after hearing Nolan's compliment. "Yanfei has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 160 affection points. Current affection level, LV.2, 60/200. The group continued chatting, getting to know each other better. Nolan and the others learned that Yanfei worked as a legal consultant, while Yanfei found out that they were adventurers helping Wangsheng funeral parlor with the preparations for the rite of parting. By the time they finished their conversation, they had crossed the light bridge and arrived at another floating island. Aside from 2 trees, the island was completely empty, no sign of the cleansing bell. On their right, another light bridge, similar to the one before, connected to a higher floating island. Looks like we'll have to keep going up, Lumen said, crossing her arms and shaking her head slightly, as if she was getting a bit tired. Honestly, I don't visit Granny's realm within the teapot often, so finding the cleansing bell might take some time, Yanfei admitted, unable to think of a better solution, so they continued onward. Alright, I don't know if it's because the lighting is dim here or if it's just the about evening, but I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy, Paimon yawned, floating lazily in the air. Just as the group relaxed their guard, thinking there was nothing to worry about as they crossed the light bridge, strange, dark mist-like entities began to gather around them without warning. Wah! What are these things? Paimon cried out, quickly hiding behind Lumen. Nolan, also encountering these odd creatures for the first time, instinctively activated the dandelion shield, expanding it slightly at the cost of some strength to encompass everyone, preventing any sneak attacks. These seem to be karma, manifestations of evil spirits. It looks like Granny hasn't tended to the realm within the teapot in a long time, allowing these things to appear. Yanfei frowned as a dark red book, her magical catalyst, appeared beside her, signaling that she was ready for battle. Karma? Is that a type of monster? How could something like that appear in Granny Ping's teapot realm? Paimon asked, clearly bewildered. Karma isn't exactly a monster, it's more like the lingering resentment left behind after demons die. If karma clings to you, it can torment your mind and spirit until you become one with it, so whatever you do, don't let it attach to you. As for why it's here, it's likely that Granny Ping sealed some demons and spirits in the realm within the teapot a long time ago. Over time, their resentment probably festered and gave rise to this karma, Yanfei explained in detail. As she spoke, the karma clung to Nolan's and Mo's shield like black smoke, refusing to be blown away by the swirling winds. It was like mud sticking to a wall, impossible to wipe off. What should we do? Will they break through? Paimon asked anxiously, clearly frightened. Don't worry, my elemental shield is quite sturdy. It won't break easily, but with these things stuck to it, it's hard for us to move, Nolan said, maintaining the shield without much difficulty. So, how do we get rid of them? Lumen asked, hesitating to attack with elemental power since the karma was attached to the Enmo shield. She feared that an attack might weaken the shield, which would be disastrous. Karma is tough to remove. I've heard that the conqueror of demons has been troubled by large amounts of karma for a long time. But that's when it's already attached to your soul. Right now, it's much easier to deal with just attack it with elemental power, Yanfei explained, drawing on her extensive knowledge from growing up in an Adepti family. However, figuring out how to attack was a bit tricky. If the karma wasn't stuck to the shield, they could easily strike from outside. But now, the shield that was protecting them was also limiting their options. Nolan thought for a moment and then looked at Yanfei. How effective is a spiritual attack against karma? Karma primarily attacks a person's mind and soul, so it's most vulnerable to those types of attacks. You should definitely try it. Yanfei nodded, confirming his idea. In that case, let me take care of them. Nolan smiled as he spoke, confident in his approach. Currently, the only spiritual attack he had was his spiritual thread's specialty. The sword intent of Lumen was still a physical attack, with its spiritual effects only triggering memories, which wouldn't be effective against karma. But that wasn't a big issue. He had around 10,000 Adventure EXP at the moment. If he leveled up his newly learned focus technique a few times, his spiritual strength would increase, and the spiritual threads should then be able to clear the karma. He was curious about the results of this spiritual training method. With a hint of anticipation, Nolan invested his Adventure EXP into the focus technique. Adventure EXP, minus 9,999. Focus technique LV.1, 1/1000, focus technique LV.5, 0/5000. In an instant, his Adventure EXP dropped to just 72, but the skill level of focus technique increased to level 5. Along with the skill knowledge, Nolan's spiritual strength also slowly and steadily increased, as if he had undergone long-term training. After about 5 or 6 seconds, he could feel the enhanced strength of his spiritual power. If his previous spiritual strength could be compared to a dense fog, it now had about 5 times the density. To put it more concretely, using spiritual threads as a reference, Nolan could now summon tendrils within a 50-meter radius around him. And with his spiritual power now stronger, the tendrils formed by condensed spiritual power seemed to gain some substance, becoming semi-transparent and visible to the naked eye, likely due to the increased spiritual strength. As a result, the strength of the tendrils was also significantly enhanced, capable of exerting about 50 kilograms of force. Of course, if he wanted to keep them invisible, he could reduce the output of spiritual power, though this would also weaken the tendrils' strength accordingly. 50 kilograms of force was still within the range of an ordinary human's capability, so it was uncertain how effective this would be against the karma. Nolan exhaled slowly and patted his brown short-sleeved shirt. On the dim, windless floating island within the realm within the teapot, he slightly raised his hand, adopting an attacking stance. In an instant, several meters away, a dozen semi-transparent, smooth tendrils, each about 10 centimeters in diameter, extended into the air, wrapping around the black mist clinging to the Enmo shield. The karma had no intelligence, so it didn't try to evade. Since both were manifestations of spiritual power, the karma was easily ensnared by the semi-transparent tendrils. The karma attempted to struggle, but its strength was surprisingly weak. Nolan felt like he was holding the scruff of a small cat. The resistance was only enough to let him know it was resisting, but it had no real effect. Wow, is this a technique for projecting spiritual power? I didn't expect you to know such an advanced skill, Yanfei said, slightly surprised as she watched Nolan effortlessly ensnare the karma with those strange semi-transparent tendrils, as if he were wrapping dumplings. In Teyvat, elemental power is the mainstream, and it's generally effective against non-physical beings like spirits or demons. Because of this, few people specialize in spiritual power. For someone to project spiritual power externally, their spiritual strength would typically need to be naturally strong enough, which usually required at least 6 breakthroughs or constant spiritual training. Could this seemingly ordinary adventurer really have the strength of someone who has undergone 6 breakthroughs? It's just my special talent, Nolan replied with a smile. I've managed to restrain the karma, but it seems I don't have a way to deal with them. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he dismissed the elemental shield to avoid overextending himself by maintaining 2 abilities at once. However, the spiritual threads, with their mere 50 kilograms of strength, didn't seem capable of crushing the karma. If he attacked with elemental power, it would hit his own spiritual threads first. If the grip loosened even slightly, the karma might escape. Let me think, Yanfei pondered, acknowledging that dealing with karma, something even Adepti feared, was indeed troublesome. Dummy, can't your arrows pierce through space? Just shoot through those tendrils to attack them directly, Paimon interjected with a sassy comment. Oh? That might work, but I'll need to ensure a one-hit kill. Nolan nodded in agreement and pulled out his adventurer's hunting bow, aiming at the mass of karma entwined in the semi-transparent tendrils like a blob of black ink. His delusion fed a continuous stream of pyro energy to the arrowhead, saturating it with an unprecedented intensity about a third of the full capacity of his delusion's pyro element. A moment later, Nolan released the bowstring, and the pyro-infused arrow vanished into the space before him, reappearing instantly within the mass of karma held by the semi-transparent tendrils. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, and Nolan felt a sharp ringing in his mind, leaving him a bit dizzy, a backlash from the damage inflicted on his spiritual tendrils. At the same time, a notification popped up on his character panel. Defeated strong enemy *10, obtained 20,000 Adventure EXP. Chapter 244, Interstellar Travel Must Read. 20,000 Adventure EXP. These karmic residue are really that strong? Nolan felt a bit surprised in his heart. It seemed that opening the elemental shield beforehand was indeed fortunate, otherwise, things would have gotten quite difficult if they had been entangled by them. It's been dealt with, Lumen said, looking up at the black mist that had been entirely consumed by the pyro element. This must have been a relatively weak karmic residue, or else it wouldn't have been so easy. Yanfei sensed the surrounding area and, noticing the absence of any malicious presence, breathed a slight sigh of relief. So even the Adepti's realms can be this dangerous? Paimon don't want to stay here anymore. Let's quickly find what we need and get out, Paimon said, shaking her head and covering it with her hands. Alright, let's move forward and see what we find, Yanfei said, lowering her hands from her waist and signaling everyone to follow her. As they stepped onto the light bridge once again, they noticed that, despite appearing smooth, the bridge's surface had a strong grip, making it feel like any regular path underfoot. There was no need to worry about slipping and falling into the sky below. But they couldn't help but wonder what was down there. Nolan glanced downward, curious as he looked through the light bridge at the cloud-like scenery below. That's just the bottom of the teapot's interior. There's nothing particularly special, Yanfei explained, noticing Nolan's curiosity. She continued, Granny Ping uses a teapot to create an extra-dimensional space. Essentially, she's modified the interior of the teapot to create a realm within. Of course, not just any teapot can be used. You need rare and precious materials to craft a vessel capable of holding such a realm. Upon hearing this, Nolan nodded in sudden realization. So, the ground they were standing on was actually floating within the teapot's internal space. What an incredible ability to create an extra-dimensional space. The more he thought about it, the more envious he became. Why didn't he have any aptitude for adept arts? After several seconds, they slowly reached the second floating island. This time, they remained highly vigilant, wary of another karmic residue attack. Yanfei used her innate abilities to sense any nearby malice. Lumen channeled her newly mastered geo-elemental power through her feet, using it both as a practice and to detect any hidden abnormalities below. Nolan activated his golden eye of judgment. If there were anything lurking around, he would easily spot it, as the level indicators and weaknesses would appear on them. It seems there's no danger here, Paimon said, scanning the surroundings with her eyes. She noticed that, like the previous location, this place also had some flowers, trees, and a light bridge connecting to a higher floating island. However, unlike the previous island, this one had a small pond in the middle. The pond had a few lotus flowers growing in it, and through the clear water, the sharp-eyed Paimon spotted an exquisite treasure chest at the bottom. Hey, Nolan! Look at the bottom of the pond. Paimon's starry eyes twinkled mischievously. She tugged at Nolan's shoulder, pointing excitedly at the pond. Oh! There's a treasure chest. Nolan's eyes lit up at the sight. Hehe, Paimon found this one, so you should go fetch it, Paimon said with a proud smile. All right, then, Nolan replied. After carefully checking that there was no danger, he was about to summon his semi-transparent tendrils to retrieve the treasure chest from the bottom of the pond. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if someone had pinched him. He turned around and saw Lumen looking at him with an exasperated expression. Idiot, this isn't the wild or a secret realm. Even if there is a treasure chest, do you think you can just take it? She held her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed on his behalf. You're right. This is Granny Ping's teapot realm. Even if there's a treasure chest, we can't just take it without her permission. Nolan finally snapped out of it after Lumen's reminder. Then, he stared at Paimon with some dissatisfaction. This was all her fault for egging him on, almost causing him to make a mistake. Ahat, Paimon nervously poked her fingers together, avoiding Nolan's gaze. Haha, that treasure chest was probably something Granny just tossed into the realm, and it happened to end up here. She wouldn't care about these things, so you can just take it if you want, Yanfei said with a smile, seeing how flustered Nolan was. No, let's forget it. Since we haven't found the cleansing bell here, we should hurry to the third island and take a look, Nolan shook his head. Pretending to be slightly embarrassed, he quickly walked toward the light bridge leading to the third floating island. As he passed Paimon, he suddenly grabbed her from midair when she wasn't paying attention. Ah! Help! Wah! Paimon's small face was being vigorously squished as she kicked her legs in a futile attempt to escape. Pfft! Both Lumen and Yanfei couldn't help but laugh at the antics of these two. Lumen has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 120 affection points. Current affection level, LV10, max out. Yanfei has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 100 affection points. Current affection level, LV2, 160/200. Seeing these two notifications pop up on his character panel made Nolan unconsciously pause his actions. Paimon took advantage of his momentary distraction to break free and angrily flew up, tugging at his cheeks. You jerk! How dare you treat me like this? Even Lumen wouldn't dare. Ah, I'm sorry, Paimon. I was wrong. Let me treat you to a big meal to make it up to you. After spending so much time with Lumen, her affection for him had finally reached the max level. Naturally, he also gained the corresponding Seat of Destiny ability. Curious, Nolan wanted to check out the details of this affection ability as soon as possible. With no other choice, he had to apologize to Paimon. "Humph, you still haven't fulfilled your promise from last time," Paimon huffed, her resolve wavering at the mention of a big meal, and her grip on his cheeks softened. Nolan remembered that last time at the Zinyo kiosk, it was Ningguang who had paid for the meal, so it didn't count as his treat. But he didn't intend to break his promise, so he continued, "All right, I owe you 2 big meals now, feel free to order anything you like from a fancy restaurant." "Fine, I'll let you off the hook for now," Paimon finally relented, unable to resist the allure of a big meal. She dropped her plan to get back at Nolan, "But remember, whether those 2 meals are up to par will depend on my dining experience." "All right, whatever you say." Nolan gently pushed Paimon's hands away and rubbed his now sore cheeks. "Humph." Paimon crossed her arms and turned away. "All right, Paimon, don't argue with this idiot. We're probably close to finding the cleansing bell and can finally get out of here," Lumen said, her fair face still showing traces of an amused smile as she tried to calm things down. With Yanfei leading the way, the group continued toward the 3rd floating island. Nolan lagged behind, leisurely following the girls as he opened his character panel to check the affection skill he had just received. "Through sincere intentions and relentless efforts, your fate has become deeply intertwined with that of another. Henceforth, the star of the maiden's destiny shall shine alongside yours, granting you the ability, interstellar travel." Interstellar travel. The name seemed to perfectly match Lumen's background of traveling across different worlds. Could this be the long-awaited ability that would play a crucial role in his quest to find Earth and return home? Nolan wondered as he focused his thoughts on the affection skill, quickly receiving detailed feedback. Interstellar travel, you can place a waypoint on any person. Those with a waypoint can sense each other's location, communicate, and, with mutual consent, instantly teleport to each other's side, ignoring all obstacles. The current number of waypoints you can set is 92. Reading the description of interstellar travel, Nolan felt a mix of disappointment and contentment. On one hand, this affection skill was indeed powerful and fell within the realm of spatial manipulation, but unfortunately, it didn't allow him to roam the starry seas freely like Lumen once did. Unless Lumen regained her former strength and traveled to another planet, he would then have to use this ability to teleport there. All things considered, it wasn't too bad. After all, Nolan believed that with his help, Lumen's journey across Teyvat would be much smoother, and regaining her strength would only be a matter of time. The number of waypoints made sense too. His level was 50, and Lumen's was 42, adding up to 92, just like how the strength of the Eye of Judgment he gained from Fiscal was determined by combining their levels. Besides spatial teleportation, the interstellar travel waypoints also functioned like a phone, which was quite handy. He had even considered learning some sort of long-distance communication technique before, so this fulfilled that desire. As everyone knows, maintaining contact is a key way to boost affection. With so many waypoints available, if he could place one on all the girls like Amber, Eula, Noelle, Sucrose, and Jean, well, that would certainly help improve their affection towards him. For Nolan, gaining strength wasn't just about leveling up or improving skills through Adventure EXP. The affection abilities he received when the girl's affection maxed out also provided a significant boost to his power. The 2 he had now were proof of that. One allowed him to see through illusions and discern strengths and weaknesses, while the other let him teleport across any distance and communicate remotely. Clearly, these were no ordinary abilities. This made him very invested in gaining affection. Of course, his interest wasn't solely due to power, there was also the desire to get closer to the girls. After all, on Earth, the reason he kept playing Genshin Impact was for the adorable characters. There was no shame in admitting that, and now that he had actually crossed into the real Teyvat, he wasn't about to let go of his initial dreams, especially when they were within reach. If Nolan had been a native of Teyvat, perhaps this dream alone would have earned him a vision. However, waypoints weren't something you could just hand out willy-nilly. Take Yanfei, for instance. They had only just met. Offering her something that could track her location with questionable privacy implications might make her think Nolan had ulterior motives, causing her affection to drop instantly. It seemed that only Fiscal and Lumen were the ones he could casually offer waypoints to, giving them to others might be a bit more complicated. After all, with a waypoint, your location would be exposed to anyone else who also has a waypoint. Unless everyone involved knows each other well and has a good relationship, most people would resist this kind of tracking. Sigh, I guess it's better to take things slow and be cautious, going one step at a time. Nolan temporarily pushed aside the endless thoughts swirling in his mind because they had arrived at the third floating island in the teapot domain. This island was quite different from the previous two. Firstly, there were no trees planted here, no pools of water, and no karmic residue either. Instead, there was just a long table placed in the center. On the table were various inconspicuous odds and ends, with a few boxes stacked in the corner. It looked like this area was used for storage. Which makes sense, considering this is an Adeptus domain. How could there be so many demons and monsters? Nolan shook his head and continued to observe the island. On both the left and right sides, there were light bridges extending upward to two more floating islands. Looking in the direction of those islands, they were connected to even more islands beyond. This teapot realm is unimaginably vast, Paimon, wearing her crown, remarked with a bit of awe as she looked up. How long would it take to find what they were looking for? Hehe, I remember Granny Ping kept a lot of things here. The cleansing bell should be among them. Let's search carefully, Yan Fei said with a light chuckle. Yeah, finding things is our specialty, Paimon replied confidently, folding her arms. What followed was a scene of everyone rummaging through the boxes. Nolan felt that the cleansing bell was most likely on the table, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. Strange, could it not be here? Yan Fei wondered aloud as she finished going through the boxes, also coming up empty-handed. Hey? What's this? Lumen suddenly noticed a delicate box covered in dust near the edge of the floating island. She picked it up and gently shook it. Ding ding! A soft, clear sound came from inside. The sound immediately caught everyone's attention because it sounded just like a bell. It seemed likely that the cleansing bell was inside this ornate little box. Quick, open it and see. Paimon eagerly urged as she floated closer. All right. Lumen's fair hand held the wooden box, brushing away some dust. She gently pressed her fingertip on the lid and lifted it. Sure enough, inside was a beautifully crafted bell adorned with intricate patterns. Miss Yan Fei, could this be the cleansing bell? Nolan asked as he walked over to where Yan Fei was standing. I've never actually seen the cleansing bell myself, but there shouldn't be any other bells in this realm. Let's take it outside and ask Granny Ping to confirm, Yan Fei replied, touching a strand of hair by her temple, sounding slightly uncertain. Hehe, that works too. But where's the exit? Paimon wondered, hovering in midair with her right leg slightly lifted. Nolan and Lumen both looked to Yan Fei for answers. After all, they had been in the teapot realm for quite a while and hadn't noticed any obvious exit. Simple. Yan Fei patted her chest confidently, then cupped her hands around her mouth and took a deep breath before shouting, Granny Ping! We've found it! Her loud voice echoed throughout the teapot realm. A few seconds passed, and just as Nolan and the others thought it hadn't worked, their vision suddenly went black, and in an instant, they were back outside. End of chapter. What a good chapter to end the week. Chapter 245, Kikai. Yujing Terrace, Tea Stall. As they gazed at the bright and familiar surroundings, Nolan and the others realized they had left the realm within the teapot. You young ones are really quick, you found it so soon, Granny Ping remarked, her face showing a hint of nostalgia as she looked at the bell inside the box Lumen was holding. So this bell is the cleansing bell? Paimon pointed to the box in Lumen's hand and asked. That's right. All right, children, go ahead and take it to the one who needs it. Don't delay, Granny Ping said with a kind smile. Thank you, Immortal Granny, Paimon responded politely. Since they had successfully borrowed the cleansing bell, Nolan and Lumen had no other business to attend to, so they prepared to head back to Zhongli. Come and visit again next time, said Yayo, the little girl with a bun hairstyle and two large bells, waving them goodbye. Yan Fei, who was also waving to her new friends, suddenly remembered something and said, You know I work as a legal consultant, right? If you ever need any help with that, don't hesitate to come to me. She took the opportunity to advertise her services. Of course, we will, Nolan and the others nodded politely. After leaving Yujing Terrace, they found Zhongli at the Wangsheng funeral parlor and presented the cleansing bell to him. This is indeed the cleansing bell, and it's been well kept, Zhongli nodded calmly. By the way, you mentioned you're friends with Granny Ping. Does that mean you're also an immortal? Paimon asked, voicing her curiosity. Not quite like the Adepti, but rather a peripheral figure who has lived a bit longer, Zhongli responded. Please keep this between us. If too many people find out, I might not be able to peacefully continue my role as a guest consultant at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, Zhongli added, neither hiding nor fully revealing the truth. Paimon knew it. Paimon exclaimed, spinning excitedly in the air before patting her chest. Don't worry, we'll keep your secret safe and won't let anyone disturb you. Having been in Liyue for some time, Paimon knew how obsessed Liyue's people were with finding immortals. If everyone learned that an immortal was at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, they'd likely flock there, blocking the place entirely, and causing significant trouble. Nolan almost laughed when Zhongli called himself a peripheral figure among the immortals. He thought to himself, this guy is even better at pretending than I am. Then he asked, now that we have the cleansing bell, what's next? The next steps for the ritual include preparing a kite, crystal butterflies, everlasting incense, and a glaze lily. Then, we wait for the Kixing to retrieve the Emperor's body from the Golden House and bring it to the ceremony site, Zhongli explained briefly. There's still so much to do. Paimon's shoulders drooped, feeling tired just thinking about it. Hehe, you won't have to do everything, Zhongli said, crossing his arms and letting the wind play with his robes as he continued with a smile. I'll take care of the kite and crystal butterflies. As for the everlasting incense and glaze lilies, I'll leave those to you. What are everlasting incense and glaze lilies? Lumen asked, her slender white fingers adjusting the long sleeves on her left arm, her ember eyes filled with curiosity. The first is a special incense needed for the ritual, which you should be able to purchase at Bubu Pharmacy. The latter, glaze lilies, are flowers. However, most of them are now artificially cultivated. True wild ones are rare, so you'll need to spend some extra effort searching for them in the wild, Zhongli explained with a gentle nod. I see, Lumen murmured thoughtfully. She understood that the glaze lilies must be wild to show proper respect to the Geo Archon. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was understandable. Since the everlasting incense could be purchased directly, obtaining it shouldn't be too difficult. Alright, since it's still early, let's head to Bubu Pharmacy and see if we can buy the everlasting incense, Nolan suggested after thinking it over, addressing Lumen. It was almost noon, so the search for wild glaze lilies could wait until the afternoon. For now, they could focus on buying the everlasting incense. If all went well, they might be able to complete the preparations for the ritual today. Okay, Lumen responded, indicating she had no objections. With that, Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon made their way to Bubu Pharmacy, while Zhongli went off to buy a kite and prepare the crystal butterflies. Bubu Pharmacy was a well-known pharmacy in Liyue Harbor, and its owner, Mr. Beizu, was highly praised by the people of Liyue for his exceptional medical skills. Finding the pharmacy was easy, they just asked a passerby for directions. By the time Nolan and the others arrived at Bubu Pharmacy, some time had passed. In front of them was a long, wide stone staircase, with the pharmacy located at the top. They took their time climbing the stairs, not in any particular rush. To be honest, Nolan felt that it was somewhat inconvenient for Bubu Pharmacy to be built in such a high location. After all, many of the people who came here were already feeling unwell and exhausted, and having to climb such a long staircase might leave them even more drained. Of course, Nolan was just making a casual complaint. The location of Bubu Pharmacy likely had many influencing factors, such as lower property prices or good feng shui. Besides, Dr. Beizu seemed to make house calls frequently, so it wasn't likely that severely ill patients would have to come to the pharmacy themselves. Hey, why is there no one here? Paimon, who had flown ahead into Bubu Pharmacy, looked toward the counter at the front and remarked curiously. Having flown up to the pharmacy with flying, Paimon didn't feel tired at all. A few seconds later, Nolan and Lumen finally arrived and began to casually observe the interior of the pharmacy. Excuse me, is the owner here? Lumen called out softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Welcome, a voice responded from ahead, but no one was visible. Could it be someone invisible, like the big radish? Paimon wondered, placing her index finger on her lower lip as she speculated. Let's take a closer look, Lumen said, blinking as her ember eyes briefly flickered, then reappeared. She stared at the counter in front of them, sensing that the voice had come from behind it. Lumen, you and the big radish should go first, Paimon said nervously. Lumen gave Paimon an exasperated look. Paimon only seemed to charge ahead when there was a feast involved. Nolan chuckled softly and then walked forward. If he remembered correctly, Kikai, who was watching over the shop, was so short that the counter perfectly obscured her, which was why they hadn't seen her. Sure enough, as they got closer, they naturally saw a little girl wearing a hat through the gap in the counter. So you're not even taller than the counter? And you have a talisman stuck to your forehead? Paimon, relieved to see that the voice belonged to a little girl, commented with curiosity. Could she be a zombie? Lumen, who had traveled through many worlds and seen much, voiced her speculation. Yes, hello. I am Kikai. I died once and was saved by an adeptus, so I am a zombie, Kikai said, looking up at them. Wow, she just casually drops such shocking information, Paimon remarked, a bit surprised. Well, considering this is Liu, where there are adepti, it's not that strange, Lumen said, hands on her hips. Kikai, we would like to buy some everlasting incense. Could you help us with that? Nolan, who was familiar with Kikai from the game's storyline, wasn't surprised by her being a zombie and directly asked about the item they wanted to purchase. Everlasting incense. You need a prescription. Kikai can only help if you have a prescription, Kikai responded, her pale red eyes showing no emotion as she looked at them. Everlasting incense isn't a medicine, so why would we need a prescription? Paimon spread her hands, confused. You need a prescription. Kikai can only help if you have one. This is an edict Kikai gave herself, Kikai explained, shaking her head slightly, causing the talisman on her forehead to sway. What's an edict? Paimon asked, once again encountering something she didn't understand. Even though we don't have a prescription, we still want to ask for your help in getting the everlasting incense. Is that possible? Lumen guessed that the edict was something specific to zombies, but now wasn't the time to delve into it. The priority was obtaining the incense. All right, Kikai nodded, her hat and talisman bobbing with the motion. Hey? So now we can just get it. Paimon was bewildered. They had just been told they needed a prescription, but now it seemed they didn't. But you must help me with something as well, to be fair, Kikai continued, ignoring Paimon's confusion, her voice steady and emotionless as always. A shopkeeper helping customers is unfair. Paimon was too tired to even comment. Hee, all right. If it's a small favor, we don't mind helping, Nolan said, recognizing this conversation from the game's storyline and remembering what Kikai wanted them to do. Coconut milk. Please go to MT Tianheng and use the Guizhong Ballista to hunt for coconut milk for me, Kikai stated her request. As expected, just like in the game's storyline, Kikai made this strange request. If Nolan and the others had just gone to MT Tianheng to find some coconut milk yak, they would have ended up wasting their time. Even Zhongli, who has lived for a long time and is one of the most knowledgeable beings in Teyvat, was fooled by this in the story. So, it's crucial to clarify what exactly Kikai means by coconut milk yak and what she intends to do once it's found. Guizhong Ballista, coconut milk yak? Lumen, am I supposed to go back to school? I feel so dumb, Paimon said, closing her eyes and lowering her head in frustration. Lumen sighed slightly. She had been in Liu for a while but had never heard of such things, so she directly asked, Kikai, what is this coconut milk yak you're talking about, and why do you want to hunt it? Coconut milk yak is a legendary half-adeptus beast. I want to drink coconut milk, so I need the coconut milk yak, Kikai replied, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation despite her expression remaining neutral. However, upon hearing coconut milk, both Paimon and Lumen fell silent. If they weren't mistaken, coconut milk comes from coconuts that grow on coconut trees. Could Kikai be talking about some special breed of animal? Seeing the puzzled looks on Lumen and Paimon's faces, Nolan quietly chuckled and then explained to Kikai, Kikai, there's no half-adeptus beast called coconut milk yak in Liu. The coconut milk you're thinking of comes from coconuts that grow on coconut trees. You can buy them at a fruit shop. That's right, Kikai just wanted some coconut milk. However, due to her poor memory as a result of becoming a zombie, she had forgotten that coconut milk comes from coconuts and had instead imagined a mythical creature called the coconut milk yak. She believed that coconut milk was the milk from this yak, and in the game's storyline, Zhongli, without clarifying this, ended up wasting time by taking the traveler on a wild goose chase. It's a bit ironic, really. The mighty Geo Archon, fooled by a child. Nolan almost laughed out loud when he first saw this in the game. After realizing that coconut milk doesn't come from a coconut milk yak, Kikai lowered her head, seemingly lost in deep thought. What should we do? Should we go buy some coconuts for Kikai and then have her get the everlasting incense for us? Paimon asked, looking at Nolan and Lumen. That seems like the only option. You two wait here, and I'll go to the market to buy some, Nolan suggested after thinking it over. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a man with green hair and glasses walking into Bubia Pharmacy. The man also had a small white snake wrapped around his neck. Haha, thank you for taking care of Kikai. Buying coconuts is something customers shouldn't have to do. You can tell me what you need, and I'll take care of it, the man said with a warm smile. Oh? And you are? Nolan, of course, recognized the man as Beizu, the owner of Bubia Pharmacy, but he pretended not to know and asked. Haha, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Beizu, the owner of Bubia Pharmacy, the man with glasses replied, still smiling. Ah, I thought Kikai was the owner here. Is this where I'm supposed to say pleased to meet you? Paimon said, suddenly realizing the situation. No need for the courtesy from someone who almost got tricked. The voice came from the small white snake wrapped around Beizu's neck. Wah! A talking snake. Paimon instinctively hid behind Lumen. Humph, such a fuss over nothing. The white snake continued its sarcastic remarks. Lumen also looked a bit surprised. It was her first time seeing a talking animal. Chongsheng, don't be rude. Beizu scolded the white snake before turning back to Nolan and the others with a smile. Chongsheng means no harm. Now, what can I help you with today? Paimon stuck her tongue out at the white snake and then explained their situation to Beizu, mentioning that they needed to buy everlasting incense. After hearing this, Beizu nodded and chuckled, we do have everlasting incense in stock. It's top quality and costs only 3 million mora. 3 million mora. You might as well go rob the golden house. Paimon exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend why a few sticks of incense could be so expensive. Chapter 246, The Revelation. But that place has been requisitioned by the Kixing. If you're planning to target it, you better be ready to spend some time in jail. Paimon added. Zhongli mentioned that the Archon's body is being kept in the golden house by the Kixing. This likely means there will be even more guards stationed there. It really is quite expensive, Lumen admitted, feeling that even if she and Nolan pooled all their mora together, they still wouldn't have enough to pay for the everlasting incense. Haha, it seems you all lack a bit of understanding about the everlasting incense. It has its reasons for being priced this high. Our shop would never overcharge our customers, Beizu said with a warm smile. That's true, but still. Nolan smiled awkwardly. When he was playing Genshin Impact, he never imagined he would actually end up in Teyvat, so he didn't pay much attention to the storyline details. He'd forgotten long ago that the everlasting incense was this expensive 3 million mora, to be exact. It's all Zhongli's fault, he didn't give any warning. Now, with the two of them barely having enough mora between them, even if they had enough to cover the cost, they could have bought it and then sought reimbursement from Child, the sponsor of the Rite of Parting. But reality is disappointing. It looks like they'll have to go back to Child and get the money before coming back. Alright, I guess we'll have to return later, Paimon said, shrugging. Nolan and the others were reluctantly heading towards the door when the orange-haired, somewhat handsome Fatui Harbinger, Child, walked in. Hey? Child, what are you doing here? Paimon exclaimed, hovering in the air with wide eyes as she looked at him. Haha, as the sponsor of the Rite of Parting, I need to ensure nothing goes wrong with the ceremony. Naturally, I've been keeping an eye on your progress. When I heard you were coming to buy the everlasting incense, I figured you might be short on mora. Seems I arrived just in time, Tartaglia said candidly, revealing that he had been watching Nolan and the others. Something feels suspicious. Why is this irrelevant guy so interested in this matter? Paimon wondered, scrutinizing Child, trying to discern his intentions. Hey, don't look at me like that. We're all working together to make sure the ceremony goes smoothly, right? Tartaglia responded, already having his plan in mind. If he couldn't find out in advance where the Kixing had hidden the Geo Archon's body, he planned to make his move during the Rite of Parting. After all, extracting the Gnosis wouldn't take much time. He believed his strength was sufficient to grab it quickly and then retreat safely. This was why he didn't want any delays in preparing for the ceremony. If he couldn't even see the Geo Archon's body, How could he complete the task assigned by Her Majesty the Tsaritsa? Nolan could somewhat guess what Child was thinking. However, he didn't expose him. When Zhongli casually mentioned at Wangsheng funeral parlor that his body was hidden in the Golden House, it wasn't entirely without the intention of letting Child know and start causing trouble. Because at this point in time, those adepti were likely on their way to Liu Harbor. If Child took too long to make his move, by the time the adepti arrived in Liu, assessed the situation, and confirmed that the Archon was indeed dead, they would undoubtedly seek justice from the Kixing. If the adepti decided to remove the Kixing and take control of Liu themselves, Zhongli's carefully orchestrated plan would be meaningless. If the Kixing didn't back down, conflict might even arise, which is something Zhongli didn't want to see happen. He hoped that both the adepti and the humans could face the crisis together, allowing the adepti to see the brilliance of humanity and ultimately retreat to the background, serving only as protectors. From there, the rest would be left to the humans to develop on their own. Now that Child had been watching them for some time, it was only a matter of time before he figured out that the Geo Archon's body was temporarily placed in the Golden House. Nolan, of course, had no intention of interfering with Zhongli's plan. So, he quickly had Child purchase the everlasting incense and leave. The sooner this was resolved, the sooner Lumen could ask Zhongli about the unknown god who had kidnapped her brother. By participating in such a significant event, Nolan naturally hoped to gain some special character specialty. After arranging for the cost of the everlasting incense to be charged to the Northland Bank, Child didn't leave immediately. Instead, he moved to a secluded corner and leaned against the wall as if waiting for someone. Before long, a masked member of the Fatui appeared. Lord Child, Ekaterina greeted the highly respected 11th Harbinger with respect. What did you discover from following them and lying in wait here? Tartaglia asked Ekaterina. Yes, I heard them mention that the Golden House has been requisitioned by the Kixing. Ekaterina nodded. Oh, haha, I see, Tartaglia quickly deduced the underlying meaning of that statement. The Golden House is usually just a mint, with no reason for the Kixing to requisition it. However, with the recent passing of the Geo Archon, his body needed a secure place for storage. The heavily guarded Golden House seemed like an ideal choice. Now that we have the everlasting incense, the next step is to find wild glaze lilies, right? Paimon asked as they walked down the street toward Wangsheng funeral parlor. Yes, let's first deliver the incense to Zhongli so he can take care of it. Then we can have lunch before heading out to find the flowers, Nolan nodded. When they arrived at Wangsheng funeral parlor, they didn't see Zhongli but instead encountered a somewhat tired Hu Tao. Yo, long time no see, it's you guys, Hu Tao said, slapping her cheeks lightly to perk herself up as she greeted them enthusiastically. Then she continued, I heard you've been hanging out with our guest consultant, Zhongli, helping with the preparations for the rite of parting. Hehe, that's right. We were just about to hand over the everlasting incense to him before heading out to find glaze lilies in the wild, Paimon replied, clearly fond of Hu Tao. I see. You've been working hard. I've been busy getting the staff to help set up the ceremony site. I haven't even had time to ride my cycle lately. Sigh, Hu Tao sighed. Hu Tao, as the funeral parlor director, you should be overseeing the work. You're not seriously hammering in nails yourself, are you? Lumen joked with the quirky girl. Directing people is exhausting too, you know. Hu Tao said, lowering her hat a bit in frustration. But thankfully, the site is ready now, so I can take a little break. Haha, it sounds like you've been through a lot, Director Hu. By the way, is Zhongli around? We've got the everlasting incense he asked for, Nolan said with a light smile. Oh, that wooden block of a guy hasn't come back yet, it seems you've made a trip for nothing, Hu Tao said. The sunlight cast a warm, reddish glow on her snow-white legs peeking out from beneath her shorts, and even just looking at them seemed to convey a sense of softness. I see, I guess it takes longer than expected to catch crystal flies, Paimon mused. By the way, it's noon already. Director Hu, have you eaten yet? If not, how about joining us at Wanman Restaurant? Our treat. Since Zhongli wasn't around, the matter of handing over the everlasting incense would have to wait. Nolan and the others were about to go for lunch anyway, so they politely invited Hu Tao to join them. Hu Tao rubbed her stomach through her red-brown outfit, realizing she was indeed a bit hungry. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, sure, I haven't had Xiangling's cooking in a while. Wanman Restaurant wasn't far from Wangsheng funeral parlor. It was just a short walk through the Alchemy Plaza and down the street on the right. Business at Wanman restaurant was bustling, but with Xiang Ling and Chef Mao working together, they managed to keep up with the orders. Nolan and his group found an empty table and ordered a variety of signature dishes. After a while, Xiang Ling brought the dishes to the table, filling it with delicious food. When it came to eating, Nolan never skimped on himself or others, so the meal was quite lavish. Paimon was particularly enthusiastic, even reaching for the fish meatballs in front of him. "Wow, I'm stuffed." "Thanks for the meal," Hu Tao said after a while, leaning back in her chair and letting out a satisfied sigh as she finished her last sip of tofu fish soup. "Hu Tao has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 120 affection points. Current affection level LV.3, 10/300. Great, she's at level 3 now, which means we've become pretty good friends," Nolan thought, feeling pleased as he saw the affection prompt appear on his character screen. "Hehe, no need to thank us," Paimon said, wiping the oil from her mouth with a smile. After resting for about 10 minutes, Nolan and the group set off to the wilderness to search for glaze lilies. When Hu Tao learned what they were planning, she offered to help, saying she knew a bit about glaze lilies and could assist in finding them. With someone willing to help, Nolan and the others gladly accepted the offer. Besides, spending more time with her might even increase their friendship. Having experienced the powerful affection skills gained from Fiscal and Lumen, Nolan was now even more curious about what abilities other girls might offer. In Liu, at Gailai Plains, the four of them walked along a not-so-smooth path, with a bit of yellow dust clinging to their shoes. Glaze lilies are a specialty of Liu. They can be found in many places, like Kinky Village and near Yujing Terrace, but those are cultivated by humans. Truly wild glaze lilies are much rarer, Hu Tao said, resting her chin on her hand, her smooth black painted nails reflecting a bit of light. "So, where should we go to find wild glaze lilies?" Lumen asked, her white over-the-knee high-heeled boots alternating as she walked, the asymmetrical hem of her skirt swaying like a jellyfish in the sea with her movements. Zhongli had also mentioned that wild glaze lilies were rare. In that case, we need to head to a place where people rarely go," Hu Tao said, changing her posture and placing her hands on her hips. "Rarely visited? Where should we go then?" Paimon asked, her starry eyes showing a hint of confusion. As an outsider, Nolan naturally didn't know much about glaze lilies, so he turned his gaze to Hu Tao to see how she would handle things. While Hu Tao might be playful at times, she was reliable when it came to serious matters. "The place we need to go is near Kinky Village, at Wuvong Hill." When Hu Tao mentioned Wuvong Hill, she smiled mysteriously, as if she was up to something mischievous. "Hey, you're not planning to trick us again, are you?" Paimon said, giving Hu Tao a skeptical look. "Of course not. Let me explain," Hu Tao quickly denied, waving her hand. Through the wide sleeve of her robe, a glimpse of her fair arm was visible. "All right then, explain why a place with such an ominous-sounding name like Wuvong Hill would have wild glaze lilies," Paimon said, crossing her arms and giving Hu Tao a chance to justify herself. "Hehe, Wuvong Hill is a place heavy with yin energy, where the sun rarely shines. Ghosts and wandering spirits often appear there. Even though it's close to Kinky Village, not many people dare to go there. So, if there's a place where wild glaze lilies might grow, Wuvong Hill would be it," Hu Tao explained with a mischievous smile on her pale lips. "What? Ghosts? Spirits?" Paimon exclaimed in shock and fear. No. I don't want to go to a place like that. Glaze lilies can grow in other parts of Liu, right? Let's find somewhere else, even if it's further away." It was clear that Paimon was terrified of ghosts. Nolan vaguely remembered that in the game's storyline, the traveler didn't find wild glaze lilies at Wuvong Hill, but he couldn't recall the exact location. Otherwise, they could head straight there. "But Wuvong Hill is the only place I know that might have glaze lilies. I haven't heard of them growing anywhere else," Hu Tao said, shrugging helplessly. Then how about we go back and post a commission at the Adventurers Guild, asking other adventurers to find them for us?" Paimon suggested, moving closer to Lumen for comfort. To be honest, Nolan was also a bit scared of ghosts and supernatural things. He remembered being unable to sleep after watching a horror movie with his dorm mates. Although he no longer feared that ghosts could actually harm him, he still preferred to avoid them if possible. So, Nolan nodded in agreement with Paimon's suggestion. As they continued walking along the dusty road, Lumen sighed, rubbing her forehead as she glanced at the two of them. Were they really that scared of something so intangible? No way, that would be a waste of Mora. Besides, ordinary adventurers don't have our skills. They could get held up by a group of hilly churls for ages, which would be terribly inefficient. We should handle this ourselves, Lumen said, rejecting the idea from Nolan and Paimon. Chapter 247, The Mysterious Crow. In the end, the two had no choice but to follow Hu Tao to Wuvong Hill since she was a local of Liu. Naturally, she knew more about glaze lilies than these outsiders. Aren't you two capable of controlling Anmo? Hurry up and create a wind field to lift us up, like last time. If we just walk there, it'll take more than half a month. Hu Tao said, hands on her hips, addressing Nolan and Lumen. The last time they went to the Jade Chamber, they used wind power to fly up with wind gliders, which was very convenient. True, Nolan agreed, nodding thoughtfully. He checked his character panel, noting that he had over 20,000 Adventure EXP. If he used some to level up his Anmo manipulation skill, they'd likely be able to fly faster. With that in mind, Nolan used some Adventure EXP to level up Anmo manipulation to level 5. Adventure EXP -6999. Anmo manipulation LV.3, 1/3000, Anmo manipulation LV.5, 0/5000. The moment he leveled up, Nolan's control and understanding of Anmo improved dramatically, as if he had been practicing for a long time. For example, elemental infusions could now last for 15 minutes. The wind blades he formed were sharper, the power of his windstorms stronger, and the wind glider flights were higher and faster. Additionally, upgrading this foundational skill enhanced his proficiency with other Anmo-related abilities like Elemental Skill and Elemental Burst. Seeing that he still had over 13,000 Adventure EXP left, Nolan decided to save them for emergencies during their adventure. How's it going? Are you ready? Hu Tao summoned her red-brown wind glider from her vision, looking at Nolan and Lumen, signaling them to create the wind field. She was already prepared. Seeing Hu Tao so eager, Nolan chuckled and, with Lumen, created the wind field. The three of them, along with Paimon, took to the skies, riding the wind forward. At their current speed, Hu Tao estimated it would take about a day and a night to reach Wuvong Hill. Nolan thought this speed was still a bit slow. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the sharp-eyed Paimon spotted a faint red glow on the ground below not very high up. It was a teleport waypoint. There was no need to hesitate. They descended and activated the teleport waypoint they had unexpectedly discovered. Lumen then took Nolan by one hand and Hu Tao by the other, with Paimon clinging to her neck. She touched the waypoint, teleporting everyone directly to the Stone Gate. Wuvong Hill is located between Kinky Village and Stone Gate, so it took less than half an hour for the group to arrive near Stone Gate after leaving Liu Harbor. Indeed, no matter how fast you fly, teleportation is always more efficient. Come to think of it, they could have used the teleport waypoint near the Alchemy Plaza in the city to get here, but perhaps it had been too long since they'd been to Stone Gate, so they hadn't realized they had already activated a waypoint there. Luckily, not long after they left the city and arrived at Gailai Plains, they spotted a new teleport waypoint. As they descended to activate it, they took a moment to check the map to see the route to Wuvong Hill. Nolan happened to notice that the Stone Gate was near Wuvong Hill, and suddenly remembered this detail. Hu Tao, on the other hand, was surprised and curious that Lumen could use such strange devices for long-distance teleportation. She pestered Lumen with questions the entire way, which left Nolan with no chance to hold Lumen's hand. So gloomy. Paimon shrank behind Lumen, her starry eyes glancing around at the surroundings. The sky was unnaturally dark, and the forest was eerily quiet. Just moments ago at the Stone Gate, it had been sunny and bright, but now it felt like they had stepped into another world, something completely unnatural. Hehe, there seems to be something wrong with the ley lines here, causing a heavy accumulation of yin energy. There really are ghosts, so be careful not to get scared, Hu Tao said, familiar with Wuvong Hill after many visits. But in such a dark environment, without any sunlight, is it really a good place for glaze lilies to grow? Nolan asked, feeling a bit uneasy. He was starting to regret following Hu Tao here, something about this didn't seem right. Don't worry. I've been here before and definitely saw glaze lilies growing here. I will never forget anything. Hu Tao patted her chest, her pale face full of confidence. Oh? How long ago was that? Do you remember the exact location? If the glaze lilies are still there, we won't have to search for them, Lumen said thoughtfully. About 2 months ago, I remember the spot. Follow me. Hu Tao began to walk up the hillside with her pale legs. Nolan, Paimon, and Lumen exchanged glances. Since they were already here, they might as well go all the way. The group followed Hu Tao deeper into the eerie Wuvong Hill. A cool breeze made their skin crawl. To avoid any mishaps, Nolan activated his golden eye of judgment, ensuring that if they fell into any strange illusions, he could immediately detect them. It was better to be safe than sorry. As they walked along the mountain path, Nolan noticed faint, ghostly blue flames beginning to appear around them, floating silently like phantoms. He scanned the area but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a bright level indicator appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. Level 22. It was a black crow perched on a branch, its eyes glowing an eerie green as it stared at them with malevolent intent. Daring to glare at this hall master like that, don't you know what I do for a living? Hu Tao followed Nolan's gaze and spotted the crow, frowning. You mean, sending it off to the afterlife? Paimon stammered, clearly unnerved by the creepy creature. Exactly, this green-eyed crow is mine to deal with. Hu Tao placed her pale right hand on her chest, then extended it forward, pulling out a half-transparent ghost with a perpetual smile, resembling a white balloon. She grabbed the ghost by its long tail and flung it toward the crow on the branch. Caw! As a monster, the green-eyed crow was highly aggressive toward humans. It had planned to ambush the group but was discovered and counterattacked instead. Realizing it had been seen, the crow immediately let out a cry and flapped its wings to escape, but it was too slow for the ghost. Before it could even lift off, the ghost collided with and passed through it. Thud! The crow's body lost control and fell from the branch to the ground, motionless. The ghost's mouth puffed up as if it was chewing on something. A ghost? Did it just eat the monster's soul? How did it do that? Lumen asked, her face showing a bit of surprise. Hu Tao waved at the ghost, beckoning it back as she was about to explain when she suddenly noticed a black mass approaching in the overcast sky. Green fireballs rained down on them like a storm. Chapter 248, The Waymark. What the heck? Nolan quickly activated the dandelion shield to block the barrage of green fireballs raining down on them. Puff, puff, puff. The green fireballs hit the wind element shield, dissipating easily without causing any ripples, but Nolan could feel his elemental energy rapidly draining. The intensity of the fireball barrage wasn't particularly strong individually, but when concentrated like this, it became overwhelmingly terrifying. That black mass is crows. How can there be so many of them? Paimon exclaimed, looking up at the sky filled with the chaotic flight of black figures. How are there so many, and I've never seen these green-eyed crows at Wuvong Hill before. Hu Tao was also shocked by the overwhelming sight. Although these crows didn't seem particularly strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If not for Nolan's elemental shield, the group would have had no way to leave this place unscathed. Even with the shield, their situation was far from ideal. The green-eyed crows were spitting fireballs with such ferocity that the group couldn't step out of the elemental shield to counterattack. Even if they could, the crows had the advantage of the sky, making it difficult for Hu Tao, who specialized in polyarm combat, to launch effective strikes. Hu Tao, you and Lumen should channel your elemental powers in attack. They seem weak, so even without weapon enhancements, you should be able to defeat them easily, Nolan suggested. Through his golden eye of judgment, he could see that Hu Tao was at level 60, significantly stronger than both him and Lumen. Alright, let's give it a try, Hu Tao agreed, exhaling slightly as she nodded almost imperceptibly. She channeled her fire elemental power through the shield, careful not to disrupt Nolan's wind element barrier. Soon, a swarm of red butterflies, formed from condensed fire elements, cautiously fluttered their wings to dodge the incoming green fireballs as they flew towards the flock of crows. If Hu Tao had attacked directly, her elemental power would have been consumed by the green fireballs before even reaching the crows. Lumen followed a similar approach. Instead of using straightforward wind blades or wind bullets, she condensed the wind element into a leaf, which gently floated upward alongside the crimson butterflies. As the butterflies exploded with fire elements upon touching the green-eyed crows, the wind element in the leaves exploded as well, expanding the range of the fire element's impact. The green-eyed crows had no time to evade. Each crimson butterfly, coupled with the explosive expansion of the wind element leaf, could easily take down a dozen or so green-eyed crows. Unfortunately, this was just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast number of crows. Moreover, This method of attack was highly draining, and neither Hu Tao nor Lumen could sustain it for long. As for Nolan, he wasn't just standing by either. He activated the sword intent of Lumen, summoning a large projection of Lumen wielding a golden longsword. The projection slashed through the sky, sending waves of sword energy slicing into the flock of green-eyed crows. The sword energy, sharp enough to cut through steel, was something the crows could not withstand. Crows fell from the sky, their wings severed, heads lopped off, or bodies cleaved in two, crashing to the ground like falling dumplings with a series of thud, thud, thud sounds. Meanwhile, Nolan's character panel kept popping up with notifications of gained Adventure EXP, almost like it was spamming the screen. Adventure EXP plus 112. Adventure EXP plus 133. Adventure EXP plus 107. After more than 20 minutes, a large pile of crow corpses had accumulated on the ground. If one paid close attention, they would notice that the bodies were slowly turning into black mist and disappearing. This phenomenon was quite strange. Typically, only creatures like rift hounds, which don't belong to this world, would be rejected by the world and vanish upon death. Other monsters generally shouldn't behave this way. However, despite his curiosity, this wasn't the time to investigate further. At this point, everyone was starting to get a bit exhausted from the constant barrage of attacks, and yet the number of green-eyed crows didn't seem to have decreased at all. There were still overwhelming masses of them. What should we do? Maybe we should retreat for now, Lumen suggested, her soft lips parting slightly as she panted, hands on her hips as she paused the attack on the crows and looked at Nolan. She thought that Nolan's stealth ability might allow them to escape the sight of the green-eyed crows and flee. Otherwise, if they kept fighting, they'd eventually be overwhelmed by the fireballs. Nolan knew what Lumen was thinking, but although his concealment form skill could render him completely invisible, they were still in the real world. If a green-eyed crow's fireball grazed him, it would likely break his stealth. So, if they wanted to use invisibility to retreat, they would need to make the crows stop attacking for at least a second. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough time to run out of the attack range and escape the crow's sight. Nolan explained this dilemma to the group to see if anyone had a solution. So, you have a secret stealth technique? Getting them to stop attacking would indeed be challenging. These green-eyed crows, numbering in the thousands, can rest in shifts, which means that hundreds are attacking us at any given moment, leaving us with no gaps to exploit, Hu Tao said, supporting herself on her snow-white knees, which were slightly shadowed in the dim light. She seemed quite fatigued. What should we do then? If Dandelion Shield can't hold up, our journey might end right here. Traveler, think of something. Paimon urged, circling anxiously around Lumen. Paimon, stop spinning around. It's making my head spin. We're trying to think of a solution, Lumen sighed, brushing her white forehead beneath her golden hair in frustration. How about I use my elemental power to create a shield and charge out to distract them? Lumen suggested after some thought. If someone could go out and draw the attention of those crow monsters, the others could take the opportunity to go invisible and escape. No, no, no. That's too dangerous. Paimon quickly grabbed the ribbon trailing behind Lumen to stop her from running off. The shield you form with wind element is not an elemental skill. Without understanding how to maintain it, it's no different from a soap bubble. One light touch, and it'll pop. It's too risky. Although Paimon hadn't mastered elemental power herself, she had spent so much time with Lumen and Nolan, watching them discuss and practice using their elemental abilities, that she had naturally picked up quite a bit of knowledge. Sometimes, she even participated in their discussions about new techniques and helped come up with names for them. Paimon is right. It's too dangerous. We should think of another way, Hu Tao agreed, shaking her head. Her red-brown twin ponytails swayed slightly, as if to emphasize her disapproval. Speaking of going out to distract those crows, I think I have a good idea, Nolan said, stroking his chin thoughtfully before smiling at the group. What's the plan? Tell us. Tell us. Paimon urged excitedly. She always found Nolan reliable and had never seen him let anyone down. Lumen and Hu Tao also looked at him with anticipation. This, Nolan said, as he ceased using the sword intent of Lumen to attack the crows and focused entirely on maintaining the elemental shield. The pleasant sound of EXP notifications on his character panel also stopped. At that moment, a golden light appeared in his hand, dotted with tiny stars, as if it contained the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 249, A Mysterious Ability. What's this shiny thing? Lumen, Paimon, and Hu Tao's pupils reflected the golden starlight cluster in Nolan's hand, their fair faces bathed in a brilliant golden glow. I've mentioned before that every time I grow stronger, I might awaken new abilities, Nolan said, glancing at Lumen and Paimon before continuing. This thing is called a waymark, an offshoot of one of my abilities called interstellar travel. It can merge into someone else's body, and those who possess a waymark can sense others with the same mark, allowing them to communicate across any distance or even teleport to each other's location. Essentially, anyone with a waymark gains limited access to Nolan's interstellar travel ability. This thing is really that powerful? Hu Tao said, crossing her arms in surprise. I see, but how do we use this shiny thing to escape from here? Paimon understood but wasn't sure how to apply it to their escape. You're not thinking of going invisible and running out, then using the waymark's teleportation ability to have us follow you, are you? Lumen guessed Nolan's plan. Having spent so much time with him, she had become familiar with his personality and thought process. Nolan nodded. With his speed, once he was invisible and with Lumen and Hu Tao covering him, he was confident he could make it out. That's about right, but the problem is, once I run out, this wind element shield will no longer have my elemental power to sustain it. At most, it'll last another 2 or 3 seconds before it naturally disappears. You'll need to be ready to teleport at any moment, Nolan cautioned. 2 or 3 seconds should be enough. So, how do we use this interesting thing? Hu Tao nodded slightly, raising her hand to touch the light cluster in Nolan's hand, finding that her fingers passed through it like it wasn't really there. You need my permission to touch it, Nolan said, giving Hu Tao access to the waymark. The golden light cluster floated up and gently drifted towards the girl in front of him. Under Hu Tao's curious gaze, it slowly merged into her chest. And that's it. Hu Tao tilted her head down slightly, looking at the spot where the golden light cluster had just merged. She raised her right hand to press against her clothes but found nothing unusual. Yes, now you should be able to sense my location and even try teleporting to my side, Nolan replied with a nod. At his words, Hu Tao attempted to sense Nolan's position. Sure enough, the moment she had the thought, his location information appeared in her mind. Coordinates, 30 centimeters ahead. At the same time, she also felt that she could directly initiate a conversation with Nolan in her mind. Hu Tao curiously tried it out. Standing just a short distance away, Nolan received her communication request. After confirming it, Hu Tao's voice immediately echoed in his mind. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Her voice was smooth, almost indistinguishable from speaking face to face. In fact, they could sense each other's emotions more clearly. At this moment, Hu Tao was transmitting a sense of novelty and fun, likely because this was a direct mental connection. I can hear you, Nolan responded with a smile, replying simply in his mind. Hu Tao's eyes widened slightly. She really could communicate remotely. Next, she attempted to teleport to Nolan's side. As soon as he approved the transfer, Hu Tao disappeared from everyone's sight, and at the same moment, reappeared behind him. Wow, this is quite an amazing ability. Looks like we really have a chance to escape now, Paimon said excitedly, pumping her little fists in the air. No time to waste. Let's get that golden light ball set up for us too, Lumen said, crossing her arms and nodding gently. Got it. Nolan summoned 2 more waymarks and sent them into Lumen and Paimon's bodies. They then spent a few more minutes testing and familiarizing themselves with the teleportation ability, mainly focusing on sensing each other and moving to one another's location. Since they only had a 2 to 3 second window to act, this practice was essential. Especially for Paimon, who wasn't a fighter, it was crucial to repeat the process several times until it became instinctive. All right, is everyone ready? I'm about to make a run for it. Nolan felt his elemental power nearing exhaustion. If they didn't act soon, they'd lose the opportunity, so there was no more time to waste. Don't worry, we're good to go, Hu Tao said, patting her chest. Lumen and Paimon also nodded solemnly, fully prepared. Nolan nodded in acknowledgement. He shifted his body to the left, lowering his center of gravity into a running stance. Then, he activated his stealth mode, disappearing from sight. Lumen and Hu Tao quickly launched elemental attacks upward, not targeting the green-eyed ravens, but rather the fireballs they were spitting out, to give Nolan some cover. This way, the fireballs wouldn't accidentally hit him and break his stealth. As soon as they blocked the attack, Nolan opened a small gap in the wind element shield and dashed out at top speed. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had already covered hundreds of meters. Back with the girls, once Nolan had left, the wind element shield became unstable and quickly dissipated. Just as green fireballs were about to strike them, the three simultaneously requested teleportation to Nolan in their minds. Nolan, who had been monitoring their situation, immediately approved. The trio vanished just as the fireballs exploded, scattering sparks that corroded the ground into small craters. The green-eyed ravens screeched angrily, realizing their prey had escaped right under their noses. They scattered, frantically searching the nearby forest for any sign of the humans. In truth, Nolan and the others hadn't gone far. They were only a few hundred meters away, listening to the ravens squawk as they flew off. The reason the crows didn't spot them was simple: the moment Hu Tao, Lumen and Paimon had teleported over, Nolan had immediately activated stealth for all of them. Unable to find their targets, the crows had no choice but to search elsewhere. However, Nolan noticed that several dozen crows remained in the area, watching carefully. For now, the group had no choice but to stay hidden. Fortunately, Nolan's stealth domain could last long enough that they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Phew, we made it out. Paimon was so scared when those fireballs almost hit her. Paimon nearly froze up. Paimon said, still a bit shaken. Yeah, same here, Hu Tao exhaled softly, her lips parting slightly. She wasn't used to facing such dangerous situations. Hu Tao had developed good feelings towards you, obtained 280 affection points. Current affection level, LV.3, 290/300. Chapter 250, Hilly Churl Song. Hidden beneath the shadows of the trees, they stood in silence. With so many crows monsters appearing, even if Wuvong Hill is rarely visited, there should have been some kind of news, right? Hu Tao, do you have any idea what's going on? Lumen asked, glancing at the green-eyed crows perched on the branches ahead, finding the situation rather strange. If it were just 1 or 2, we could assume they migrated from elsewhere. But with numbers this large, if there's any reasonable explanation, it's probably that they came from a secret realm. Secret realm, Hu Tao replied, pressing a finger to her chin as she thought it over. A secret realm? Nolan was somewhat surprised. If it were from a secret realm, that could indeed explain where the crows were coming from. Why don't we follow these green-eyed crows to find out where that secret realm is? If we don't deal with them soon, it's only a matter of time before Wuvong Hill is overrun, Nolan suggested after some thought. The reason he wanted to find the secret realm wasn't just to handle the crows, it was also for the Adventure EXP. Earlier, when using the Lumen Sword intent to defeat a number of green-eyed crows, Nolan saw a massive surge in his Adventure EXP on his character panel. His Adventure EXP jumped from 13,000 to over 97,000. In other words, he had gained over 80,000 Adventure EXP. Nolan had never been so well off before, and he was eager to stir up more trouble with those crows. If they could find the secret realm, it would mean a treasure trove of Adventure EXP waiting for him. They do need to be dealt with, but have you forgotten how hard it was for us to escape earlier? Lumen shot him an exasperated look, her pale hands resting on her hips. Haha, you're quite eager, aren't you? Hu Tao chuckled, crossing her arms and giving him a surprised glance. However, we should focus on finding the glaze lilies first. The secret realm can wait. Even if we find it, there's no way we can handle it on our own right now. Alright, fair enough. Since both Lumen and Hu Tao disagreed, Nolan had no choice but to put his somewhat reckless idea on hold. At Wuvong Hill, near the side close to Kinky Village. As they arrived, they realized they had finally left the gloomy central area. However, it seemed they had spent too much time inside, as the sun outside had already set, and it was nearing twilight. Hu Tao, are we almost there? Paimon was floating limply in mid-air, her limbs dangling in exhaustion. After flying for so long, she was both hungry and tired, with barely any strength left in her body. Stop rushing me, we're almost there, Hu Tao responded casually, though she had lost count of how many times she'd said that already. Could she have remembered the location wrong? How could it be taking this long? Did we go the wrong way? Nolan asked, glancing at Hu Tao with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Hu Tao glared at Nolan with her plum blossom-like eyes, clearly dissatisfied. I'm telling you, it's definitely the right way. You have to trust me, the great director. How about we take a break here, and you go find it yourself? When you do, Just use the waymark to let us know, and we'll teleport straight to you, Nolan suggested with a grin. Hee, sure. But if you make me do that, I'll have my little ghost haunt you every night, making you dream of nightmares every day. Hu Tao smiled mischievously at him. Haha, I was just kidding. Nolan quickly surrendered, laughing. Lumen brushed a lock of golden hair behind her ear, ignoring the two as they bantered. She noticed something on the overgrown, muddy ground ahead, what appeared to be a small, light blue flower. Lumen jogged over, bending down to examine it closely, her palm resting on her knee. The flower looked identical to the glaze lilies cultivated in the city. Given how remote and untouched this area was, and the fact that there was only one, it was likely a wild glaze lily. Phew, finally found it. Seems like this is the right spot after all. Can't believe it's still here after 2 months, Hu Tao said, hurrying over to see the flower for herself. Maybe it wasn't fully grown back then? Otherwise, glaze lilies usually don't last this long, Paimon suggested, spreading her hands. Maybe. But since it hasn't bloomed yet, we can't use it for the rite of parting ceremony, Hu Tao replied, crossing her arms. I remember that glaze lilies bloom at night. Let's wait here for a bit, it's almost time anyway, Nolan said, glancing up at the sky, where stars had already begun to appear. Paimon agree. Let's eat while we wait, Paimon added enthusiastically, nodding in approval. All right, both Lumen and Hu Tao agreed. An hour passed, and after finishing their dinner, it was now around 7 in the evening, yet the glaze lily still hadn't bloomed. Nolan suddenly recalled from the game's storyline that there was a singing element involved in making the wild glaze lilies bloom. He turned to the girls and asked, "Does anyone here know how to sing? I heard that a beautiful song can help glaze lilies bloom. It's worth a try." Singing? Count Paimon out. Paimon have never tried it before, Paimon quickly shook her head, declining. That's easy. Leave it to me, Hu Tao said confidently, puffing out her chest. Besides being the director of the Wangsheng funeral parlor, I'm also a well-known poet. Nolan knew Hu Tao's reputation as a back-alley dark poet, but he wasn't so sure about her singing skills. How about you try it, Lumen? Nolan suggested, ignoring Hu Tao and turning to the golden-haired girl. Hey! What's with that attitude? Don't think for a second that poets can't sing. Hu Tao protested, hands on her hips, glaring at Nolan. The cool night breeze gently blew her long split dress, causing it to flutter against her snow-white calves. I haven't really sung much before. Let Hu Tao give it a go, Lumen smiled. All right, let's hear what our director has to offer, Nolan said, knowing he was tone-deaf and incapable of singing anything pleasant. You'd better listen carefully, Hu Tao declared as she approached the glaze lily. She cleared her throat twice with a soft ahem, then began to sing. The first hilly churl falls ill, the second hilly churl checks. The third hilly churl gathers herbs, the fourth hilly churl brews. The fifth hilly churl dies, and the sixth hilly churl lifts. Sure enough, Hu Tao sang her bizarre hilly churl song. But surprisingly, despite its oddity, the way she sang it made it sound unexpectedly beautiful.
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200+ audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.